Holy crap. Holy crap. YouTube worked as intended for the first time in like 2 weeks. Nice. Zero Sievert 2 is 2.5D, like proximity. Isometric. Okay. I'm not sure I love that, but I'm curious. Because the problem with isometric is the walls block your sight where your character wouldn't be, and that can be a real problem, especially in a game where you need to shoot at a distance. That said, I'm not going to judge until I see it. But it does go, ooh, I wonder if they're gonna, like, what their solution to that problem is. Anyways, so today we're gonna be playing some RimWorld. The basis of the run we've been working on, is this run uses what's called the Ruthless Pursuit mod. Ruthless Faction Pursuit mod. For those who are unfamiliar, if you've ever played with the Odyssey DLC, there is an Odyssey scenario, where you start with your grav ship, and you poke the thing, and the mechs get all upset with you, and you start running. And basically what happens is you'll go to a tile, and after roughly 30 to 50 days or somewhere in that ballpark, an endless wave of mechs will start attacking you. It's actually not endless, but basically you're going to get hit with an overwhelming force of mechs. You're not intended to be able to fight it off without super cheesing. In practice what it is you kind of plop down, you get what you can done, and then you scurry off before they kill you. With the Ruthless Faction Pursuit, same idea, except the big difference is it's literally anyone who doesn't like you, period. And so we started with 12 hostile factions plus the mechs, all who are chasing us. Now, if I get them to not be hostile, they'll start leaving us alone. We've got it down to 11 factions still chasing us, and kind of the goal of what we're trying to do here is to no longer be pursued. So with that, to no longer be pursued, I do need to do the ending for Odyssey, because the mechs are one of them chasing us, and we can't be friends with them. Otherwise, it's getting everyone else to not hate us. So as you can see, I got a whole list of stuff over here. That looks like I got 5 days until they're going to be chasing us. So at this stage, we did go and pull all the stuff out of the gross murder hole. And with that sorted, we are going to just hang out, get what we can done here, until I gotta scamper off in 5 days. We just got a bunch of Gravlite panels so I can expand the ship. Now, to give you an idea of how this colony has gone, this has actually been a rougher start for me. We did start with Naked Brutality, where Hypno here was our initial pawn. We finally got our ideology sorted where we can start recruiting people into it, and everyone's been converted, which is nice. Actually, has everyone been converted? Yeah, everyone's been converted. I believe 2 of you are creepy joiners at this point? Is that right? No. The joyous person betrayed us. Yeah, so we do have a creepy joiner here that just joined us recently, who has unnatural healing, which is great. We've got our pacifist here. We got our first baby in the colony, but it has been a revolving door of colonists. Our melee pawns, we've had 2 different melee pawns. Both of them have been removed from the colony. One got kidnapped, the other died. And the big problem is, for the longest time, we were basically fighting where we had like 2.5 combat-capable pawns with the whole grav ship. So the wealth was really rough. So I was sitting here with like 2.5 combat-able pawns fighting groups of like 8 and 10 people showing up with flak armor and guns and all that. Alright. Okay, so our schedule to leave got moved up from 5 days till 4 days. So that's still fine. We already did the main objective here. We got just about a day ago, we got the grav panels and the grav core. And so what we're going to try to do with this one is I'm going to put a grav extender up here, and we're probably going to expand it to have more rooms, because as you see, I've got rooms for 4 people, and yet have way more than that. We did have a person we saved for drop pod. There's another baby on the way. Congratulations. We did rescue this person. I really don't want them to join. Okay, we've got a raid they're going to prepare. They did drop in outside our defensive perimeter, so I don't care. Because we have a path into our base that goes the whole way around there. Most likely, they will end up attacking the various insect hives and all that. If they do go after us, very genuinely, I might just potentially leave. Because we've kind of got what we came here for. I've got plenty of food. My storage is just a hair below full. So we're mostly kind of hanging just to give time for research. And literally have to leave in 3 days anyways. So, like, it's not like there's anything that I've got a strong reason to stay here for. I just want to see if they do start running through and killing off the bugs. Because there's a chance there was some... Oh no! The true threat. The Mad Rat. Giant raid? No problem. A really pissed off Remy? That's something we're just not ready for. He's gonna slightly oversalt her soup. He's gonna use catsup instead of ketchup. As far as mods we go, we're using very, very little. The big mod we have is obviously the Ruthless Faction Pursuit. The only other significant mods we have is I am using a mod called Semi-Random Research. So you'll notice where normally I would have this screen and say I wanted complex clothing, there's a big locked button and I can't click on it. That's because we effectively handed the keys to our research off to Randy. We are playing as Cassandra, but this makes better for the memes. You know, it's basically we handed the keys off to the research lab to Randy. He said something about taking asparagus and making it spaceborne. I really didn't understand what he meant, but it's probably fine. But yeah, so we get random research, which means we get some good stuff. Okay. So there is a path to my base, but you literally have to go the entire way around everything. So what we're doing is letting them just get themselves killed on the bugs, because if they get downed and don't die, I can potentially rescue one of them. And if I rescue one, that could be a new colonist, it could be someone we rescue, bandage up, send out of here, to get some reputation. Because everybody hates us. We took the maximum number of factions. Except for the Empire. They started at negative 100 as well, but we have been working on improving them. We get lots of opportunities. Oh, that friendly fire. Get you every time. They're gonna go down there and start causing trouble. Because, yeah, none of them survived there. It's weird that I was gonna say, it's weird that you're not fighting back, you're just letting them do that. Penguin changed his mind and started trying to run. That fire's getting pretty annoying. Okay, so this will work out for us. Let's grab our people. Because Penguin here, we can rescue them. And we will not keep them. But we rescue them, patch them up, and send out. Did you see your new Twitch profile pic? I have not. Unless I go directly to your Twitch account, I won't see your profile pic, just the way Twitch works. Because I mostly, when it comes to watching my own channel, I'll see you through, like, the OBS app kind of thing. Okay. So with that, you go ahead and capture Penguin there. I don't think they had any weapons I actually care about, right? No, it's all pretty just crap. So at this stage, we're going to unhome zone that so they stop trying to put out that fire. We're right about to leave, so preserving that wall isn't really worth doing. But this person we're going to catch and release, because each time we do that, we gain just a little bit of reputation. They do have flak armor, so we will set them to be stripped. Okay, so Hypno Butler's going to feed you. We got 3 days before we got to be out of here. I usually don't wait till the last moment, because the danger is if you do wait till the last moment, quite often you won't get a chance. Someone will have a mood break, and that'll be that. Okay, and now I get a prisoner. I'll mark you for release, and get them the hell out of my colony. Alright, as soon as they walk out of here, then we are good to go. Meanwhile, we can go here and go to zone. Clear the nearby zone. Not include all that. Not include all this. Or up there. Basically contain it to just a small area so they haul what food they can into the ship. You are taking the scenic route, friend. As long as you make it to the edge of the map without downing again, I'm okay with it. Cool. That gave us 12 rep from thing. Gotcha. Cool, cool. It's a neat profile picture there, Darth. So this person should be leaving soon. They're unfortunately dealing with heat stroke because this is a very hot map. Now what I gotta remember, oh right, this is where we dropped down to do this. We don't have a lot of area to work with. We're probably just gonna try and get off of this really hot tile into some temperate forest. Cool, Psychic Refining's a new technology. The other two, so we got, let's see. Alright, so the next two components are down here to expand our ship. So we're going to want to go south, like southwest. I see there is a distress signal on more tropical rainforest, which is mountain caves. Yeah, no, I got it, it's Argon. So we could jump over there if we want to deal with the distress signal to maybe get better weapons. Actually, probably not. Like, It was funny. Anomaly added distress signal, and for early game, distress signals could be great source of getting some like early game assault rifles and Hellcat rifles and all that. So you could have your little tribal people clean up, and if it was a faction that had those better equipment, suddenly get hooked up. But now with unique weapons and all that in the game, those are just hands down better. Alright, so we're down to 2 days. I'm just trying to give people a chance to load up the ship as best we can. Alright, so it's looking like that's almost full. We know we're actually full when they start putting the potatoes or the cloth or any of that down here. Once we see any food get tossed down here as opposed to on the ship, we know we're full. Like right now, I tell them to not store the bricks on. It's fine. Okay. Elephant burgers, I would absolutely kill these elephants if I was in a bitter combat situation. Right now, there's more elephants than I have people or guns. With no one to be a proper melee pawn. Got another raid attacking melee. At this point, that wall's breached. So this is time to just leave. We are like right on the cusp of... We are full. They just started tossing food on the ground here. I would say we're basically at the cusp of being full. Actually, they're going north. Yeah, well, this one's going where they would duck into our base. The other ones, it's interesting they're going that way because they have to go the whole way around here, the whole way around there, and then down and up. Most likely it's because they see something along the way that they can go after. Okay, so we have an ancient uplink. Don't care about that. That's extreme pollution, so probably not. There was so many points of interest. A toxic lake. Fun? Question mark? Ooh. Archean trees are fun. Not really useful for us. A sunny fjord. A coastal island. A coastal atoll. A sandy bay. Alright. So... ultimately, I want to start heading down towards these. Yeah, no matter what, I'm going to have to cut across the shrubland, or the arid shrublands. So, cave and ruins, junkyards and all. We don't have shield belts and all that, so it's a little dangerous to do a bunch of these ruins yet. The thing we're going to do is we're just going to jump as far as we can in that direction. And we're going to do like the last time, where we just stop as fast as we can recharge, we jump onto the next spot, and then we restock. And to be fair, like, good or bad Jedi, let's be honest in the Star Wars universe. The Jedi aren't the good guys. The Sith are also not the good guys, but the Jedi aren't the good guys. With, like, their whole, you're not, have your children join. They're not allowed to talk to their families anymore a lot of the time. And all that's like, oh, you's a cult. You's just straight up a cult, man. There's not more to add. You's just a cult. A cult that purports to do good things, but a cult nonetheless. So we will go over here, and we will tell them that this will be a rice grow zone. We probably won't actually see it through, but that's the only place I'd see doing something like that. We'll go over here and say low, allow all, except rotten. And no human-like corpses. Right, I had a point, yep. Yeah, well, Legend Luke's isn't real. And it can't hurt you. You have to find your lack of faith is serving. He does not grant you the rank of master. Yeah, that's the thing. Legends is not canon anymore. And thank you, Server Lord, for the 3-stream streak, and thank you, Liam, for the 110-stream streak. I do appreciate that. So, like, we can talk about all that stuff, but the reality is, Legends is make-believe Star Wars now. I know, it hurts. It hurts so much. It's also not something new either. So while they're figuring that out, is there any interesting materials on here? Man, we have seen so many silver nodes. It has been weirdly a lot. No, it's from a galaxy a long time ago from a long time ago in a galaxy far away. You're not in the know, man. They're just seeding that information for the time that it comes up that we have to actually interact with that universe. To be fair, while I have fond memories of Legends, Darth, Legends did get pretty silly. Like, some of the stuff they came up with, like the idea of, 70-something-year-old Han Solo going out and fighting Rancors with his blaster and all that, and you're like, okay, come on, man. Come on, man. I'm okay with a little bit of plot armor, but this is like a little laying it on thick. Alright, so we can get her a grav extender. We'll see how much we can get built on here. I'd also like to expand the back here a little bit, so I can get a proper lab behind here. So I'll probably expand the crafting room 1 tile, and put a little bit more back here, so I can put a proper research room. And then whatever we have left, we're going to go ahead and add on to our storage room. Right, I can't do space stuff things. We don't have that. Find your lack of cheesecake disturbing? I could go for cheesecake. Because one of Luke's most noticeable achievements was collapsing a black hole. I'll leave it at that. I mean, there was a lot of wild stuff they did in Legends. It's kind of the classic you have to one-up yourself each time. And that's where a lot of stuff starts to get really, really silly. Have you ever had a cheesecake milkshake? I have had a cheesecake milkshake. The thing in Center Point Station? Oh, was that, yeah, when they had the, like, don't get me wrong, there's stuff I remember really enjoying like it. I liked the Yu Zhan Vong thing, which I understand a lot of people were not huge fans. That was it Abeloth? I feel like I'm close to the right name without being right. Or Abatha or whatever. Yep. Rumor has it Abeloth is going to be returning from Legends. So like low key, I do really enjoy that they've been going through and like slowly recanonizing some of the stuff. So like, Darth Revan was was no longer canon. Oh, we need to unrestrict. was no longer canon, and now they've got like tidbits in the universe that's recanonized that has it. Well, not like fully digging in. I've actually been enjoying that, or like, you know, some of the people like Cal Kestis and all that having references to them, so again, they're recanonized. Even though, obviously, like, all the big things can't be there because of strongly conflicting stories now. But, you know, to just take those. Like, I could see them making a Jason and Jaina character, they just wouldn't be Han and Leia's kids for obvious reasons. That's honestly, like, to me, the losing of Legends, the thing that was kind of the biggest bummer of that was losing, the fall of Jason. Because of the people turning to the dark side, like, Jason's felt like kind of the most plausible. Like, it wasn't the, like, oh no, my emotions got the better of me. I'm suddenly going to turn against all of my values because I was, like, slightly into someone. You know, and very illogically go against my own goals and achievements because, look, man, there just wasn't enough time to actually make this plot work out. Versus Jason's, like, you see that erosion kind of happen. It's the way I will phrase it without getting into spoilers, it's a very intellectual fall. That leads him to the dark side. The pursuit of knowledge done him dirty. Okay, so Dylan's getting the hell off my ship, which is exactly what I wanted. Which isn't me being, like, anti-intellectual. I actually am very pro-intellectualism and all that. But there's definitely times that you can pursue knowledge in a way that is not in your own best interest. And then that can be a means of ends justify the means within its own right. I also miss, like, some of the things we lost. Like, I liked my favorite lightsaber that they've ever had in Star Wars is I liked Corran Horn's lightsaber, which is a lightsaber that had, like, a set of, like, I think it was 3 gems inside of it, so he could, like, toggle his lightsaber and it would change the length and all that of it. Because that was always a fun gimmick. So it would do stuff like toggle it so it become, like, immaterial, and then toggle it to, like, make it long and all that to catch people out. But so you got so much into Star Trek when you were younger. You did watch Star Wars, but Star Trek Voyager was your favorite. Yeah, so I like Star Trek and Star Wars both, and I know it's kind of a meme about, like, oh, the Trekkies versus the Star Warsies and all that. Whatever. Star Wars never got a cool name, but, you know, the Trekkies versus the Star Wars people. I found most people I knew actually like both. Like, they'll have their preference of which one they like more, but I did find that most people seem to like both. But, to me it was like, Star Wars was always more action and drama, and it was more fantasy. Whereas Star Trek was more sci-fi and grounded, and a lot more like a commentary on society. Because if you look even like the oldest school Star Trek, usually it was they would take some concept, they would move it to an extreme, and then you'd find a planet that has that concept moved to an extreme. So you'd have, like, the Ferengi was, like, the extreme capitalists. And all that kind of stuff. And, you know, almost anything, like, even stuff we would look as very virtuous in our life, there is a point where you can take it far enough that it stops being a virtue. You've taken it to such an extreme that it has its own problems. There was a game I played one point. It was like tabletop things with some coworkers. I couldn't tell you the name, it's been too long. But I just remember the premises. It had this rules around it. But the idea was you had to form a society based on a virtue. And then there had to be the people in and out of, like, the main crowd or whatever. And then ultimately it'd have to lead to the downfall of that society by that same virtue. And usually it was, again, taking a virtue and saying, okay, let's take something that is, you know, arguably very much a net positive, but, like, can we push it to an extreme that it stops being a net positive? And it was kind of a fun thought exercise. It's got a structure to it, so it's not just whatever. And I ended up finding it a very fascinating thing because, you know, there's stuff you just think of as, like, that's a good quality. Okay, but what if we keep, like, we really lead into this, like, all the way into it, and there's definitely a point where it crosses a line where it stops really being a positive. We also need to, once they're all done there, cut down a whole bunch of trees. So we can keep our chem fuel happening. Yeah, Ferengis are a very interesting group within the Star Trek universe. Okay. Bringing back KOTOR stuff does mess up things. Well, I don't think they brought all the KOTOR stuff. I think they genuinely have only brought Revan back. But even then, they haven't gone through and, like, brought back everything Revan went through. They haven't redone any of it. Like, they haven't opposed it, but it's not gone one way or the other, to my knowledge. I want to say the only things we've had happen is, I want to say The Mandalorian had a reference to Revan on one of the walls that was supposed to be, like, was it Andor? It was one of the TV shows. They had, like, the wall of, like, a bunch of the Jedi who had, like, kind of their equivalent of the Underground Railroad when everything went down. And I want to say they had the Jedi name for Revan on that wall. And I want to say there was one other reference. So that, like, you've got that he was both Sith and Jedi, and then they kind of backed off on that. Yeah, it's actually an interesting thing that, like, with the Mandalorian movie, it's apparently the worst performing, you know, when you consider, like, inflation and all that, so far as, like, not comparing 1977 dollars 1-to-1 with current dollars. It's actually the worst performing Star Wars movie of all time. It was interesting. To be fair, watching the movie is like, this was probably like 2 seasons of The Mandalorian you just smashed into a movie. So, like, it was very enjoyable. I would not call it a well-executed movie. Like, I had fun, but it definitely was like, this is not, like, if we're being objective, this is not a good or well-made movie. It's fun. I had a good time. I don't regret seeing it or anything like that. But I can understand people having negative criticism of it. As your ship gets larger, do you eventually add more engines? Yes. So if we actually look down here in our research, basically what happens is we get our GravTech research, and it allows me to have 4 small thrusters. When I get standard GravTech, I can get large thrusters, which I can have with the small thrusters, and I believe I can have 6 of those. And then at that point, you've got all the thrusters you can have. To be fair, the standard thrusters are twice the size of these. So you would be talking about that much length of thrusters pointing out the back. It did get kind of too long and repetitive in the end. Yeah, well, I mean, part of the thing is when you got to the Mandalorian movie, it very much felt like there was 2 stories, and it's not like the typical, a very common thing that Star Wars will do, is it'll be like the overarching threat, and they'll have like 2 separate stories happening side by side that then come together to deal with the final threat. It wasn't a thing like that. It was like you had one story, and then another story happening after it that distinctly felt like they were separate concepts, ideas, and stories. That, like, you kind of went in here and you're like, oh man, we're wrapping this movie up, and we're only like half an hour, 45 minutes in. This is weird. Oh, we're just going to have another whole story arc, I guess. Okay. I mean, I'm not against that. It's just a weird choice. Let's see, do thrusters equal distance you can travel? Yes. The thrusters is one aspect to the distance you can travel. The other is your fuel storage. Basically, these lead to what is the maximum you can travel, and then you need enough fuel storage to then actually be able to do that travel. Okay, we got harp. Did I actually pause my music? What's going on here? Let's see, you're 3,000 hours, you're yet to build a ship. You're so bad at the game, but you love it dearly. Well, I mean, the ship is a very new thing. Oh, you mean the ship. A lot of people actually don't end up finishing the game. This is one of those basic things they tell you in writing advice. If your story has an "and then this happens" rather than "because of this happens," you're in trouble. Yup. Yup. So we're going to go ahead and plunk this down, because we're going to slightly expand this room for the production to add more benches. And then what we're going to do as well as that is we're going to make another room to be research off the back of it. So a dedicated research room. Because we're getting pretty close to the point where I'm going to get off of these benches, and we're going to switch. Another thing is I'm going to need to get more power soon enough. That's fine. Ability Unnatural Healing is ready. So Sentient Cookie has a scratched up eye. Good enough for me. We got Unnatural Healing. It's not on cooldown. Gonna use it. So we're still waiting to see what Panul's deal is. We're well past when it'd be like Crumbling Mine or Organ Decay, so we could kind of rule those off the list. Most likely they'll just leave. They also could betray us. If they leave, we can arrest them real fast and then chuck them in a room, and then they'll be an actual member permanently from then on. If they betray us, then it's trying to not kill them while it goes on. So I'm trying to keep an eye on him so that if he tries to just nope out, we can catch him before he goes very far. Yeah, you just do construction, mining, and research. And then this happens is like a small child telling you a story when they're excited. Yeah. Okay, the lights are on up here. It makes me think of Robot Chicken, the reoccurring joke where it's like, "This is me. This is Seth Green. We're married." But be like, "This is me. This is Darth Vader. We're married." But it's like a little girl's voice. Oh yeah, this is actually, I went to go get, I like to get limeade at the grocery store, but like, this last time I went, it was like $4 for one of those things. It's like, I'm sorry, that's just way too much. And we're just wandering around, like, cause it's me and Tomb together, and this is spiked. It's one that's alcoholic. I don't normally go for those, but like a whole case of this is going for like, you know, like $8 or something on a sale. I'm like, okay, well, that's literally more than I get from the big container. The same brand, but like one you added alcohol. That's certainly a choice. And I've not tried these before. They're decent. I don't think I'd get them again, but they're not bad. That's one of my limeade. I wasn't ready to drop like $12 for a couple of bottles though. Alright, we can probably turn that fire back on. Yeah, no, I like limeade. It's also good to prevent kidney stones. Citric acid helps with kidney stones. It won't help get rid of ones you've already got, but it'll help prevent the formation of the, because kidney stones are just, salt crystals. So, just the way the citric acid is, it helps prevent those crystals from being able to form in the first place. You got lime soda in your garage fridge? It's not alcoholic, but it's been there. It's been there for a week untouched. Yeah. I don't always go for lime, but like, you know, if I'm gonna go for a fruit juice, lime is a pretty good candidate. So basically we need to eat our oranges. Yep, eating citrus will help reduce the risk of kidney stones. And believe me, that is absolutely worth doing. Because kidney stones suck. I've had one, and it was considered a mild one, and the idea of a not mild one is terrifying. Because if a mild one's that bad, I want to know what a bad one is. There's a Star Trek book series about the Ferengi, and his commander is the new starship. You can't remember the name, but the books were so good, it became canon at like 60 years of Star Trek, which is cool. Lemon juice and garlic belongs there, I think, yep. Yeah, buddy riddled with kidney stones? Yeah, that's, like, genuinely terrible. So, interesting thing, blood oranges primarily come from Italy. It's them European oranges. Okay, we're going to want to expand the ship. The home zone there. So basically, we're extending the back of the ship. Isn't there a roller coaster that helps with kidney stones? I would be terrified at the thought. Yeah, pizza's a weird one. So, like, Italy has had flatbreads very pizza-esque for a very long time. Like, long time. The actual, like, assembly, so far as what we put together that we call pizza, is definitely kind of its own thing as well. Alright, so I can bring this person in for a bunch of standings. Yeah, it's changed a lot. Used to be poor man's way of eating leftovers. Yeah, it's also a thing that, in, like, ancient Rome and all that, that garlic was seen as, like, poor people food. Like, it's where the negative connotation about having garlic breath comes from. It's like, oh, you're one of the paws. Get it away, it might be contagious. One of the interesting things I learned, we've talked about a couple of times on the channel, you know, like different phrases that change over the years to mean the opposite of what they actually mean. So like the pick yourself up by your bootstraps is something you'll hear. The actual meaning of that phrase initially is something so absurd. No, you don't. All right, Fanul's on the move. Do not let this man leave. Who has the highest social? The highest social is you. Go for the arrest. Do not let Fanul get out of this place. Arrest that person. Go, go, go. This is not a drill. Just get a couple tiles closer, then Leafy Pew can get the stun. No! No! Come on. It's fine. They always do it when they're, like, far away from everyone. So everyone else is asleep in here, and Fanul was out here. So everyone had to go through the doors to get to him. It's fine. Honestly, I'd rather they just fought me and I had the chance to capture them. The thing is, you can't arrest them in advance to prevent it. They'll still just leave at some point. You jerk. That means I need someone to do construction again, so congratulations, Cookie. You're back at construction and mining. Yeah, lots to be... Right, so circling back. So, like, you would have, like, the whole thing, you'd have, like, phrases like, you know, pick yourself up by your bootstraps. Nowadays, people say as, like, oh, you know, like, you just gotta buckle up and, like, work hard and all that or whatever. But the actual phrase, pick yourself up by the bootstraps, is something that's meant to be absurd and impossible. Which is the irony around that one, is that you use it to be like, hey, man, people just need to, like, get themselves out or whatever. It's like, no, you're literally that saying is something that is so absurd. Just think about it. You grab your bootstrap, which are on your feet, and you try and pick yourself up with them, means you fall backwards. Hence the saying. But there was a one I hadn't heard before, which you've heard the phrase dog eat dog world. Dog eat dog world is basically a thing that people say to justify being absolutely horrible to one another, you know, pursuing whatever success they're going after. The initial saying for that, it was something like, because it was originally in Latin, but it was something along the lines of, like, even dog does not eat dog. And the idea was that, you know, for this dangerous predator hunter animal, that even then they had limits, that they, you know, a dog would not kill and eat another dog. Like, while they're predators and all that, and they'll eat just about anything, even they have that level of respect to not do that. Obviously, it's not a respect thing, but it's functionally whatever. And it was a thing to justify saying, hey, like, within, you know, professionals and all that, you don't turn on each other. Like, you don't go against each other. There are limits, there are morals, there are ethics. Like, you know, for as much as we compete, there are lines in the sand we do not cross. But again, dog eat dog world is, like, literally antithetical to that idea. You know, it's a justify whatever you gotta do to succeed regardless. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Pick yourself out by your bootstraps. The newer one is basically, like, usually when you hear it nowadays, JD, it's mostly someone to be like, oh, those people are poor and struggling. Well, they just need to pick themselves up by their bootstraps. You know, someone else was successful doing that. They could do it too. That's usually how you see it, as a dismissive thing for helping people in need, unfortunately. Not always, but quite often the case. Versus, again, like, the old version of it was very much along the lines of, like, you know, asking someone to do the impossible kind of thing. Right, they just buy your house so you won't be homeless, to someone who's like, you know, they're in a place that, you know, the place isn't even paying you minimum wage, it's kind of skating in that gray area kind of thing. And thank you so much for the ints for gifting the tier 1 sub to Serverlord. I do appreciate that. Serverlord, I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. Yeah, the just walk in and hand in your resume. Like, that's... I used to have that argument with my father a bunch. That he would talk about stuff like that, of going, you know, oh yeah, kids just don't have the gumption of, like, going in and, you know, doing their boots on the ground, walking around, getting their resumes, networking and all. That's like, alright, I'm gonna have to stop you right there. It's like, yes, when I started my career, that is how I got my first couple of jobs, like the grocery store or whatever. even in my teenage years, going from like when I first worked at like 15 or 16 or whatever it was till at 19, even in that 3 years, it had already moved that if you walked into a place with a resume, they looked at you like you had grown a third eye and said, we need you to go and put that on the computer. And nowadays they'll flat out turn you away. They're like, you need to go into whatever, their portal website, whatever it is, and go there. And like, don't get me wrong, you could find some old mom and pop shop and walk up, and you might have someone who's on board with that. But like, it's just not a common practice. And most of those mom and pop shops, unfortunately, they can't really pay you that well. There's exceptions, of course. But like, by and large, that's just not how it works anymore. And thank you, Bayuvine Barfy, or Barfly, for the 100 stream trick. I do appreciate that a whole lot. Yeah, they don't want real resumes because they can't filter you, and 99% of the other people with arbitrary HR systems. Correct, it's all digitized now. Which is definitely not a net win, but like, it just is what it is. The ways I got jobs when I started my career fundamentally don't work. And that's like a lot of the times that people are dismissive is the advice they give you, career advice is like, man, that's not been a thing you could do for like 20, 30 years. 20, 30 years ago, that stopped being a reasonable approach to this. What was your power again? 250 watts? You could probably accommodate that. Just barely. That's the early 2000s, you could still hand in resumes, but at that point, the majority of places forced you to use their crappy computer application process with 100 questions that are absolutely forced you to trigger to speaking in circles, because more than half of them were just reworded, rephrased questions, and some of them were already answered, forgot. Right, and a lot of those 100-question things, do you want to know why they existed? So they could discriminate against people with disabilities without outright discriminating against people with disabilities. They would ask you questions like, do you find it hard to get up in the morning? Well, if you're someone with a mobility issue, yes. Yes, you do find it hard to get up in the morning. And yeah, so as well as things that like, those systems were around for a while and they eventually got taken down because they were very, very prejudiced against people with non-traditional educations. They were very prejudiced against individuals who had disabilities, people who are neurodivergent, and a lot of these were specifically designed for the purposes of trying to screen people without being like, hey man, you able to stand for long hours? Yep. Find all kind of ways to ask questions that get at things that they're not legally allowed to ask for anti-discrimination purposes. Yep. Yeah, so like where you're mentioning the selling the data, that actually didn't used to happen back then. People didn't learn about the value in collecting copious amounts of data and reselling it till a bit later. We're talking like this would be like right at like 2000, 2002. People kind of picking up on the value of data would have been close to like 2010 that everyone started trying to collect data about everything. Okay. So I'm going to let this small child join us, Millie, who is being chased by 3 hermit crabs. Oh no. You have no traits because you're a 5-year-old, so you haven't had the opportunity to get any. Yeah, in the last 10 years or so, when you went job hunting in the 2000s, it wasn't a thing yet. I'll grab the chain shotgun. Alright, so let's go ahead, and if you would like to be our brand new child, Millie, go ahead and do an exclamation mark join. The one running from Hermit Crabs. Makes you wonder, with the rate at which people are discovering neurodivergence in people, how long before it becomes the norm and normal people become neurodivergent? So that's actually, there's been a pretty good study, Carrick, that it's actually believed at this stage we underdiagnose almost every type of neurodivergence. And it's actually believed that in the general population, that people we would consider neurodivergent are actually the majority, just barely. Oh, it was a climate adjuster? You know, I don't care about that. We're leaving here anyways. Like, I actually probably could have left already. I just got distracted shipbuilding. But that, you know, neurodivergent are actually in the majority. Not a large majority, but like just over 50%. We can't prove it because, again, underdiagnosed. Oh, releveling? Well, I think the thing you'd run into with that is you'd probably have to have a type, like a singular type of neurodivergence would need to be the one that's in majority. I think for you to change the labeling and have it make sense. Because if we sit there and we take the slices and go, okay, well, like, let's say 40% of the population is what we would consider neurotypical. And then you got like 30% has ADHD and 20% has autism and whatever. Like, you get the idea. You take your slices. And you get a weird over 100% because you can be autistic and you can also have ADHD at the same time. So it's not a mutually exclusive thing. You're not one or the other necessarily. But you'd have to hit the point that one of those would need to be the actual majority for that to be considered like neurotypical kind of thing. I think the reality is we might just like do away with both those terms, neurotypical and neurodivergent, if anything, because if we just kind of realize that like what we consider neurotypical is such a minority of the population or whatever, it would just almost be like that would be its own slice. That, you know, it wouldn't have the same connotations or anything, but it would be one of those things that's like, yeah, doing the distinguishing here as like this giant umbrella and that one wouldn't necessarily make sense so much as like, okay, we'd still have, you know, autism, ADHD, and all that kind of stuff. And then you'd have people who just don't have that label. I don't know. It'd be an interesting thing. The always a trick, though, with that is having the labels can be good because with, you know, stuff like neurodivergence, it kind of reminds people that they have to approach, you know, conversations that around these certain things with a certain level of intent. Because it's very, very easy to create processes that are prejudiced. Even when you don't mean to. Actually, don't do it that way. We'll grab the art bench, and put it there. Because then if I put them all like that, I'll be able to fit a couple more benches. Let's see, you would argue that neurodivergence is the next evolution, i.e. ADHD is able to balance multitasking, levels are neurotypical are unable, but the ones running the old system came to replace task at a time. It moved to multitask culture. Well, I would definitely say there is a nature-nurture side of this, that as our society have changed, it creates a pressure that, like, we don't know a lot of the causes for neurodivergence and all that, but it's very likely that just the change in society has become a pressure that is effectively, you know, it influences you in this way. Because most people are born with that kind of thing. But you'll start having people with those kind of tendencies be more supportive and more likely to succeed, which means they're more likely to have kids, which means they're more likely to have more individuals with that. Because a lot of stuff like ADHD, for example, there is a genetic component that, like, if your parents had ADHD, you are far more likely to have ADHD as well. In your country, sadly, autism is still viewed as something shameful. We show tendencies as being on the spectrum since we were little. Parents try to hide it. Even the term autistic a lot of times used as a joke and insults. Yeah. Here in the US, it's getting better. But it is one of those things that your mileage varies a lot depending on where you're at. You tend to have a lot of places that are actually very inclusive and supportive, will be really good about it. But then you have, you know, a lot of a lot of the good old boys kind of attitude is also out there. That unfortunately a lot of those areas tend to be a lot more, I'm going to say, hostile about it. Exactly 14. Was the thing as a kid? Yeah, no, that was another one that got me with my dad a lot. My dad was left-handed, and he'd be like, it's just, they're diagnosing so many more people nowadays. It's like, huh, that's interesting. Now that we're looking for it, and we're not actively trying to suppress it, we're finding it. Who would have thunk? Left-handed person who has a long history of left-handed people being forced into being right-handed, that suddenly, once we stopped oppressing that behavior, we got a lot more left-handed people. Who would have imagined? When you look for something, you find it sometimes. Autistic people are overrepresented scientists. Therefore, autism causes vaccines. That's fair. The best trend to move towards is not label things in a way that separate them, but have them be inclusive. People just think of things differently. Yeah, well, that's the reason why I personally feel like the neurodivergent label is actually a relatively good one, because neurodivergent as a term literally means thinks different. It doesn't say like thinks bad or anything like that, or it's not labeled broadly as like a disability. For respects of how the law implements it, you have the protections of someone who has a disability here in the US. But it's kind of one of those things that we use that just kind of as an approach, because like a lot of people deal with neurodivergent conditions when you go into like a traditional school setup, which is bad, ignoring all this other stuff. Which we've had that conversation about. Punishment-based learning is the least effective form of learning, closely followed by reward-based learning. Reward-based learning is the second worst type of learning, and they both have the same fundamental problem. And the same fundamental problem is when you make learning transactional, in the time that you remove the punishment or the benefit of learning, once you've started to turn it into a transaction, the person will stop doing it. Like they've got case studies and all that where they've had like, kids playing at a playground and, someone comes by and goes, hey, well, you're having fun. Here, I'll give you $1. I'll give you $1 for playing on the playground. And, the kid wanted to play on the playground. That's what they were doing anyways. The kid's like, cool, I got $1. And they do it for a while, and then they eventually go, well, I don't have the money to give you the $1 anymore. And then the kids ends up not playing on the playground because they're no longer being compensated for it, even though it had been the thing they wanted to do in the first place. But because it effectively became a monetary thing, whatever, it changes kind of the algebra around it in their mind, that now without compensation, they're not going to do it. And that, again, can be both punishment or reward. So you could say, hey, if you don't play on the playground, you're going to get a little slap in the fanny. Well, what ends up happening is the moment you're not over... No, actually, cancel that. Tear down that wall. Like playing video games and then streaming is another fun example. So I would say there's a difference with there. If you get to the point in streaming where you are making your decisions purely on the business aspect, it can very rapidly devolve. Because it is easy for people to, especially if they're like that one game channel and they can't break out of that game, that once they start getting tired of that game, like it can very easily like ruin gaming for them entirely over time. No, it's fine. I'll make him out of granite. We'll hit them with paint later so they don't look weird. Oh, one thing I got 2 things we need to do. 1, there's your recreation schedule. 2, let's draw that name finally. Alright, so welcome to the colony. Parax. Oh, I put an I instead of an A. And then finally, let's talk to you about your heresy. Your niece won't stop harassing you to take her to the park/playground. She is 10, so you can go every Saturday after I make her French toast. Love heart cutouts. Yeah. Do pawns slow down when walking over shelves? Yes, but only when they go on and off the shelf, not while they're already on the shelf. There's like the idea that you're walking onto the furniture, and once you're on the furniture, you're clear. So, like, if you wanted to slow something down, I could put, like, a path that's, like, chair, 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 chair. But if I made it chairs constantly the whole way, I'd take just 1 penalty to movement here, and then it would go away after that. Like, if you're making a decision not to play a game off stream because you know it'll be good content, but then never actually getting to enjoy the game, you've done that with some games when you were streaming more regularly. Yeah, no, that's absolutely a thing. Absolutely can very much be a thing. Like, if there's a game that you want to play... Actually, you know what? Cancel those. Cancel that. We'll set that to deconstruct. I'm not even staying here. What are we doing? Get the hell off this tile. Move on. This is just a way station. I think the biggest problem is people don't know what they want. I mean, that is a thing. Let's see, you only pay your nephews and nieces after they're 18 for their birthdays? Yeah, no, but that was, to circle back to my comment, those who don't know, as part of my background, I have some background in education theory, as well as development psychology. I didn't minor or master's or anything in those, I didn't go quite that far with it, but, like, that was something I have experience in. I did a lot of education theory, both as I'm a former college instructor, as well as when I developed courses later on for... It wasn't for degrees or whatever, it's for, like, you're a software developer, you learned Java, and the boss comes in and says, well, we acquired this project, it's in C#, and I need you to take it over. Okay, well, you need to learn C#. So I would author courses for stuff like that. And so we got into a lot of, like, education theory about, you know, we weren't worried about fitting some, like, restrictive bureaucracy or whatever, or, like, some formula or whatever that was pre-existing to accommodate whatever, you know, rules and all that we had. I'm gonna park you right... right there. So we weren't trying to work on any of that side of things. Goodbye, bear. Yes, we got rid of the bear by landing the ship on its head. Let's see what else we want. We're already... We'll put more con down. You wonder if that works in Clanfolk? Does Clanfolk have the idea of a ship landing? Because that'd be news to me. Alright. No, but they have bears? Alright. Yep, so Karakir is going to be learning. So their first stage up is not going to be great. How much longer do you have in there? Yeah, so you're going to only have about 1.5 years to work towards their first stage up. We can probably get it mostly okay. Alright, well right now I already see that we've got a Timberwolf basically waiting right outside the door for us. There we go. Deal with that right away. Alright, so rearranging this to be able to fit more in there. Okay. Okay, we do have a cook. I was trying to remember who our cook was. I'm Canada, have you let me forgot you because you got to go to the store? Yeah. Yeah, we've gone to the store at this point, but this past week was one of those weeks where it's like, you kept meaning to get to the store, it just kept not quite happening. There's just something always came up. You know, I'll tell you to mine the steel down there. We don't need too much steel. I'm gonna check what type of stone do I have in this tile. Granite and slate. Alright, so I am making granite shelves. That's fine. Gonna be restocking a little bit. We're gonna keep things going on our people here. You're upset because your baby is crying. That's reasonable and fair. Yeah, I've only got 20 power to spare in the power grid. The good news is we are working through this. With the microelectronics, we can get standard GravTech. Ideally, I'd like to get the advanced GravTech, because the GravCore power cells are amazing. I know we're going to want the machining tape. Well, actually, we'll build the drug lab first. I mean, granted, I'm barely going to be able to use the drug lab at all. And the reason I'm barely going to be able to use it at all is because where am I going to get my Nutrimine from? I got like 10. Okay, we're going to shift those around a little bit. So you're just hoping for complex furniture, because if we can get the complex furniture in here, I can put the tailoring bench. We can finally get out of whatever clothes we can cannibalize off of people who survive attacking us. Alright. Yeah, canned ravioli's not bad. Low-key, I've been enjoying, we've been getting, like, me and Toom have been doing a lot of days where we get, like, a can of soup, like, each. And then some, like, I'm calling it fancy cheese. It's really not fancy cheese. It's just, like, you go to your grocery store, and they'll have, like, the deli where you have, like, your just regular old Swiss or whatever. But then they have, like, this shelf, and it'll be like, oh, well, this is onion whatever cheese, and that's, you know, garlic whatever cheese, and that's, you know, red wine whatever cheese. Like, they're, you know, they're a bit nicer. Well, not going like full bouge. And so it's been a lot of those kind of meals and all that. But like getting just like a can of like chicken gumbo has been really, really nice to deal with that. I do really enjoy a good gumbo. I've mentioned it a few times. Generally when someone's like, oh, what's your favorite food? If someone like tries to pin me down and be like, what is your favorite food? Typically I will say Mexican food. But it's kind of a realization I made last year when me and Toom went to Disneyland while we were over there for TwitchCon. That like, while overall I will go after Mexican food the most, and this is including both authentic and Tex-Mex, I've certainly had once or twice where it's like, oh, this is like actually kind of crap Mexican food, and I have never once ever had Cajun or Creole food that I did not only like, but like just absolutely really enjoyed. And like, maybe that's my favorite, because I have yet to have anything but a great experience with that food. Whereas Mexican, it's like 99.9% of the time it's good, but every once in a while you'll get like just a sad taco. It's just like, it's just a very plain taco, and you're like, okay, it's kind of like, it's still fine. It's just disappointing. Or you'll go to New Zealand and you'll look at a taco and it goes, it comes with mayonnaise. And you kind of go, what? Or I think I shared with the chat that we had one of the food trucks at TwitchCon Rotterdam had Mexican food at it. What was it? It was like coleslaw. Oh man. It was like coleslaw, cucumber. It was like one of those things where it's just like, may I want a taco? Yep, that was in New Zealand. And it wasn't like, so like, I get it. When you're getting a fish taco, I understand. A lot of times fish tacos will put mayonnaise on there. Not my preference, but specifically for seafood tacos, that is a thing that does happen. But we were talking, this is like beef and chicken and pork with mayonnaise on a taco. And like no salsa, and you're like, hold up, hang on. Pause. Sounds closer to a gyro? Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, it didn't have like a yogurt sauce order, but yeah. Alright, so we made our ethics statue, which I don't know where it went. There you are. So we can put that in there so we stop whining about not having their statue. And then 30 seconds later, they'll be like, oh, there it is. The 4 columns. We could delete the wedding spot. We could delete the party spot. I'm going to move the meditation spot. And structure, columns. I don't have thing. But the Great British Bake Off, if you don't know, their Mexican food episode was horrifying for those unaware. It's enough that Tomb told me about it. Like, that they just made a bunch of stuff that, like, not even... It's not one of those things that's, like, lost in translation. It's like, no, man. No, what you're doing here is just... is not okay. But yeah, that was when we were leaving New Zealand a couple years back. It was just one of those things. We went, we saw like a Mexican place. It's the only Mexican place we had seen the whole time. Like, oh, cool. I would like to see New Zealand's take on Mexican food. I was not prepared for what that was. We did not get that food. I saw that everything came with mayo and I was like, hold the hell up. What? Mexican cafe is good. Where did you go? Oh, I couldn't tell you the name of the place. I don't know things. Did you visit the Hobbit Village when you were in New Zealand? Yes. The only thing we really wanted to do that did not happen while we were in New Zealand is we wanted to go to the glowworm caves. Unfortunately, we got COVID while we were there. So, the first half of the trip, we got to, you know, do a whole bunch of fun stuff and all that. And then the second half, we basically stayed in isolation in our hotel room, getting room service, because we were both sick. Like, we were trying to do the right thing, even though we're on vacation, and being like, hey, you know, we know, like, we didn't get a test for COVID, but we were at a convention that right after the convention, a whole lot of people started testing positive with the exact same symptoms I had. And it's just like, well, I think it's safe to put 2 and 2 together here. If you went to a place where everyone got something and you have the same symptoms, you probably got it. Let's see, Mexican Cafe is across the Sky Tower. Gotcha. Yeah, we went to the Sky Tower. I don't remember seeing the place you're talking about. But also, like, we weren't looking for Mexican food at any point. We just happened to be, like, going towards the airport and all that kind of stuff. And we're like, all right, we got some time to kill, and we saw a Mexican place there. So it was probably a very subpar one. COVID is a, that's a pity. The, Waitomo glow caves are beautiful. Yeah, that was the one big letdown, because we weren't just going. We were going to do, like, a regular tour, but they're all booked up. So we were going to do as, like, a white water rafting kind of thing, or tubing or whatever in there. And with both of us, like, having COVID, it's like, okay, it'd already be irresponsible enough to be, like, clearly contagious around a bunch of other people. But then on top of it, well, it's, you know, kind of hard to breathe doing strenuous physical labor. It's like, yeah, we're not good for it. As much as I want to, it's just not, it's not the right call. You want to visit the Hobbit Village one day? It was cool. Like, don't get me wrong. I enjoy Lords of the Rings and the Hobbit and all that. I wouldn't say I'm, like, a big fan. Like, I don't know, like, all the lore. Like, I enjoyed the movies, but I haven't read the books. It's just not a thing. Like, to me, it's a very fun universe, but it's not a universe I'm, like, super into. Fantasy, I enjoy fantasy. I like sci-fi / sci-fantasy more. With kind of a weird twist that I've gotten really into a lit RPG recently, which is definitely, the way I would describe lit RPG for people who aren't into it is it's basically fantasy, but instead of arbitrarily this person can throw fireballs and they just go, oh, I'm tired. They have, like, numbers to justify it. Like, they use game mechanic kind of things to explain it. So it's just basically like adding a game layer onto fantasy. It is a niche, it is a genre you gotta be careful about, because it is a genre that has a whole lot of garbage in it. There is a lot of very, very, very low effort. Very low effort stuff there. Okay, so you're gonna be a little bit longer in that crib. It's like a 65% chance of a positive result. That's fine. Fun fact, you're actually named after one of the characters from Lord of the Ring. It's Gollum, isn't it? I know. It's sorry, man. Look, some parents are just into weird things. Me and Tomb have done that thing, like, every once in a while, like, there'll be someone who'll be like, and it was unforgettable. Excellent. That gave us 4 points. Some parents just need their Gollum-ussy. Blah. So, you prefer hard magic system personally? You can go for both. It really depends on the writer. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I could definitely go for either or. It's just kind of fun to have, like, the game mechanic thing. Even though the explanations for a lot of times, it's the same between the ones. Like, it is such a cop-out in so much fantasy where it's like, I should have died, but I didn't accept it. And, like, death just doesn't happen. I also appreciate that more books are going against that trend, where it's like, you know, the person clearly has the will, but the body is just done. Because it is it is very much a power fantasy that with enough will you can overcome literally anything. And it's like, okay, but no, really you can't. There's a certain point where the body stops bodying, and there is no amount of will that is going to make that better. I can't remember. Does that make this qualify as a barracks instead of a room? No. Okay. I was trying to remember if the crib inclusion counted towards the bed or not, because I remember there was a couple weird things with cribs that could change the way a room was classified. Like, that's also another big criticism I will have of the lit RPG genre, is there are a lot of books in the lit RPG genre that are kind of power fantasies, but they get into the kind of not the good place of power fantasies. The moment you understood the weakness of your flesh, it disgusted you. I crave strength to certain steel. Royal bedrooms do not allow cribs. Yeah, it's like royal bedrooms don't. It was something else like your rec rooms. There's another room that if you have, or maybe it's the hospital, that if you have a crib in there, it stops counting. But yeah, no, there's a lot of lit RPG books that the power fantasy gets to be a little not great. Where like the person becomes powerful and all the women start swooning over them. It's just like, oh no, it's one of these. Or like that they can go up to anyone and just talk smack and it just works out for them and all that. And there's definitely those ones you're like, okay, hang on, man. We need to calm this down a little bit. I'm excited for lit RPG in this one. I'm excited for Dungeon Crawler Carl. I'm curious to see how this TV series goes for them. I think it was on Netflix. That's coming out. Dungeon Crawler Carl has kind of been like the breakaway lit RPG book that has like gotten kind of mainstream attention. Even though it's pretty effed up. We'll avoid any spoilers. I will simply say the AI gets pretty effed up. I'm here for it, but it is cursed. Did you read the books? Yes, I'm all caught up on all the Dungeon Crawler Carl books. And when I say read the books, I read the audiobooks. Because, no, seriously, the audiobooks are extremely well done. Like, that's... I also have been a fan of He Who Fights with Monsters. Now, He Who Fights with Monsters is a far more divisive series. Yeah, no, absolutely. 100%. When it comes for the purpose of enjoying stories, absolutely audiobooks count as reading. When it comes to the skill of reading and reading comprehension, not in that case, but that's a different animal. For consumption of literature and all that, audiobooks are fine. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You have the first book, you haven't started yet. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I am a big fan of Dungeon Crawler Carl. It's definitely one of those ones, like, the first book or two is like, okay, I'm enjoying this, but like I'm not really sure where this is going. And then as it gets going, like you're like, alright. Let's see. You're so hyped for the coming We Back on Earth? Oh yeah. For He Who Fights with Monsters, for the Return to Earth, yes. Yeah, He Who Fights with Monsters is also good. Yeah, He Who Fights with Monsters, like I said, that is one that is a lot more polarizing. You either love the main character or you cannot stand the main character. And there's very little in between there. It's just kind of the way it is with that particular series. You move it up on your to-be-read list? Yeah, no, absolutely. But yeah, and so, like, just to give you an idea of why people find the book, like, a very love-hate, is the main character is very arrogant. But also, the book does delve into, like, the main character, as the title Who implies. You've probably heard the saying, you know, he who fights with monsters should be careful to not become that which they fought, or whatever it is. And so you can guess kind of like the main overarching thing of what's going on in the game, you know, in the book, is that as the main character is getting more and more and more powerful and all that, he's having difficulty with, like, you know, coming to terms with who he is and all that. So I'm hoping here... If you stand in the back so King can get clear the quickest. Alright. I'll have you two quickly hunt those so I don't get back up. Well, one. The Path of Ascension is another good audiobook. I haven't gone into Path of Ascension. Why does everyone get scratched in the eye? Could you please stop getting your eyes scratched? It's really not helping me. One day I'll have bionic eyes as an option, and then all of this will get easier. But once again, we've got a scratched eye. But yeah, so it's definitely one of those ones, like, for some people, the arrogance of Jason Asano, the main character of He Who Fights with Monster, like, can be very off-putting. And then for others, it can actually be the, one second. There. So I take the rod corpses away. The other one, like, you know, effectively the main character dealing with stuff akin to, like, PTSD kind of things. People are like, oh, it's getting all up in the feels and all that. So it could definitely be one that you either like it or you really don't. Is it arrogance or confidence? People confuse the two. I would say it's arrogance because it's unearned confidence. It's very much often a guise. Even the main character calls it arrogance at times. Yeah, I haven't read Path of Ascension. I've seen that a lot of times. Primal Hunter, I gave Primal Hunter a lot of tries. Like, I listened to a lot of the books, and I just couldn't get past the main character. Primal Hunter, he does a lot of stuff where he's like, but I'm gonna hunt all of these things and, like, genocide this animal or whatever. Hi.
Who's the boy that I love the most out of all the boys?
I assume me.
You know it's you.
Yeah. But, like, you know, because, like, in Primal Hunter, like, he murders people. He's just like, I feel so strong. And it's just like, okay, wait. Hold the hell up, Satan. Hang on. So, Primal Hunter was definitely one of those ones I just couldn't get on board with. I actually put Primal Hunter in kind of part of the, like, the negative power fantasy side of things. I do like his relationship with, I can't remember the snake god, whatever his thing. I do like that interaction between the two of them. I think that's really good. But for a character that's presented arguably as the hero of the book, and, like, the stuff he does, but it's okay because it's a different world, I just can't. Like, it's one thing, there's been a book or two, I couldn't tell you the name off the top of my head, that you followed the villain instead of the hero. And yeah, the villain was doing awful things. But you're like, yeah, it's the villain. That's what they do. They don't give you the guise that this is a sympathetic character. This person sucks. So EM Dynamo. Well, I don't have EMP. I have a smoke pack backpack, but that's not really gonna cut it here. We'll sit on that. But yeah, so like that was one I really just couldn't get into. And like, I got like 7 books into it or something like that, and it's just like, man, I need to stop. Like, I keep waiting for that character growth for me to be okay with the character. It's like, no, this is just what the series is. Okay, get out of here. Which it's been interesting because I've also listened to Azarin Healer, and in a lot of ways she does the similar thing of just she goes to place and kills everything. But weirdly, it's very different in her case, and I think it's just the disposition behind it. That like Primal Hunter is just very like over the top, like, you know, I'm going to kill everything and be like this best hunter ever. And like, I think it's honestly the fact that like when he kills people, he doesn't really feel remorse or whatever. Yeah, it's definitely a power fantasy romp of just number get bigger. Like I would definitely say the story in Azarin Healer is a lot weaker, but like for just big number get bigger and more ridiculous, it definitely has that power tripping going on. I think a big part of it's like the motivation of the characters. Like a lot of the ones, it's like I need to be stronger to do better by others. I need to be stronger because everyone's like constantly stepping on me. I need to be stronger like for what you could argue are altruistic reasons, but you know, maybe the way they're going about it ain't great. Versus, you know, I need the next thrill. And it's like, oh, okay, wait a second. The next thrill of killing things, hang on. Hold up. That's not a good reason to go into an area and wipe out an entire species of animals just because. Calamitous Bob was an interesting take on the Isekai reincarnation fantasy. I haven't done that one. One of the ones I've had mixed feelings about is there's a book series called You Are Summoned. And I like it overall. It's definitely got its good and its bad. I would definitely say the performance on the audiobook isn't quite as good as some of the others, like the person doing the work. It's not bad though. That's definitely one of those ones, like, if someone's like, do you recommend it? It's like, I wouldn't discourage you from reading it, but, like, would I recommend it? I don't know. Between the Dragon Eye Moons? I don't know that one either. Like, that's the thing. For those who don't know, this genre that is lit RPG is, like, really been blowing up. It's, the quality of writing isn't necessarily as good as a lot of them. Part of the appeal is, one, if you're into games, it's all very game themed. If you watch series like Sword Art Online, it's that but a book. You know, or there's a bunch of TV series at this point you can pull from that are very much in that vein. But they tend to be very fast turnaround books that like you get the next one in the series very rapidly. One of the negatives is some of the writing isn't quite as polished and all that stuff. A lot of these series seem to prove one thing: morals are hard. I mean, I wouldn't even agree to that. Like, there's definitely a power fantasy side of things where it can be kind of empowering to, you know, basically a lot of the times the person will do what's best, you know, best, even if they're doing so, you know, in a way that is not good. And the better series tend to do a good job of, like, the person will just unilaterally decide, well, this is best, I'm going to do it anyways. You know, and then it blows up in their face because maybe it wasn't. There was a reason it was being done the other way. Again, that's the things I kind of like with He Who Fights with Monsters. Is the main character comes to the realization that, like, hey, you know, I've got my views and all that, but if I just kind of unilaterally put these on other people, it's not it's not gonna work out. Like, it's gonna be bad. Like, while well-intentioned. You treat most of what you read as serial publication since the writers don't have traditional book breaks? Yeah. Well, that's very much the way it is. You gotta be willing to, like, have a little, oh, come on. A little patience for some writing snafu, some quality issues and all that. There's definitely ones that do a much better job versus worse job. Like, I would say Dungeon Crawler Carl sets a pretty high bar for the quality. Whereas, like, ones like You Are Summoned, not as good. I don't remember. There was another one where there was a tower that the whole thing was they were climbing levels on the tower. And I remember reading that one for like 2 books, and I was like, this is really badly written. Like, it was one I had to kind of just stop and be like, nah, man, this is rough. Like, I'm having problems really getting into the characters. Yeah. Oh no, and I'd say Dungeon Crawler Carl is a good one to start off with Lit RPG. Because I feel like it works. None of this is going to be spoilers. Literally the back of the book says it's on a game show. But like, because of the frame of reference and how they end up in the game world or whatever you want to call it, it makes sense. Versus a lot of Lit RPG is just something happened, you got teleported to another universe, game mechanics are real. Which is weird. And they all have their own way they try to explain it and all that. And some do a good job, and some of them it's one of the weaker points. And some of them will just, like, literally lift existing, RPG approaches and just move that forward. Which is actually what things I would say He Who Fights with Monsters does well. Is they don't just, like, lift the existing, like, you do thing X levels or whatever mechanic or whatever that you see in a lot of existing stuff. They've got this whole idea behind essences and how they combine and all that. And it's honestly, after seeing this, like, man, I want a game that actually works in that way. It wouldn't be a good game, which is why it shouldn't be a game. But, like, this idea that as the person, you can combine things together and you get this outcome, and then everything you get is based on that decision. Yeah, no, it's very much like I said. It's mostly like fantasy. Sometimes it'll be like sci fantasy or whatever, but it's mostly fantasy. But like someone kind of framed it around game mechanics to like explain the magic, and they all have different approaches in how they do that. Chrysalis is another really good book series in Lit RPG. That one's a fun one because you're effectively following a monster. But, like, a monster who's not a bad person. At least not trying to be. Let's see, Tao Wong is a decent system. Apocalypse Lit RPG series. He also has a decent Cultivation series. That isn't really Lit RPG. Interesting. Tao Wong. I'll need to go through here. Like, I go through these books. It's actually interesting to me. I'm not someone who normally goes back and, like, rereads a book or rewatches a movie very often. It's not never happened, but usually I'm a one and done, unless I'm, like, sharing it with someone else. So, like, I've seen Star Wars a number of times because I'll have a buddy who's like, oh yeah, I've never seen one of these movies. It's like, all right, well, let's sit down and watch a few. See if you like it, and if more, we can watch more. If not, that's fine too. So, I've rewatched some of the Star Wars movies a good couple of times, to share it with different people and all that. But broadly speaking, most of the time I'll watch a movie and be done with it. But yeah, some of the Lit RPG series, it's one of those things that some of them do a really good job of foreshadowing stuff. Before they get to the point that they've clearly escaped what they had planned at the beginning. But they can do some good foreshadowing, or there's details that you'll miss that, like, on the second listen or second read or whatever. You'd be like, oh, okay. Like, there's a reason this happened that was, like, not necessarily as clear because I missed this detail the first time around. It's like if you've ever seen, there's a movie called Memento. That it's one of those movies the first time through, it's a very confusing experience, but enjoyable. But then the second time you watch, where you know how the whole thing plays out, and you kind of see how everything fits together, and you're like, oh man. Memento is an effed up movie. Memento is a properly effed up movie. I won't spoil the movie, but, like, the way the movie plays its scenes, it'll play a scene, and it'll play the scene that happened before that scene, and then the scene that happened before that scene. So it kind of walks you back, like, here's what happened, and it kind of walks you back so you can figure out why. And I won't spoil it. But, it's an effed up movie. The premise, again, like the back of the box thing is, this person's wife is killed and everything, and he's struck in the head when it happens, and he can't form long-term memories, so he has just short-term. And so he, like, tattoos all over himself, like, you know, like, he keeps notes and tattoos and all that so he can try and remember, because he's trying to, you know, get the person who, you know, ruined his life and killed his wife and everything. And yeah, it's a good movie. It's also a very effed up movie. There's a lot of really good scenes, and we won't let's spoil any of them. Okay, so we got all the wood we can possibly need. We're running through here. Which one? Memento. Yes, I don't have enough jade to make anything nice. Because I need to make columns in here. Oh yeah, so good indeed. Yeah, it's an excellent movie. Did you play Cataclysma before? No, I got a hold of it with the intent of playing, it just didn't happen. Is the classic, too many games, not enough time. Like, it wasn't a deliberate decision to or play it or not play it, it just didn't have the opportunity. Yeah, so we're going to be heading down here, so we've got the Mechanoid Relay, that'll be rough, and the Ancient Stockpile. Both of those are likely going to be fighting Mechanoids. We don't have a shield belt, we don't have EMP, we don't have that. We are getting flak armor that we're piecemealing away from all the raids we're fighting. But not truly in that great of a spot. I'm gonna drop that. That's a lot of reputation, so it's very tempting. Well, actually, that's just an EMI dynamo. Yeah, so what we could do is we can accept this when we go to leave, get our 48 rep, and just leave. Yeah, this volcanic winter is just ruining our ability to get food here. We're fine though. I'm making lots of packaged meals now. We'll end up needing to leave here not super long, but that's fine. One thing we ought to do... The people have nothing better to do. Hunt. There's a lake up there, but that's pretty close to the edge of the map and far away. It'd be easier for someone to get a raid behind them and die. And you're starting to have your flak armor that you stole wear out. Taking penalties for it. Okay. So your character's favorite color, it's kind of a purple. It's like almost a bluish purple. Dark mauve is what it calls that color. Which I do not believe is a color they actually list here. Yeah, so you get the closest we can get, which is just deep purple. Then Sentient Cookie as like light, they call that light purple, that's like neon pink, but okay. Which there's nothing, like there's only one color even in the pink range here at all, which is red pastel. It's low-key one of those things that probably shouldn't bother me in the game, but really does. Is that very gently when it comes to the colors of stuff here. You have light orange. When it comes to the colors in here, none of the colors line up between their favorite colors that they have on the character and they paint their clothes. Alright, so you also have dark mauve, because of course you do. But that inconsistency bothers me, because I like the idea of like they paint their rooms their favorite color. Does it matter? No. But it is a weirdly annoying thing. So you've got red. And they don't get a mood bonus or anything, but it's just a way of like painting up the rooms for each of the pawns to have like not make the whole base uniform just one color and everything just bland and, you know, gray and whatnot. You made an app based on the XKCD color database. It'd also be interesting if they let us just like take the colors off the pawns or whatever. I'm sure there's mods to do it because there's always mods to do it. Alright, well, I didn't want to do this way, but for right now, just so I don't get the mood penalty, we're going to go ahead and make some slate columns. Slate's not a great choice for columns, it's dull looking or whatever. But they're going to keep crying that it's disrespected until we get those columns there and we get those floors finished. Oh yeah, actually, if we have to wait on the floor, it's fine. I can always replace the columns with a better material later. Honestly, with this volcanic winter, we're probably better off just leaving this tile. None of this is going to grow. So, my entire reason for hanging out here was to resupply food and all that. It's just not going to happen. 1 second. Quest. Cancel this. Oh, are you going to require me to actually kill it? Nah, in that case, we're just going to leave. Psychic Droner. That person's probably going to die. Because the macaws are going to be super fast. So what are you bringing to the table? Psychically dull, very neurotic, You can be a melee pawn. We can do it. Did I close this queue earlier? Okay, so work. I didn't assign your roles yet. So you can mine really well, so let's take Cookie off of that. Do I have any melee weapons in here anywhere? I don't believe so. Alright. So, this person is probably going to die. They're only being chased by macaws. Oh, never mind. They're not. Oh, that's fine. Alright, well, in this case, you're going to be our melee pawn. Welcome aboard. So we're going to start a queue. If you want to be our brand new, psychically dull, very neurotic melee pawn, you're going to probably mine. Oh, there is a melee weapon in here. You're going to do the thing where you stab stuff a lot. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and get out of here. We got Psychic Droner, we've got a Volcanic Winter, and we've got EMI all here. And there's nothing I'm going to be able to do that's worthwhile on that tile. So we're trying to get our way over there. Let's go more to the west than to the south. So we can avoid the high elevation, colder tiles. Oh, there's a ruin I could have gone right there. It's fine. Okay. So what do we have on this tile? We have marble, limestone, and granite. End up replacing those. We'll worry about that later. I was going to go here and go zoning. You're allowed to fish. Zoning. We have a dumping stockpile that will accept everything but human corpses in that. Put down some heal root. Put down some strawberries just because. Okay. Actually, don't worry about the dye on this tile. Alright, so what is your ideology that you were instantly pissed off? Raider. Let me guess. No conquest recently, you're in serious pain because your left arm has a scar. Cool, man. And then the other reason is because you're very neurotic. So you'll work really fast, but you are going to be pretty inconsolable about a lot of things. Oh, schedule unrestrict. Get off my ship. Okay, so let's see who our brand new melee pawn is going to be. You already have a pawn, so we're going to draw again. There we go. Palatine. Yeah, so Mgal, you're already in the colony, so that's the reason we skipped you. You're back here doing your research. You're our moral guide. And we can tell you can hunt anything on the map that isn't a porcupine. Okay, so hopefully with the crafting and all that, we will get some marble done. Keep getting these rooms all nice and all that. So slowly things are getting better and better. We got a melee pawn back in the team. We're starting to actually build out our numbers quite a bit more. Start chucking all those bolt actions out of here. We're not using them, so welcome to the ground. Alright. Get those out of there. Yeah, because we can't trade anyone, anything I don't need just gets chucked on the ground outside. It gets left behind. Alright, so we get prosthetics, complex clothing, and megalos and labor. There's like a 2% chance that this ends in tragedy. Healthy baby. So we're going to open up the queue again, where if you would like to be a Goo Goo Gaga baby in the colony, almost certainly going to have a wonderful and healthy life with no complications that will result in certain death. Definitely not. We can get that all sorted. We'll let that go for a minute and then we'll get you named. Oh, also before I forget, ores, none. Plasteel, none. Honestly, let's not worry about going that far. We'll grab the stuff that's convenient for us. We'll leave the rest. There's an ancient danger there, so we can actually pop an ancient danger for once. Maybe get some proper goodies out of there. Alright. Alright, so let's go ahead and get that baby named, and the baby will be Apple Lords. Welcome to the colony. Go grab your guns so you're re-equipped. Major break risk on our new person who just all of its negatives because of ideology stuff. Just gonna have to work on converting them. Yeah, and our power is right on the edge of what it can handle. I don't want to build a second generator if I don't have to. I'd rather either A, pursue going right for the grav ship ones, or see if we can't get a hold of like an unstable power core, vanometric power, anything of that nature. It's going to be pretty unlikely on stuff like vanometric power. That's going to mostly depend on having one of the factions offer me it as a reward. And unfortunately, because they all hate my guts except the Empire, that doesn't really open up much room for it. Broadly speaking, we are getting a bunch of them to have okay standings. Obviously, all the ones that get a strong predisposition to being hostile, we've not brought them back up as much. Once I can get them neutral where we're able to trade and get quests from them, it'll get easier to maintain those relationships. Or if I get drop pods, once I get drop pods, I could just overproduce stuff and just start drop podding them over to people. Alright. But researching complex clothing, which will be great, because once we get complex clothing, I can finally start, you know, getting our people out of tribal wear, and, you know, get them hats and masks and all that stuff, which all can help. I didn't see it go from getting the Ancient Danger. There it is. The Ancient Danger always poses a certain amount of risk because you don't know what's going to be inside of there. There are tricks that you can do to peek inside. Which one of those tricks is right here? We're gonna have you take apart that wall. And because it's an interior wall, it'll let us peek inside. Should have left that alone. Really should have left that alone. Okay, schedule everyone in the ship. We do have to fight it. We can't leave yet. Oh, they've de-aggroed. Puts the wall back up. It's just like, yeah, we'll just put that away real fast. So they soften the wall up a lot, so if we run into a threat that's actually a problem, I can poke that spot of wall and run for the hills, and let our enemies deal with each other. So, like, for example, if we take a quest that's going to send a pretty significant, like, Manhunter pack or whatever, then we can just pop that when the Manhunter pack is right about to show up and just run for the ship. Because we got a mining thing in there, a Psychic Soothe Pulsar, a Biomutation Pulsar, and then there's 6. I was kind of hoping they'd end up hitting one of these, and whatever was in there would pop out and deal with each other. The mechs would absolutely murder them, but still. Yeah, we can choose to just leave that alone. With an EMP, this would be no problem. I could line my people up over here, EMP. Those 3 we could shred no problem, and I'd just tie up the centipede in melee. Like, you could lose a limb or whatever if you get unlucky. But overall, should hold up pretty well. Okay, like, 2 more conversations. Transport pod crash. Okay, so we've got a fast learner who's incapable of violence, cooking, intellectual, or art, so you can craft. That's all you can do is craft, I understand. So we're going to set you for prisoner. And I believe this is going to be a catch and release kind of situation. Because we don't want our population to go up too fast. Your fridge is going to be totally papered over from the kit art. I don't have a fridge. Alright, complex clothing. That's been a long time coming, so let's go here. How did you get inside my... Alright. Oh, RimWorld. Always and forever. Hold the door open and cause things. Growth moment for Baghdad Bob. Congratulations, you're no longer a toddler. Or sorry, you're no longer an infant, you're now a toddler. And your first order of business is to collect a firearm, which that bolt action there might be what you're getting. And those are good bolt actions, so go grab one of those. Okay, hang on. So for right now, clear that of everything. And for the love of everything, get that bolt action off of the shelf from the prisoner's room. There we go. That's all I need, is I need them to not put a gun in there with the prisoner. Why did you go hostile again? Alright, everyone back off. Back off. Do it now. Run, run, run. Leafy Pew, you too. Run, run, run. Get in here. Oh, Carrix, why are you all by yourself? I don't see the pike. Oh, they're underneath you. Oh, the small child all by themselves. Okay, you did your job. Get back in. So the Scorcher's dealt with. So what we'd like to do is see if we can't... Alright, so it's coming after Carrick's. They're coming after Carrick's. What we'd really like to do here... this is going to be messy. Because I wanted to get the pikeman. Pikeman, that's stressful. I want to see if I get the pikemen separate out. Oh. Who's pissed off? You're pissed off? All of you except for Carrick's, undraft permit, do your self-care. Alright, I need you to take an extra second here. I need you to dawdle. Excellent. Run. I don't care about that. Run, 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 run. Get in that ship. Okay, because what I want to do is I want to get the pikemen separated out. Keep running, friend. Okay, the door will close. They'll stop for just a second as they reassess their targets. Now, ideally, I fight at either the centipede by themselves and then the pikemen, or the pikemen and then the centipede. We don't want to do both at once because we don't have much armor. Come over to the door. Don't go to the wall, go for the door. Alright, grab everyone. We can make this work. Okay, so we're gonna wait for the moment that this pikeman gets around the corner. Go. Pikeman handled. Go, 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 don't let shoot. Okay. Really? Was that friendly fire? No. You literally just got hit a couple of times, and that was enough. Finish it, finish it. Get inside, get inside, get inside. Get inside. Literally just got... Oh, it's pain, because you've got that scar. The pain is high enough. Don't you do what I think you're about to do there, buddy. Leafy, get him. Okay. I'm not loving this, but we're gonna have to just go anyways. Go, 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 go. Don't wait for that door. Go, 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 go. Oh, it's coming around. This is perfect. Congratulations, Hypno. You are now the melee pawn. It sucks because you're also the person who has the stunning weapon, but there's not a whole lot of time to correct this. Get in there, and the rest of you fall in immediately. Congratulations, you're the new melee pawn. Go, 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 go. Don't let it shoot. Don't let it shoot. Okay. Alright, well that was a huge disaster. Nobody died. Alright, what's your deal? Afraid of that. You lost a leg. Okay, so Hypno did lose a leg. Oh, I made the electronic one? That's not what I wanted, but that's what it is. That sucks. Okay. Well, at least we got through it. So Hypno's back up. You're gonna go grab your bow. We did find flesh shaping. We can go ahead and grab that print. Where did your spear get to? Okay. Meanwhile, we can go here, make pants do until you have one at least 80%. Make button-down shirt. Do until you have at least one at 80%. Kids pants. One at 80%. Kid shirt. At one. At least 80%. We're going to give you a cape at least 80%. Kids parka, 80%. Bowler hat, 80%. And face masks. 80%. Okay, so that way they can start working on that. Meanwhile, go ahead and use that. Cancel the tread dress. Get rid of those. Keep the smash mech. Alright, so the challenge we're going to have here is those are 6 pods, and they can have anything in them. Good, bad, or otherwise. Now, we want those because a lot of times they're going to be carrying good kit on them. Like, you can get marine armor and a whole bunch of stuff pretty easily from those if you're lucky, where someone pops out, they're downed and well-equipped. But it is the catch of, if they all pop out and they're all hostile and they're all packing chain shotguns and assault rifles and all that, with no armor and all. Well, I mean, we've actually got okay armor, but okay. Low psychic drone is not going to help me. Okay. Mech cluster with a low psychic drone. Send caravan. There and back, except it's going to be sentient cookie. You just had your kid, so you're good right now. So you two are the ones going. Can I claim these? No, I have to open them first. We're gonna run over there because we could probably sneak in, do this thing, and run back. Tantrum, you're gonna break furniture in your room. That's fine. We've almost got you converted, so... Be fast about this. Is that the same guy as the one that got away earlier? Is what the same guy that got away the one earlier? Referring to what I mean. We didn't recapture anyone, if that's what you're asking. Ooh, those are centipede blasters. Yeah. Penalty? No. Nope, that's someone else. There you go. Go up higher, please. That's probably fine. And we outie. Alright, so Psychic Drone's down. How did you go about growing your stream? What advice did you give someone starting out? So when it came to growing the stream, there's a couple things that, there is definitely a luck factor. I'm not going to say there's not. But, like, for me, it was definitely one of those things early on. I had been streaming, like, GTRP, not for purposes of streaming. I was playing with some friends, and I started streaming so I could share the experience with them and all that. But on the other day, I was just playing, like, RimWorld and Product Zomboid. It was just kind of one of those things that I was doing challenge content in Product Zomboid. At the time, Product Zomboid was a very... Like, there was a lot of interest in the game, but almost nobody was streaming it. So I got known in that community, and then they had a major update that happened, Build 41, while, like, after I kind of got established there, that just kind of blew up the channel in a big way. But as Chronic Sniper is saying, is my biggest advice for growing your channel is very much network with other people. It's very much an all ships rise together kind of thing. If you view it as, like, highly competitive, that, like, oh no, like, that person got my viewer or whatever, one, you're going to be miserable. And two, like, there's a number of other content creators I consider, like, friends, and, you know, we're in the same circles and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, there's going to be some viewers that I recommend them to the other person, and they go there and they don't come back. And that's fine. But, like, you know, for every time that were to end up happening, I've probably gained 10 or 20 viewers that are our mutual viewers. They're not like suddenly their viewer's my viewer and they don't ever see him again. Like, I'm sure that happens a non-zero number of times, but broadly speaking, you both tend to benefit from that kind of collaboration and whatnot. And it's also the same thing, like, they might prefer the other person's content, but if in a specific day that person's playing a game they're not interested in, they might come over here instead, and vice versa. So there's a lot of that kind of stuff. Consistency is king. Consistency is incredibly important in content creation. When you're streaming, the type of content you're streaming, like, and the type of content be many different flavors. It doesn't mean you play just one game. That's one type of thing you can do consistently. It could be one theme of game. It could be one pacing of game. But, like, have something that's, like, a commonality in your content kind of thing. And, like, the schedule thing's a big one, very genuinely. If you don't have a consistent schedule, people don't know when to find you. They won't find you. As far as, like, you'll hear people's like, oh, well, you gotta be on YouTube and TikTok and, you know, X and all these. I don't necessarily agree that you need those things. Everything you do helps. It's also being willing to experiment, take chances on stuff, see how it turns out. If it doesn't work out, that's fine. Keeping in mind the viewer, like, what you're offering your viewer is very important as well. I feel like a lot of content creators kind of get in their head that, like, oh, well, if I'm having a good time, they're clearly going to have a good time. And you do need to have a good time. Like, that is the thing that does need to happen. But at the same time, it's not necessarily true. There are a lot of times that we bring up, like, games on the channel that I, as a person, really love the games, but they suck to watch. There are some games that are really, really fun to play, but from a viewer's perspective, really, really suck to watch. There's just not enough happening or whatever. Okay, so I got 2 Shamblers here. We should be able to deal with them relatively easy. Yeah. But it's kind of one of those things with content creation that very genuinely, when you're looking at, like, a lot of the content, how do I want to phrase this? When you're looking at, like I said, like, keeping the viewer in mind is always important. And what works today might not work tomorrow. What works for one person might be, like, it might be the perfect answer for them and the worst answer for you. It's just kind of one of those things. There's no hard, fast rules. There's no, like, if you do this, you will succeed. Anyone who gives you, like, that kind of a hard, like, oh yeah, if you just do this, you'll be fine. They're either horribly misrepresenting it or they're exaggerating. But yeah. What was it like? What is that? What is that you like, Rual? What is it that you like, Rual? I like a lot of games. That's one of the reasons why, like, there's been times... So I've always considered myself a variety streamer. I've always tried to have multiple games going on the channel. But there's definitely a time where, like I said, I was in the Project Zomboid category. I kind of got known in Project Zomboid as someone who did these ridiculous challenge runs and all that. And that happened around the same time that Project Zomboid started blowing up in a big way. Because it was always a game that had a pretty strong following. but there just wasn't many people making content for it on the platform. And so it was definitely a good category to be in. Well, that's kind of one of the things, is even if you do everything right, there is no guarantees you will succeed. At the same time, even if you do things wrong, there's no guarantees you won't succeed. It's just kind of one of those things, there's no hard rules around it. It's very amorphous. It's one of the things that's very hard, like, in content creation as well, is there's a lot of things out in, like, other industries that you can watch on stuff. How long did you stream before your channel blew up? Not particularly long. If you actually look at the About section, I have, like, the schedule and all that. So I streamed for a little while before I was like, this, you know, I could do something with this. And, like, one thing that benefited me is because I was streaming to a handful of friends, just that's why I started streaming. It was no intention of doing anything with the channel. There's a very difficult point in content creation about trying to, like, get off the ground. So when you're at that 1, 2, 3 viewers, it's very hard to get yourself to where you're consistently getting, like, 7, 8, 9, 10 viewers. And so most channels, like, on the platform numerically, fall in that little flavor of they can't get out of 10 average viewers just in general. Like, literally just getting that first step is the challenge. Like, the big one. And it is totally fair to be like, you know, go to your friends and be like, hey, man, can I get you to tune into my stream? Which, again, for me, it wasn't a whole thing like me trying to coerce them into doing it. It was literally, we had been curious, being like, hey, we're playing GTRP. Our experiences are completely different depending on what we see from our perspective and everything. And we were exploring that, so I had a bunch of them tuning in. So I was, like, kind of skipped almost immediately to, like, 5 to 7 average viewers. So I kind of bypassed that whole step. But it's kind of one of those things, if you can't convince, you know, 5 people to tune into your stream out of your group of friends or something else, that's an indicator that maybe there's something you got to do with your content and all that. Or there's, like, other little rules. As you sit there and you're, like, you know, streaming to 1 or 2 people, you need to treat it like there's 50 to 100 people there. Because if you wait to see when someone hops in to, like, you know, get engaged or whatever, by the time that you realize someone's there, they've already been watching for 30 seconds to a minute while you've been sitting there silently, and they've gone to do something else. There, so the crows are dealt with. Because it takes a good couple seconds for... Did you get a scratch? Oh, no, that's still your arm scratch. Because it takes a good couple seconds for that to update your viewer count. You also shouldn't take the viewer count as gospel on your browser, the one, like, down below. It's close to right, but it's not reliable. When you look at your analytics after stream, that's the number that actually matters. Which it'll usually be roughly the same as the view counter on the bottom, but like I said, the view counter on the bottom, it fluctuates a little. The silent streamers are wild. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things. You always got to keep in mind the viewer's perspective. And it's kind of one of those things, if you look at a stream and go, would I watch this? And say no to your own stream, then that's probably a good sign that maybe that's not what you should be doing. You also need to be willing to adjust, because like I said, you'll have early on, you might have redeems on your channel that are fun, people are having a great time with it, people love it, and then your channel grows, and those go from fun to being absolutely obnoxious because there's so many people able to do it now. And yeah. Let's see, you definitely, thank you for the advice. Only reason I was on the same page as you was because I remembered that you said a month or 2 ago, yeah. No, it's definitely a thing. Like, it comes up. I often make fun of the Twitch subreddit because the same questions get asked over and over again. Which, you know, what did you do to start is one of those, but that's totally fine. Like, it doesn't bother me at all, it's said here. It's like, with the subreddit, understandably, when people pop in there, and you ask the questions like, hey man, look at the other 80 times it was asked. It's the same thing. Unless you're doing something truly novel and different. And that is another thing that can be beneficial, is if you have a way of differentiating yourself that could be good. That's not necessarily critical, though. Like, obviously, if you got a pitch or something like that as the reason people watch you, that's fine. But it can be one of those things that can also be difficult, that if you're doing something too novel that it's hard for people to discover it, then, you know, you could be doing something really cool, but no one can find out about it, so it doesn't matter. What's the abbreviation mean there? No namer? The classic. If the abbreviation isn't, like, painfully obvious in the context, you might as well skip the abbreviation, since you'll be asked what the abbreviation is, therefore you actually use extra characters by using less characters. Because you're gonna have to type it out then. Because one of the big things people don't realize is that streamers spend a lot of their time repeating themselves. Oh god, yes. Absolutely, yes. If you're not someone who is comfortable answering the same question again and again and again and again and again and again, read the manual. Yeah, no, absolutely. If you're someone who can't stand having the same question asked, you will loathe streaming. And that's another thing to be aware of. It's totally fine. Like, it's totally fine to try streaming going, you know what? It's not for me. I know a lot of people who started to streaming and they're like, oh, I should like this, and then they just don't. But yeah, no, I get what you mean. I get what you read the manual. That's the reason I was confused. I was like, read the manual. Yeah, I mean, there's no manual stream. That is to be clear on, actually, no namers. There's actually, if you go into Twitch's documentation, that documentation's good. Like, there's a lot of really good stuff in there. Not just like, oh, how you configure whatever, but like there's a Twitch, like, you know, stream etiquette kind of thing there. It's really easy. You won't make enemies or something like that, but you'll get people who will get like a bad impression of you, and they won't raid you or whatever because you unintentionally make yourself come across in a very negative light. Like, you're good here, but like the person who like pops into someone's stream and is like, I'm gonna go stream now, like, that's a big faux pas if you don't have an established relationship with that person that's okay. And I'm talking like literally like, oh hey, I stream this game too. You know, the very self-promote-y side of things. And people are very smart enough to see like subtle self-promotion as well. And it's not that you can never self-promote whatever, but it's, again, have that established relationship with the other person. Because a lot of times, like, for example, you know, for like, when Ultra, for example, his friend of the channel, is hanging out here, sometimes I'll ask Ultra, it's like, oh, hey, are you streaming tonight? Or, like, you know, what are you streaming recently? Like, whatever. And it's basically an opening the door to be like, hey, you're allowed to self-promote here. Like, I know you're cool. Is it like having a 3-year-old following you around all day asking questions? No, it's not that bad. No, I don't want to paint it like that. It's like, for example, when I'm playing Project Zomboid, you have a lot of new players coming into Project Zomboid. They're going to ask you what to do about the helicopter. They're going to ask you, like, how I deal with the bodies. You know, they're going to ask you, like, new player advice, which is basically stop running. You need to stop running. Stop running. It will kill you. Stop running. Yeah, you're hesitant on asking, but you didn't want to come across... Yeah, no, it's all good. Like, the way you ask, that's fine. It can always, one of the things, if you're ever worried about that, you can always say, can I ask advice about streaming? And that gives the content creator the chance to be like, hey, I'd rather not talk about it. I don't actually know anyone in my circles that would have a problem with that. The only people I've known who've had a problem with that kind of thing are people who see this as like a zero-sum game, where like any viewer who isn't watching me, or isn't watching me, like any viewer who's watching you isn't watching me kind of thing. There are people who have that attitude. Stay far away from them. Because one, they usually burn bright and short. Because the moment whatever they're doing isn't the trendy thing and their audience starts to go someplace else, they don't come back. Because they don't have that connection to like have people kind of move around in the group. But yeah, there's certainly ones who like to talk shop, and there's certainly ones who don't like to talk shop. There are, like, especially if it gets into like money stuff, there are definitely content creators who don't want to talk about money. And I'll avoid saying like actual numbers and all that kind of stuff. But like, you know, one of the things that'll happen is every once in a while I'll have some pop in here is like, oh, these ads are so terrible, they pay nothing, how dare Twitch make us run these ads? And it's like, they pay a decent amount, like very genuinely. Like I run the minimum amount of ads required on the platform to prevent pre-rolls. And it ends up being about a third of my income on Twitch itself. So not counting sponsors or off-platform stuff, but ends up being about a third to half, give or take, all depending on the time of year. It varies wildly because, you know, if someone drops in here and drops 50 subs all at one time, they've just slammed that lever really hard one way on the math. So there's a lot of variance. But where for people, it's like, oh, but it doesn't pay anything. It's like, no, it does. But it's based on, you know, the revenue you make Twitch. You get a percentage of it. So if you're streaming to 10 people, you're making Twitch almost no money on ad revenue. So you're getting paid a decent share of almost nothing, which is almost nothing. So generally having a handful of subs will go farther for you in that case. But just the same, you know, as your audience grows and the amount you're earning Twitch grows, you're still getting the same percentage of that. We have the levers of control sometimes. I mean, you could choose pre-rolls, mid-rolls. Those are your choices. I generally discourage pre-rolls. With all my testing, I have found pre-rolls tend to have a very strong chilling effect on new viewers showing up to your channel. There is an argument to be made that depending on the category you're in, it can make a difference. Like, especially, I would definitely say especially if you are streaming something like Overwatch or something where there's kind of a round-based, it makes no sense to do pre-rolls in those. Because what you could do is the moment you get to the between rounds, you hit that add button. That way you've got that cooldown for the next hour. You can, like, line it up around your gameplay very easily. Versus, like, games like this and all that stuff. Give me those 15 minutes. It's 3 minutes is the minimum required. All the advice is greatly appreciated. Yeah, no, absolutely. As a question, do you know what type of games you're going to be streaming or are streaming or whatever? Like, just out of curiosity? Because I can... Dead by Daylight. Okay. So, last I checked that category... Let me take a peek. Because I believe that is a very saturated category. So Dead by Daylight. Yeah, so let me see if I can't get a couple of examples to give you some food for thought. That doesn't mean, like, don't do it or whatever. Everyone has their different ways of finding success. But I'll give you kind of a peek behind the curtain on some of my thought process. Alright. So let's see here. So that's 53, 25, 14. You love a lot of games, but Dead like Daylight is the one you're best at. You prefer to be a variety streamer? Yeah, being variety right from the get-go is a little tricky. Usually what'll happen is you'll start variety, and one of the games you're playing, you know, people start to notice you for, and it can be a tricky thing about not having that dominate your channel or whatever. And that's fine. But it is hard to get off the ground initially. Alright, so we got our relations adjusted. Yeah, so let me show you. This is a website called Sully Gnome. It's not, you shouldn't take it as gospel or whatever, but it's a relatively good website, so that's Sully Gnome. Here, I'll type it in chat. But I can, like, this is a good one for doing analytics. But to give you a comparison, if we change This is the Dead by Daylight category. So it's a 13.3 viewers on average per person streaming it. So, like, a lot of people play Dead by Daylight, but the viewer ratio is pretty awful. Meanwhile, we compare it against something like RimWorld here, and it's got a 33 viewer ratio. So it's actually relatively decent. And then we got Project Zomboid here, which we set to that. That's a 65.8. So what this tells me is there is a hell of a lot of viewers relative to the number of people relative to the number of people streaming it. Meanwhile, Dead by Daylight, I would actually consider a very oversaturated category. Where, as you can imagine, it's going to be really hard to grow in one that's this size. I don't have a good example here, but if we were to then look into this, and go to, like, most watched, this one's going to be too crowded to get good information out of it, but sometimes you'll see a category that seems like on the back end to have a good number here, but then you realize it's like one creator that is like gobbling up all of the viewers. That's not going to be a situation here. There's too many streamers here for this one. But like, if we go to, say, Project Zomboid might actually be a relatively good example. But sometimes you'll have like one or two channels who are like the entire audience. Those can sometimes be rough. Minecraft you're curious about? We can check Minecraft. I imagine that one's going to be a lot like Dead by Daylight, so if we switch you to English... 25, yeah, so it's actually Minecraft to be less saturated streamer to viewer than Dead by Daylight. So, like, very, very genuinely, Dead by Daylight is one of the most saturated categories on the platform. It's not the worst. Yeah, so we check Project Zomboid, and you look here, like, hours watched and all that. There's some people here who have, like, really big numbers, but very little hours. But if we go down here, you'll start noticing some of these ones that you have a lot of people taking this up. So, like, Ultra's right here. Ranks pretty high. There's Italics. I'll be on here as well. There's Sim. I haven't been playing as much as the others, so I'll be pretty far down here. Yeah, I'm at 40 right now. And that's, like, if we look at it, I did stream about 100 hours. Versus, well, actually, me and Sim have almost the same amount of hours, but Sim has a larger audience. And actually, Italics is right there with us as well. Ultra's the only one who streamed a bit more, but yeah. So you get the idea. But yeah, so it's good to actually use your data. Again, it doesn't need to be gospel. You don't have to, like, live and die by data. Like, there's, like, a gut check you do with all that. But, it is a thing to be aware that there is such thing as an oversaturated category where there are too many people streaming it relative to the number of people watching it. And the other thing to consider is when you pull up a games page on Twitch where you go, like, Dead by Daylight and you type it in, with your current audience, where do you show up? Because if you sit there and you look at those top two rows, once you're past those top two rows, you might as well not exist in that category. It's not that you can't grow there, you can, but like you will not be growing through that game search page. People looking for that game will not find you, so you'll need to lean more onto the networking side of thing or off-platform thing. The data doesn't lie. The thing to understand about data like that, it is incomplete. You can't solely depend on that data. For example, you'll see times where it looks like a game is just diving down, and what you don't realize is it's not that interest of that game has been lost. It's something happened like, it's Christmas and everyone was with their family, or it's the Super Bowl and a bunch of people were watching, you know, sports or whatever. Or, you know, there was some big world event going on, and so a whole bunch of things are going like that, or there's a mass internet outage. And you won't see that reflected in the data so far as described, but you will see the outcome of that. So it's one of those things like, the data's good to keep in mind, but you can't take it as gospel because the data is flawed and incomplete. So it is to be aware of what the data does and doesn't tell you. Lean on it, but don't live on it. Yeah, and also be more mindful of trends versus instants, especially when you're considering your own channel. It's really easy to see, like, your viewership dip. Like, you play a game and the viewership hits really bottom, and you're like, oh man, I can never play that game again. And then you play it a second time and it does really well. That said, if you play like 2 or 3 times, and it's just consistently bad, then maybe don't play that anymore. There are games that you may enjoy that just don't work on streaming. Let's see, do you find it difficult to interact/present, for lack of better work, to hundreds of strangers? No pressure to answer. You struggle with that. No, so for a lot of content creators who start on here, that is a thing they run into, that, you know, early on especially, like getting comfortable talking and socializing, getting past social anxiety, all that stuff. I didn't run into that. Keeping in mind, before I started streaming, I have a background that I used to be a college instructor. So I taught college courses, and then outside of that later on, I worked a lot in public speaking. I would go to conferences and give conference talks on a bunch of like different technology, skill sets, all that kind of stuff, soft skills, whatnot. And so I have gotten used to sitting in front of an audience of people I'm going to see like once or twice and talking to them and whatnot. And so when it came to streaming, the only thing that's different that was a little bit of a learning is when I'm in a classroom or when I'm sitting in front of an audience, you know, you're presenting some idea and you can look at the audience and you can kind of see the eyes all glaze over and you go, okay, the way I explain that didn't land, and I can back up and try a different way. When I'm staring at a computer screen where all I see is a piece of glass that's shiny up there for the camera, I get no feedback from that. Obviously, if someone says in chat who's like, I don't understand, could you explain that? That works. But like, you don't get that instant reaction to seeing what's going on, how the people are reacting to it. Like, you know, if you told a joke or whatever, did people laugh? Like, there's a delay. And as your audience gets bigger, it's a little bit easier because you're more likely to have viewers that are engaged more. Because it's something like 70 to 80% of your audience will be lurkers, which is totally fine. We do love our lurkers. It is to be aware that that is the case. So if you sit there and you got 10 people in your stream and 2 of them are talking and that's it, that's normal. 3 of them are talking, you're doing pretty good. But it's also a thing like depending on your content can also be that. I tend to have a lot of like late night content. It's very relaxed and everything, which does mean I have a higher percentage of lurkers than most channels. And so that's another thing. That site's pretty interesting. Never seen the data broken out like that. I am still pissed off. There used to be a website called StreamB. It went defunct about 2 years ago, I would guess. And oh my god, the data was wonderful on there. Like they had like all that same data, but they had way better filtering and way better organization behind it. And it really helped you kind of get like a better view of what was going on with different things versus trying to come up with your own ways of manipulating the data to see it. I was sad when just one day it just was gone. Like there's no announcement, it was there. And then it wasn't. And then like a couple days later they were like, yeah, the site's gone, it's not coming back. And it was such a letdown. And you get it. To run a website like that, they have to constantly query Twitch's APIs to collect data and do all that stuff. And that can be very, very costly. And then they have to store all that data and all the computation to calculate it all. So there's a lot of overhead. And you've got to get a pretty significant amount of revenue coming in to afford all that stuff. And it's a real hard sell, especially when a lot of content creators are not people with a whole lot of money to throw around. Because that is one thing I will warn people. If you are going into content creation with the intent of making any meaningful money, stop. No matter how low you set that bar, you're probably going to be disappointed. We're sitting at about 250 some odd viewers here tonight as the average viewership right now. Even with that much viewership, if it wasn't for the fact that my wife also worked, couldn't afford it. Like, very, very genuinely couldn't afford it. And I am very fortunate that because I have my background in college and software development and all that kind of stuff, like, my house has solar, I have a lot of things that I've done to, like, massively reduce my costs and all that. So that really helps bring my bills down. And yeah, it's things. You streamed 3 times, you had 1 person turn up each time, and you fell into the trap of trying to not talk to them and instead play the game. Because I thought that's what they wanted, to watch me play. Really, really wanted to talk to me about the game. They also said they couldn't understand me because of your accent, and I was done after that. Yeah. And thank you, Will Shipley, for gifting a sub to Sniper. I do appreciate that. So you enjoy that the tier 1 sub, Sniper. Get your advertisement free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Also things, don't be afraid to ask people to follow. I'm actually particularly bad about that. Calls to action work. They're not manipulative, they're not negative. People genuinely jump into a stream and they are just vibing, and then you raid out, and they go, holy crap, I forgot to follow that person, what was their name? And they never find their way back. Hospitality for a Stellarch. He has a friend who wants to learn about other cultures, will not work, must keep them over 30. They'll give me specialized limbs and plasteel. Or a book. Or reputation. Well, one thing I've been putting off before we do that, let's take this as a dangerous thing that I've been putting off for a while. So what I want to do is get as far back from that as we possibly can, because we don't know what's going to pop out of there. If all hell breaks loose, we could just leave. I believe Bob here has the... Oh, hey, you're just going to have to sit this one out, buddy. It's going to take him a good couple shots to land that hit. Because my choices are I can try and choke it right at the door. Or I can pop it from way back here. And I'm popping it from way back here for the strategy of, if I don't like what I see, we run away. I thought that was it. Small child. Okay, it's just one hostile. We're going for it. And meanwhile, Leafy Pew got hurt by a catfish. Alright. So orders. Allow. So you're not associated with anyone, right? Okay, so we got a beautiful ascetic who can't do skilled or dumb labor. Holy crap, no. And then we've got a jogger who can't mine and has an ambrosia addiction, a smoke leaf, so a double addict who's a jogger. It's pretty rough. So you go rescue this person. Go rescue this person. I'm not intending on keeping them. And are either of you going to be downed? No, probably not. Alright. But yeah, no, I don't mind talking shop. Like, I know some people get weird about it, or some people get uncomfortable. And there's definitely viewers who, it's not their jam, and that's fair. But I've always tried to be transparent and all that. Alright, but bear with me, because I have got to use the restroom. So I'm going to go do that, and I'll be right back, and thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. All right. And we're back. Okay. So we do have people who all need injuries dealt with. So the big thing we're dealing with right now that we got to get sorted. Rose joins. Okay, Rose, what were you? No. Get out of my colony. Oh, drop your stuff though. I'm not taking an incapable of dumb or skilled labor pawn. No. Get out of my colony. I saved your life, and that's as much as you're getting. Like, the other one, like, isn't too terrible. The big thing's gonna be these double addictions they've got going on. Those are gonna be rough. Oh, beautiful on top of that? Oh, yeah, beautiful on top of that. Why are you rescuing independent people? Because I can. There's not really more to say about it because I can. Alright, so we're not going to be able to stay here, so you can take that apart for materials. Because that's what a reasonable and ethical person does. Okay, so your right leg is destroyed. Wait, where are you going? What are you doing? Oh, don't do that. Hold up. Yeah, this one, it's however this one turns out. If she joins, we'll bring Tail along. Realistically, Tail's gonna be a really rough time. That said, I am taking your stuff. Regardless of if you join or not, I am taking your stuff. Go grab that marine armor for yourself. That way one of our melee pawns might live. Don't botch the surgery. You're a good doctor, don't botch it. Oh wait, you're not a good doctor. I don't want you doing that. The double withdrawal should cancel out. And they're bedridden, right? I don't know if they're bedridden because of all their injuries or the dependencies here. I know if one of these was Psychite or Wake Up, that would basically knock them unconscious having that. But Ambrosia and Smoke Leaf are pretty minor. And actually, they're not even in withdrawal yet. They're still on normal addiction. Okay, Tail decided to leave. I'm okay with this. Actually, let's not have you do that. Never mind, you are going to do it anyways. Royal Tribute Collector. Yeah, so I have to wait for you to fully recover, and then we'll try to install a peg leg again for you. I can make prosthetic legs, I don't have the power to do it. Actually, you know what we can do? Where could I fit a machining bench? For a temporary thing... Actually, what I could do is deconstruct that. I got the one statue thing I needed off of that. Growth Moment Carex. Alright, so we got some good choices here. We've got Optimist, who gives you a permanent 6 mood bonus. We've got Kind, which means you're unlikely to get into social fights or insult others. Both of these are really good. I honestly like Kind more than Optimist, but there's definitely an argument to be made for Optimist. Neurotic can be good for the extra work stuff. We'll go with Kind. Because Kind will also compliment other people, that gives them a temporary mood bonus. It's not super often, so it's not reliable or whatever. And floors. Okay. Okay, so we got that taken apart. Good. Turn the power off on our chem fuel, and turn the power on in our machining table. And start using the machining table to make like a prosthetic leg and all that. And you've got one for specialized limbs or a bunch of reputation. Okay, so schedule for you, since you won't work. You stay here and you're restricted to the nearby zone, which I will expand to be... Alright, so before you take a drug and get all upset about it, no drugs. Yeah, so I don't need to worry about all that. Not unless I can instantly convert you, which does happen. No. Okay. Yeah, so we accepted that for Tech Prince. Inspired surgery on FFX. Operations, add, install peg leg right. Done. Alright. We put that inspired surgery to use. Okay, so we will want a set of EMP grenades. We can go ahead and do that forever, which means we can take this up, get rid of that. We can go in here. We'll make a prosthetic leg. Start making helmets for people. Alright, so... we're still making the capes. We're gonna have to juggle the power on these. I wonder if I toggle the power off, it'll still just let them use that. It does not. Alright. So we're at that point, we've hit the limit of what our power can support. Yeah, because those are 15 watts, so you get a little bit of power back. We turn off some of these lights that we don't need running, but it's not going to be that great. One thing I can actually do is we do have geothermal available. Water wheel generator, compact weaponry. And is holding off on doing the generator nonsense just because I have to like pick it up and put it down and all that nonsense again and again, which would get pretty obnoxious pretty quickly. But I don't want to put a second wood-fired generator in there because then the fuel could be annoying. And also just the time hauling it. Right now, I could put it here. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. But eventually it starts becoming a burden where they just have to keep running fuel back and forth. You lose time to fuel movement. Okay, so you're carrying the last couple things in. Because, yeah, if we do that, we can make the EMP grenades that we'll finally be able to deal with mechs a little bit cleaner. We'll make helmets, which will give us a little bit more survivability. We're also making our clothes to slowly get all that sorted out, where everyone's starting to get their capes and whatnot. Oh, they're a masochist who has a scar, so they're happy about it. Yeah, so everything's like super positive other than being stuck indoors. Is this the random research? Yeah, pretty much almost always the random research. Hi.
Hi. Are you being cute?
Oh, no, nothing like that.
I love you. No, you can't stop the waiting.
Why?
Reasons.
Oh, okay. Reasons seem valid enough. Okay, so we're getting the trees all chopped down. They're all getting their learning done. Yeah, I got that set to 90. Alright. Wants to test a low-powered toxic fallout on you. And he'll give me a cursed SMG, which comes with a 50% faster, or sorry, an 80% range cooldown. Or a bionic leg or a tough skin gland. I'd take the cursed SMG because, honestly, just the name. Rare catch, a fertilized duck egg. How can an SMG be cursed? Have you ever played Borderlands, was it 2? Changing weapons! Reloading! And then just screaming the entire time it's shooting. There was a gun in, I think it was Borderlands 2, that when you'd reload, the gun itself would have this obnoxious voice yelling, reloading! And if you put the gun away, it would yell changing weapons in a totally cursed one. But if you held the gun out, you moved really slowly. And it would just scream the entire time you were actually firing it, like it was trying to vocalize the gun noises. So it was truly an obnoxious gun. But if you got it relatively early, it was actually a pretty good gun at that stage in the game. You just had to be willing to endure it. And I was playing Borderlands 2 with my wife and older brother. And both me and my older brother, because we were going together, we both got it at the same time because it was a quest item. So both of us were using it because it was the best weapon we had available. And my poor wife was like, you are both the worst. As the whole time, both of us is like, changing weapons! Changing weapons! Just constantly. So I do want to accept this for the Goodwill and Cursed SMG, but we're going to accept it, and we're going to leave. Well, if you're going to go all the way around there, I'll pop this scarab real fast. That's actually one of the things I miss in Borderlands. The, older Borderlands versus the newer Borderlands. The older Borderlands, their weapons were usually... Would you get over here, you rat? Oh, it figured it out. The older Borderlands, they would just do silly silly stuff like the guns yelling at you and, the gun that shoots swords that explode into more swords that also explode. And all that. And then I felt like later on, they started to make a lot of the guns a little bit more serious, more grounded, I should say, not serious, more grounded, but kind of over ridiculous, and that the scav weapons where you chainsaw start where you just rev the thing, and then it slowly heats up the weapon, and then you have to remove the thing to cool it off, which is still silly. But, the silly isn't just the mechanics of how the gun works. But gameplay, it's a gun that has infinite ammo until it heats up. So it's not okay, infinite ammo is a pretty tame choice for, a thing. It's a powerful choice. Versus the way the infinite ammo guns worked in the first one, it was just, a pistol that had, 2 barrels and that just rotate rapidly. You'd sit there, you just run stuff, it just goes tet 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 tet. And they're generally underpowered, but it was just a gun you could hold the trigger and run with it. Not that they don't have silly guns now, but the guns you would shoot and then you'd throw the gun forward and it'd explode and then it'd teleport back into your hands. Even though those tended to be not super useful guns, the ones that exploded, it was still a fun gimmick. There's the rain. I figured if I just ignored it long enough, there's a mechanic where the rain will eventually kick in. Why are you not building that? You should have more than enough construction. If you turn that on, you'll be able to use the construction on the machining shelf. Machining bench. Okay. Cool. tell it to not build a roof. A pack of man-hunting mega sloths. Okay, so it's only 2 mega sloths. We are dealing with rain, though, which is not the best. I wonder if I can get to the other side of the water before they get over here. Why are you running down there? What do you know that I don't know? There we go. So they're splitting up. That's one good thing. Oh, the Bane gun? Yeah, the best thing is, like, the quest for it. It's like, they bury the gun and try to hide it so no one will find it ever again and all that kind of stuff. Because people keep getting the weapon because it's so powerful, but then just, it's so obnoxious and terrible to deal with. Why are you being this way, Mega Sloth? Like, the only things to attack are up here. And well sorted. Alright. Yeah, no, I remember you like dig it up or some nonsense that it's like all this ridiculous journey to find this gun because people kept getting rid of it. Okay, and how long? So we got 4 days to accept that. And you don't leave for 20 days. We're getting the specialized limbs, so I don't have to worry about that ever again in the future. Incoming mechanoids in 7 days. Stop sewing. Grab what you can. Got the other faction in 10. We're leaving in a minimum of 4 days, or sorry, a maximum of 4 days anyways. Just because that's how long it's going to be before we accept the quest that's going to put the whole area under toxic fallout. So my plan is to accept the quest, have the toxic fallout kick in, and then just leave. 19 days, so we're still at like a 4 days ETA to leave. All right. Yeah, which, like I said, we're gonna take the cursed SMG, and just give that to someone. It's just an SMG that has a faster fire rate, is all it is. But still, always something fun about doing that kind of thing. I might give it to Megalo, Well, actually, you're the one who... You have, Didn't one of our people... Yeah, it was FFX had Careful Shooter. Yeah, I'll probably give it to Megalo. Having the one person have slightly longer range doesn't really do a whole lot for us. $7 days, 14 days. But this will be good, because if we can manage to get that harvested, it'll let us resupply our medicine. Okay. Wildlife. Wait, do we have a, Yeah, we don't have a venerated animal. Alright, so we have 4 days is like hard limit now. We have to leave at 4 days, because that's when that group's coming in. Okay, so we got the EMP grenades. Right, because you with your peg leg still move at 80% speed. I believe if we give them the prosthetic leg, it's something like 90 or 95% movement speed. It's pretty close to their normal, like, 100% movement speed. Very minor penalty. Okay, zone. Let's change this to be nearby includes this field. We are going to restrict everyone to nearby. Because I want them to be hauling as much back in as we can. Alright, go get the pemmican, I guess. Cancel this. Okay, like I said, I'm trying to... Cookie, stop. Do something else. Yeah, so just trying to get as much of this stuff loaded up. That way we don't have to, like, stop and recover our supplies sooner. Major break risk on you. Because you hit on Megalo 4 times and got rejected 4 separate times. Calm down. And then you also hit an FSX man. So basically you're hitting on everyone aggressively. Like really, really aggressively. And it's putting you on your wit's end because they're shutting you down. Persistence is not key. When someone says not interested, that's the end of the conversation. Like, respect people's autonomy. Bro's throwing out dodgy pickup lines. This explains your love life. Well, the good news is some of those rebuffs are starting to cool off. Implied consent to slippery slope? Yeah. Get real consent. Okay, so we got 2 days left in that. I'm just trying to give him enough time to get these loaded up with as much food. It's really the best part of this game. The storytelling, even if it's how one person perceives and narrates the events, never gets old. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, there's clips of me having it like one person's like, this person is getting married, and then immediately, like, in the same second it goes, just became this other person's lover. So it's like getting married and also started an affair in the exact same amount of time, and you're like, oh, thanks, game. This is going to help everyone's moods around this place. This is absolutely not going to just torpedo the friendships and relationships in this place at all. Disease flu on you alone. I don't want to use the really good stuff more than I have to. Actually, don't have much of the really good stuff. Alright, we're dropping that down. Okay. Alright, so you're stuck in there anyway, so we're gonna go quest, goodwill. There's the toxic fallout, because our ship is mostly full at this point. Pods have arrived. Grab the legendary SMG, please. Okay. And then with that, it is time to go. Also, I just realized, no more bowler hats for making helmets. Because this place is about to be raided in just under 2 days, and it's got toxic fallout, and it's got all sorts of awful things. So I say to hell to that place. And we could jump down here. Still a decent grow season. I want to probably go for this one first. The one down there is gonna be, it's also in like really, yeah, we definitely don't want to do that one. I found just mechanically the way the pollution works with the grav ship is you land and the pollution just on the ground in your grav ship as well. So you end up having to like have people like panic pull up the pollution as fast as they can, as they're like getting sicker and sicker until they die. And I haven't died to it, but it's sure gone grim. Yeah, so we're gonna try and go over there to the left, do that one, and I might have to clean that one out. If we get the vac suits, it'll make it a lot easier to manage. So we got an ancient danger down there. Not a whole lot in this tile we care about. Oh, I forgot. We actually use geothermal now. That one's not too bad. Okay, so we got an ancient danger down there. Well, everyone settles in. We'll do this nonsense. So we got gold ore. Right up on the edge of the map where it can get us killed. A big old chunky uranium. Okay, and we're all good there. And we'll probably get one spot of steel if I can find that's not a terrible location. That's pretty okay. In the meantime, we can go here, zone, dumping stockpile right there. Low, allow all, no rotten. No human-like. And we got a decent amount of cotton. The thing we've got is we got a lot of leather. Alright, so it's time for us to go... all these shelves, no leathers. No leathers. Because leathers are useful and all, but we're just filling up our inventory with a bunch of it. Okay. So no blocks in this shelves. Alright, so you got a group of 3 shamblers approaching from over here. Let's just preemptively deal with that so I don't have to worry about it later. Because I could choose to ignore them. Then it can become a whole thing. It's like keep changing my zoning to avoid them and yada yada. Okay. There you go. Meanwhile, you need to go zones, expand nearby. Actually, probably... probably don't need the best medicine. Okay, so all the hitting on people starting to fall off finally. Yeah, having someone who visits you have sickly is a dastardly thing for RimWorld to do. Hey, Pocket, how's it going? We don't care about that. 16 days, so yeah, we gotta write out the whole thing, that's fine. The big thing is I'm watching for when this drops off cooldown. Yeah, realistically, even if I want to, I wouldn't be able to convert them and then get to be able to heal them as well. Leafy Pew actually has a very high chance of romancing. %10, that should be good enough. Alright, and we'll want to pop the Ancient Danger before we go, but we'll see if that happens. Because the good news is we're starting to get people all armored up. It's all looted armor, but it is still getting the armor we're looking for. You can also go up here and say structure. Do not build the roof. I'm keeping Leafy Pew on it because they're our best doctor. What's it do if you build the roof? So it's a geothermal geyser that produces a lot of heat. If you enclose it, it'll start superheating the air. So then, you know, when it needs a component or someone steps in there and gets, just burned horrifically and all that. Granted, it kind of pulses, so it's not like you can, like, close up a geothermal in an area and make the place thousands of degrees easily. Like, it'll jump to 1,000 degrees, but it'll come back down almost as fast. Alright, so we need to grab all of our people again, unfortunately. Because I got a warg that's chilling right out here looking for Children McNuggets. Yeah, no, it doesn't, like, there's no concept of air pressure in RimWorld. The simulation doesn't go nearly that deep. Yeah, we gotta deal with that serious pain. Oh, do we have an ideology reform waiting on us? We do. Alright. So, I might take Guilty. Guilty has the negative that will take mood debuffs in the event we don't do charity things. But it'll make it so pain makes us happy, and we're starting to get a decent number of scars. The only other option to get that same trait is pain as a virtue, but that requires scarification. So that your people get, like, all scarred up all over. Which lowers your max health, so I'd much rather be forced into charity. So is there one change? And with that, suddenly you go from being upset to being happy. Because you're in serious pain. The plane cleanses me. I like it. Pretty messed up, dude. Not gonna lie. So instead of a -10, it's a +5. Okay, just keep Leafy Pew tending to that person. We're not gonna be going after the farming thing. I guess since we left the tile, that's just gonna stay stuck there. Yeah, because we can't, like, go to the location or anything on it. Let's delete it off the list. You got all these ancient complexes and all that, which is fine. Okay. It's honestly, we could awaken the monolith as well. Compact weaponry, standard grav tech, nice. I already forgot what we just literally unlocked 2 seconds ago. Oh, compact weaponry. That's the elbow blade knee spikes. Those can actually be pretty cool, just giving people a whole bunch of, like, melee stuff, because then even your ranged people, when something closes in them, at least they got some ability to defend themselves. They can be very, very handy. But yeah, we could wake up the monolith stuff to unlock the monolith research. Because stuff like the flare packs are great and all that. It does mean we'll get a lot more anomaly encounters and all that, which is fine. I actually really enjoy the anomaly encounters. The downside is without having a place to do containment, it'll be mostly just using the, this other, because the things I'd really want out of it more than anything else is the flare packs and the chronophagy ritual. Both of those tend to be very, very helpful things. Because I believe we got a decent number of people who... No, actually, the ones who are getting properly up there... Okay, we're not too terrible. We have a couple people that are getting a little bit older there that could be a problem, but no one who's in a really bad spot. Here we got Ancient Danger. Alright, how are you doing? Alright, let's grab everyone. Let's go poke this Ancient Danger. Okay, that's looking like a pretty big nothing burger of an encounter. So I'm trying to do is so they don't get lucky and put a shot into one of the kids. Trying to center the kids in there. Okay. So I got a bunch of these in here that are all good. Alright. So we're going to want to strip you for your goods. You are an undergrounder with a bunch of good stats. Volatile and nimble, abrasive and neurotic. So no one's winning any huge awards. Like, undergrounder is fine. So go rescue them. Rescue them. So far as shooting goes, use that. And took care of that. There's some luciferum in there. Okay, we're stripping them for their equipment. Short joins. What did you bring on here? You're an undergrounder. You do actually have good skills, all things considered. So I probably really shouldn't be sending you away. I'll let you in. Alright, so if you want to be our brand new person here, Short. Because you got really high social. Right, and you can take over construction and mining, which will let Cookie back up a little bit in their prioritization as well. So it'll get you into the fold. That'd give me... You're probably going to want to keep you as a shooting pawn. You can have the LMG. The problem I'm running into now is a matter of rooms. Because we're also having lots of kids. So colony's growing a bit more than I want it to. Intense pain and one certain neural supercharge and everything. We're talking about that heresy there, Short. We need you to cut it out, alright? Yeah, I definitely don't want the other one. Like, Short's trade are kind of a nothing, but the passions and all that are good. Versus Pickles, Nimble's nice, but having the volatile is definitely not what I want. And I'm also observing that I got a bear out here that's going to need to go. When I see the kids walking out next to the bear, it's like, nope, bear's gotta go now. Sorry. Okay, and we'll go ahead and grab Short here, and you are now going to be named Lunarium. Welcome to the colony. No bolt action, no bolt action. You're fine. You're right about to be clear. But our ship is gonna have to grow, or the number of colonists is gonna have to go down. Good, so Pickles is leaving. Which is what I wanted. I guess I should have you over here since you're longer range. Okay, so... Oh, we already did everything down here. That's all fine. You get to it when you get to it. Well, actually, a Hellcat. Let's have you grab that Hellcat instead. Shack of valuables, all you've got. So I can fight 11 turrets and 1 Outlander to get a chart to show me to another place I don't know what it is. That would be similar. Cool. That's fine. We'll get a bunch of those, especially once we start making friends. Yeah, we're working in standard Gravtech. We won't be able to get the Vac Stone right away. I'll need Vac Suits. But once we can start getting our vac suits all set up, we'll be in really good shape to go up, get our bigger engines, all that. Was the end goal for a run like this? So we need to get it so none of the factions are hunting us, including the mechs. So we will need to do the Odyssey ending, as well as try to win over everybody. My honest plan is once we start feeling pretty strong, is I'm going to choose one of the enemy factions, and I'm going to start attacking their colonies, because every time I wipe out one of them, every nearby enemy of that faction will become a little bit more friendly with me. So I'm kind of viewing it as I could choose a target here and start hammering away on them to get a whole bunch of these people all to be friends at the same time. So kind of go to war with one. In Space Engineer committing to a full weapons conveyor system refit for Space Engineer's Workshop player made. Okay. Mean is a horse and a buggy level inefficient. I mean, it happens. But yeah, so there's going to be some campaign. We're honestly getting pretty close to it. If I could get some, like 1 or 2 more suits of armor, we would be able to shrug off a lot of our hits. Never fully eliminate the risk of getting one pumped, but the risk could be substantially lower. Okay. Haul that back. Haul this back. all this back. At least get the goods out of there. Yeah, we've actually had a lot of people joining and all that stuff. Getting one pumped in Rim. Oh, it happens all the time. You have that one Lancer that you're like, you run your melee pawn up, it goes back a step and then fires just enough that you don't get there in time. And just domes one of your people or blows out their heart or their liver or something, killing them instantly. And you're just like, thanks, RimWorld. Okay. $27.9. $38, 8.4. $15.10. Linarium. You hooked up with a person who's leaving the colony very soon. This is not the way to live your life. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Zagria has courted Linarium by exaggerating her own plant-growing skills. Linarium was attracted, not a lover. Okay, how good are you at growing plants? You have a literal 0. Yep, that is exaggerating. Your single conveyor system is just a daisy chain of functions. Pressure the game calculations? Yeah. I mean, I assume they did something to, You're a Sagittarius, it works for you. Okay. Greatly exaggerated. Yeah. Greatly exaggerated. Doesn't know how to plant. Talks about the hundreds of acres of farmland they take care of. Alright. There's just so much junk that's piling in here. You should be out of here very soon. Yes, they all cost the same. So it's the hard call of, like, this one has the highest melee damage per second, but the lowest armor penetration. 1 second. Nicely done. So there's a lot to be said. I think I'd lean more towards the armor penetration than anything. That way when we get in fight with, like, mechs and all that, we know we're still going to do good damage. Versus, you know, the other way, having very low armor penetration, you know, against just, like, random animals and all that will do exceptionally well. Alright, let's start getting you converted. Get you onto the team. You ever done all the stuff to rebuild the ship, though, the blueprint? You kind of felt like you need to replace the kinetic mass driver thing. Rush it with the cannon. Whether your character could stand in the barrel with headroom. And thank you, Stop Todd, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get well as a month that you used it here, so thank you. I do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. But yeah, 29 months is a heckin' long time. Okay, so we got the Wolverine injuries sorted out. Getting people converted. Okay, so we got all our stuff sorted out. We're doing good there. We got 10 days till they're out of here. We've been keeping them at 90% mood, and that's for the specialized limbs. What I'm leaning towards doing is... let them start making knee spikes for right now. With the intent of slowly giving everyone knee spikes. The can's name's called Big Bertha, a classic. Alright, we got standard grav tech, and now we're up to gas operation. Which will give me the ability to make chain shotguns and heavy SMGs. Weirdly, normally I don't end up getting the gun path and research very early. I mean, not we're particularly early. I'm hoping we get the orbital tech. Because of that, we can get the vac suit so we can go to space and do that. Warg hunting Lunarium. Okay, that's good news. They've got all the random animals that would hunt us killed because they did. Okay. Guess we could put, like, a little fishing spot there. Yeah, so we got the negative from cabin fever and all that stuff. All the rest is all going fine. We started to pull our food soon. Manhunter back, and it was just about to be like, I should get my... Ooh, okay. 8 cougars is not nothing. So we're gonna lock that door open. And the last one. Okay, is that all of them? Alright, so you're the one who took hits. You got messed up pretty good. One of them went right for the neck. This also does mean I need to go here and go zone. Low. Do not allow fresh. Only animal corpses. They need to get to the room because you got a big hole in your neck that needs to be plugged up. Let's see, food poisoning in this game is probably your least enjoyable thing. It's a bit annoying. If you do stuff to mitigate it, it happens very, very infrequently, which is nice. But yeah, it can be a bit obnoxious. Alright, so operations, install prosthetic leg right. Okay. See if we can't upgrade that leg of yours. Cool. Operations. Install knee spike left leg. I already got you knocked out. Might as well see if we can't get you a knee spike to go with your prosthetic leg. Nice. Let's see, install the knee spike extends at will from a hidden opening in the front of the knee. Appearing without warning, it can be used for devastating stab attacks against that can penetrate even the thickest of armors. Yep. I figured that lets my crafters do something for a while. Components are very easy to come by. So, the idea is they go up and they knee stuff, and then immediately it gets wrecked. Could you not stand on the rotting corpses, please? There we go. Can also be very handy in a social fight. That's true. I don't actually know if they'll use them in a social fight or not. Because if they do, that's dangerous as hell. Luckily with a lot of our people, we aren't really running into hardly any social fights. Doing what we can to mitigate that as best we can. So right now I've got 9 people here. We do have a couple sharing a room. And our baby's about to be on the way. Okay. Yeah, so we're running out of our good medicine, getting down to just kind of crappy medicine. Disease plague, because of course. Because of course our guest is sickly. So we'll do 1 good tend. And I'll focus on just okay 10s from here on out. And little by little, everyone's got their capes. Heat wave has begun. I really don't love that. Get some passive coolers in here. Didn't they all get back-to-back malaria last stream? Yeah, we had 2 rounds of malaria pretty quick after each other last stream. RimWorld does that sometimes. It can be pretty infuriating when it happens. And all you can do is just, like, endure it. Okay. And how is that tend? 55. I mean, that's honestly... It's crap medicine, so it's not amazing, but still. So we can get this person out of here. I'm also hoping we can get some of these crops. We did put a bunch of passive coolers inside here that are keeping it about 80. There's a pretty good chance I'm going to have to go in here and add even more passive coolers. I'll let that go out. I know it's too terrible off. Yeah, so it looks like this person's gonna get through the plague just fine. Okay. And the next conversation to Linarium should have them converted. And considering we have Prolicizer and all that, they're going to run around and just practically harass Linarium. Okay, next knee spike. Operations. Knee spike left knee. Cool. That's another one of the knee spike. Because I figured, what the heck, we'll put the knee spike in there. Give him a bunch of extra damage. Yeah, so no one's getting too bad of heat stroke. We'll definitely want better cooling later, but it is what it is. Okay, so you're over your plague. And the good news, it looks like the potatoes are about to start coming in. We're also very gradually getting more and more packaged meals set aside. Okay, heat wave's over. Love to see it. So we do here. So gas operation, cool. So deconstruct all of those. Except this one in the middle room. Alright. With gas operation, that gave us what? Yeah, that's a chain, shotguns, and all that. So precision would give us assault rifles and whatnot. We're going to worry about that too much. Assault rifles are kind of like your generic, it's good for everything weapon. Whereas there's a bunch of other weapons that shine in their own like little niches and all that. Okay. And that's FX Max turn to get a knee spike. Nicely done. So basically everyone's going to have a backup weapon for when we get into melee, that they just got something they can punch armor pretty hard if they have to. Creativity, that's fine. We have a couple we got a couple colonists going idle. It's not really part of the plan. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, so you drop below the minimum we can fish. There. Gonna be pulling up heal root all over the map. Supplement our supplies. Alright, so we got our next contestant here. Probably not you, you're about to have a baby. You already have a hand talon. Leafy Pew can't violence. Alright, I will go ahead and get you a knee spike on the left side. Cool. So basically we'll have knee spikes ready for when the kids get older, because we don't want to interrupt their education. And then Leafy Pew can't use one. And then when M. Gallo isn't right about to have a child, we'll get a knee spike for M. Gallo as well. So everyone will have a knee spike on their left leg to start with. And that way, like, anytime someone manages to get the jump on one of our ranged pawns, they do have the backup of being able to at least do hits with that. Granted, they won't have the skill to back it up, but only one way to solve that. People gotta fight. All right. But pretty soon we'll also be getting these up. That'll be our influx of food. We got 4 days until they're gone. So the good news is basically once this person's gone, we'll be able to get all this food up. And then we'll probably be able to, or be ready to move on. They're aiming for this target in the desert, so we'll hop over and then hop down. I'm just really worried about this. Like, the lava field itself is fine. It's the fact that it's 100% pollution that's the problem. We'll have to panic pick up all the pollution we can. I'd rather wait till we have vac suits for that if we can. Because the vac suit helmet, I think, is like 80% tox resist. And the moment we get that, we'll switch off from using the helmets we've got to just vac suits helmets for the rest of the game. Because while they're not quite as strong defensively as like flak and all that, they're kind of an all-rounder. Okay, a 14-year-old mute named Sarsum is calling from nearby. She's hiding from mechanoids. She wants to flee her hiding spot. Cool, we have Conversal Lunarium. There's a smoke spear with 3 mechs. Sure. If we say no, we'll get mad. So what did I bring on board? Quick sleeper, creepy joiner who can't social and has a passion for construction. So the creepy breathing kinda sucks. It does mean they are going to upset other people just being around. But at the same time, eh. So go ahead, and if you would like to be a creepy breather, go ahead and put your name in on that queue. Okay, you're now my animals person. Yeah, you're my animals person. Creepy breather and mute, but they don't like mute is just a thing there. All right, so with that, form caravan, go up there, come back, accept. You brought it, you deal with it. Sentient Cookie can go with you. All right. And we can go to our brand new recruit, get them named. And welcome to the colony, Coinide. Oh, Cyanide. Makes sense. Welcome to the colony, Cyanide. You are now officially a creepy breather. Because I need to take care of that too. Where's pay to stream? You went Ubering? That's fine. I made the comment yesterday that Toom was going to be working an overtime day, so I was probably going to stream. I honestly don't end up taking that many days off, really. Just figure if I'm going to be at home anyways. Yep, no, it's all good. If I'm going to be at home anyways and I don't have something else going on, I'd probably just stream. There's projects I want to get done to support the channel and all that, but it's kind of one of those things like, okay, how much time do you spend doing the things that support the channel versus the actually being live and doing that. And there's not a right answer to that. Alright, so this one's got a little risk up around it. Why are you moving slow? Gonna claim this door. Now the risk here is I might wake them up when I get too close. I really don't want to wake them up if we can help it. Okay. And slowly whittling it down. Yeah, that's the big concern. And the scythe is the one I'm scared about. The other ones, if I just start running... You can leave that plasteel on the ground. We don't need it, and I'm already pretty close to potentially aggroing them over. So we'll take our victory and just walk away. Alright, so we got the threat that Cyanide brought onto us. Got it nice and clean and handled. So the giant smoke cloud should disappear after a couple of seconds. You bring doom everywhere you go, don't take it personally. That's just RimWorld. RimWorld sings the doom song. It's just what it do. Alright, just checking one thing real fast. Alright. Just checking a couple things real fast in the background over here. I'm looking forward to Big Ambitions 1.0 release. That's next week. For those who haven't seen Big Ambitions, we played a good couple times on the channel. The way I usually describe it is like, it is serial entrepreneurship, the game. So you basically get started in Manhattan with, pretty close to no money or whatever. And you got like your Uncle Fred or whatever. And he helps you set up a gift shop. That you sell things in your gift shop. And it's more about being like a mogul or whatever, of like, you get a business set up, you get it profitable, use that to, bootstrap a second business to get it profitable, bootstrap a third business to get it profitable, and you keep scaling and building the infrastructure for shipping stuff around and hiring staff and all that. But like then there's like the other rivals in Manhattan who are, you're fighting over the territory to like be the ones like holding the fast food industry or whatever. So it's kind of a fun game where you run around and do a bunch of it. So that's going 1.0 here next week. We're going to be checking that out. Valheim's going 1.0 in not too long. We're going to play some of that. We've got TCG Card Shop Simulators going 1.0 in a couple of weeks. We'll be doing that. Grave Seasons is going to be releasing sometime this year. It was supposed to be this past week, but they bumped it back. They haven't given us an actual date yet, just that it's 2026. And there's all that. We're expecting the Cosmos update for No Man's Sky, which we don't have a date or any details on what that is. But, you know, it'll probably be their next expedition. You know, there's GTA 6. I'll be skipping GTA 6 personally. Like, maybe not I play it later for myself, but I'm kind of, with how ridiculously hyped it is, I'm going to just kind of be in wait and see. From doing the content side of thing, I imagine, like, 2/3 of Twitch is going to be nothing but GTA 6. So I'm going to do I'll do the other thing kind of approach. You should be just about to get out of here. 3 days. But yeah. Be perfect. These are just about to be fully grown. Those are coming along. Probably stop planting those at this point. 7 days is our new ETA to get out of here. It can go. The lowest we've seen is 2 days. Which 2 days is very much, you drop what you're doing, you pack it in, and you go. All right. Yeah, so get you focused on handling and hunting, and you'll fish as able. Be good to get that person out of here, because then we'll be able to switch some of this over. 15 days, that's irrelevant. 14 days, that's irrelevant. Alright, meanwhile, what do I need to get the drop pods? 2 days to that. Yeah, transport pods, we can get those anytime. If we get the transport pods, that'll be a great way of getting our stuff sorted. Because then what we can do is at the end of each and every map, just whoever's nearby, we can just launch all this leather or whatever. Just anything we're not planning on taking with us, just shoot it off to someone. And keep all that nice and clean. Oh, you're new, so you didn't get a knee spike, did you? Operations, add. Install knee spike on the left. Go get it. Incoming mechanoids in 3 days. So that one does matter. So our new ETA to leave is 3 days. So new plan, we don't do this as able. Rip it all up, get it out of here. Schedule. Do you have components still scattered out and about, or did you already bring it back? Okay, it's already been brought back. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is go zone, area, nearby. Do this. Schedule. Everyone's restricted to nearby. Because I want them to rip that up and haul it on board as fast as we can. Megalos in labor. So I get a 1.6 chance of terrible and about a 90% chance of good results. Okay. And yet another healthy baby in the colony. Cool. Just add the baby to the pile, I guess. Alright, if you'd like to be the baby, just go ahead and do !join. There are way too many children in this colony. Is it a creepy breather baby? It doesn't get to have anything yet. You have to wait till the baby's old enough to develop traits. Alright. We'll give that a minute. And meanwhile, we have people dragging everything in. Okay, so you've got your own room, and your favorite color is black. Oh yeah, one thing we are going to want to do, passive coolers in those rooms where the babies are at, so they don't do the whole thing where they drag the baby outside, they plunk it on the ground, then bring it inside and plunk it in the bed, and they drag it outside and they plunk it on the ground. Because they'll do it. And you're out of here in 1 day, so that's good news. Which will free up that room, which will be good. Alright. Fall has begun, that's fine. Okay, we're working on getting cyanide converted over to our ideology. What was yours? Tree connection. Ah. So you're gonna get really pissed off with the amount of trees we're cutting down. Yeah, that's fair. Just make sure they don't keep taking it outside in space when you draft them like mine did. Yup. Two colonists are idle. We'll stop it. We're mostly waiting for our buddy here to get out, so we can get our reward. Because then we can go to the next tile without them and not have to deal with it. And we're definitely massively restocking our food, so we won't need to worry about that for a while. Okay. Alright, so you got 16 game hours and then you leave. And by then we'll have collected pretty much everything we care about here. Because those shelves are starting to look mighty full. I'm expecting to see them to start dumping the stuff over here, and at that point, nothing else is going on the ship. Okay, there's the shuttle. Get the hell out of my colony. Alright. We are almost allied. And we got specialized limbs. Unrestrict you. So apply this. Okay, change of plans. You apply this. You haul that back. You haul this back. Alright, so we got specialized limbs available as a potential research. The big point is now we've got that, it shouldn't be available on the loot table for the most part anymore. They don't need to worry about it. So let's go ahead and go back here and nearby only. And honestly, with only 1 day left, I think it is time to go. Because in 1 day, all hell breaks loose in the tile, and we will not survive that. So like I said, this one we're skipping for now. It's maximum pollution, and I'm very genuinely expecting that to be real ugly for us. Yeah, 0.8 nearby pollution's fine. And that means in one more jump we will be in range of the other location to expand our ship, which we desperately need. The colony is growing very rapidly. And I need to make the ship grow with it. The bigger challenge with hitting that pollution tile is as the ship gets bigger, my situation doesn't improve. It just means I have more area to yank the pollution out of. Schedule, unrestricted, geothermal, power. Plug it in. Quick question, for Valheim and TCG player, do you know if there's resetting saves when they go to 1.0? I have no idea. I would expect TCG to not do it. Valheim is a wild card, because I could see them making the call to require resets. I could see them not doing the resets. It really kind of depends. A lot of times it's they don't require preset or resets, but quite a while it's like, hey, but we like strongly recommend you start fresh. Oh, right, I haven't named the baby. Yeah, we'll get this baby named here in just a minute. Let me just go ahead and get our dumping stockpile zone over here. I don't actually expect to grow anything. I'm gonna be going into winter and I've already got plenty of goods. But you know, I don't want them to forget how to do it. We're gonna make them plant all of it just for practice. Okay, and let's get this baby named. And that'll be Gilmadesh. All right. We ever grow crops hydroponically? Maybe. Right now, I'm dealing with a very limited space situation. So it comes down to, is it better that I use the space for like bedrooms and break rooms and storage and all that, or chucking down a hydroponics table? Because if, for example, I want to have it with the light, that means I need to have a very significant increase in my power. Because that light costs a fortune of power. If I want to just leave it on the ship so I can just jump from place to place and have like a little shelf that I can have, you know, some cotton, some heel root, and whatever. Like, it won't be enough to grow, like, food to keep ourselves fed, but it will be enough to, like, grow, you know, a little bit of the stuff that I can only grow in the ground here, like, and I have to keep in storage, just like the cotton and the herbal medicine and whatever. Okay. You prioritize this, because you're the only one who can build that. The other person doesn't have enough, construction skill. Yeah, this just keeps, leveling their skill up and all that. Or just having it decay or whatever. Okay. Cutting down trees takes so long if you don't have a person who's got cutting. Okay. I do need Cookie to build that thing. Long-range mineral scammer, moisture pump we won't be able to use. Moisture pump is one of those ones. It's good if you're going to be building on like a swamp map or whatever. For this where we're jumping the ship around, moisture pumps are extremely slow in what they do. So it is something that's like, yeah, we're just not going to make that progress. You're upset that the trees have been ravaged. That's too bad. I don't have more to add to that. That's just too bad. Alright, so we got another one of those moved out. You're going to be aging up soon. You get your feeding stuff sorted? Alright. So good news here is we're just basically leaning in for that person to gain a lot of shooting skill. And back to crafting for you. And keep that all going. Steel, we're fine. I'd like to get this room replaced to have sterile floors. That would massively reduce how good of a barracks it is, which has been the only hesitation there. Alright, so we're getting sandstone. Okay, and make sure we don't put a roof on that. Cultist escapee. Alright, so you're missing an eye, and your left leg is all torn up, and you could shape flesh people. I really don't want this person. Like, fast walker is nice and all that. They're not going to stick around. They're about to start getting age-related disease. And yeah. We have a talk to Raven. The mangled Strajan stares at you with empty eyes and speaks in a broken voice. She claims to have escaped from a terrible cult and begs to join your colony. She claims to be gifted with the dark art of animating dead flesh. She can turn corpses into hideous flesh beasts. She may be very useful, but also she senses there's something she's not telling you. Go the hell away. Get out. I was actually expecting her to turn hostile on us, which is why I had everyone on standby, ready to intervene. And then to escalate into, like, sight stealers and all that nonsense. Alright, so one thing that is going to happen here. Let's go zone. Nearby. And temporarily restrict everyone to nearby. Because what's going to happen is I'm going to go to our quests, and we're going to accept the monolith. And the reason we're doing this is there's all the really cool anomaly, you know, rituals and tech and all that. And unless you poke the monolith, it's all off limits. A pollution dump for brain wiring or jump packs. The catch-22 of that one is it's much harder for me to make people happy until we get our drop pod things. Leafy Pew, you seem like the kind of person who just walk up and poke a monolith. That everyone else is like, I don't know, that's a spooky place. Alright. Not gonna lie, I would. The monolith's dark metallic surface is warm to the touch, and Leafy Pew thinks he can hear a faint hum emanating from inside. The lines on its dusty surface seem to squirm in unsettling patterns. Leafy Pew focuses on the shape, trying to uncover their meaning. The hum strengthens. The shapes begin to flow into Leafy Pew's vision. But the surface isn't changing. Power begins to uncoil in the empty space all around. A black shape is forming in his mind. The anomaly is stirring. Yeah, we're just gonna keep doing that. Definitely hear the cautionary tale and go, nah. Alright. Just not gonna lie, I would. Yep, Grey Paul. As the monolith twists and changes, Leafy Pew is overcome with a horrifying vision. In an instant, he understood. The monolith is a doorway, just barely cracked open now. Something dark beyond imagination stirs on the other side, seeping into our reality. Terrified but excited, Leafy Pew is convinced he can learn more given time to study the monolith. You really like how they say, do you really want to do this obviously bad thing? It's RimWorld, of course we do. Who would want to learn from our decisions? No one. Instead, we just go and while someone's sleeping be like, hey man, do you want to believe in our ideology? I know you're trying to sleep. But have you considered believing and feeling guilty about everything and ensuring everybody else knows that they're also guilty about everything? But the reason I restricted them there is if I remember correctly, when you wake up the monolith, I believe it basically is the same as, like, doing the Void Provocation, where you kind of guarantee yourself something's going to trigger. As a RimWorld pawn, you definitely would explore the creepy bloody cellar, of course. Yup. So you can get like Ghoul, Sight Stealer, Shamblers. I think Harbinger Tree will also show up as the potential consideration. Because right now on our Entity Codex, we actually already have 4 of the basic ones discovered. Just from, like, we haven't activated the anomaly, but anomalies still happen. Stuff. Harbinger Tree Sprout. Create corpse thing. Do not allow animal corpses. Just everyone running around doing mass construction because there's nothing else to do because I've restricted their movement too much. Every time there's that hesitation, it's like, alright, you loaded something in. What was it? Was it a group of random animals walking on the map? Was it maybe a group of Sight Stealers? If the Great Pulse Stench lifts, and we haven't had Anomaly trigger, we'll just let them go loose and do their thing. Okay. I wonder if you fully enclose your base and you have a Revenant on the map if it still comes after you. I know a Revenant, if you trap it, it'll break through walls to get out. But I've never actually tested the idea of, like, fully enclosing myself. There you are. Fully enclosing myself to, get stuff handled. Alright. The schedule. Home zone. On draft. Before that happens, schedule, so we'll take you, unrestrict you, get that one body out of here. Okay, that's good enough. Back into home zone. Yep, so we got the event where Sightstealers are going to show up multiple times. That's not what I want stacked. Okay. So they do have range, not high tech. Is this Neanderthals, though? No, they're baseliners. Okay, so they got a lot of range, not high tech. The big downside is they are a breacher raid, and we're about to have a wave of sight stealers coming in as well. This is not a happy combination. How badly you get hurt? Just one little scratch to the ear? So you're gonna have to run out there. Because it is unfortunately attacks immediately. If it wasn't attacks immediately, we actually could be in potentially really good shape. Honestly, let's pop it. Okay. So I hate to break it to you, your room is temporarily going to be a prison. If you rescue this person, then get inside the ship. Because we still have a wave of sight stealers coming in, unknown amount of time. It overall went well. You stood out front, took the brunt of it. Lunarium took a hit. One pretty solid hit on us. And then two not as serious hits. You're patched up, you're patched up, you're patched up. Now, they only have minor blood loss, so there's a good chance they'll actually be up and able to leave relatively soon. So the big question ends up being, if I just let them out immediately, will they leave in time to run into trouble with the sight stealers, or will they just be good to go? Or rather, will they leave in time to get out of here before the sight stealers catch them, or will it be a situation that the sight stealers will ambush them, murder the crap out of them? We're gonna find out. I wonder why you're worth 15 instead of 12 like most of them are. And that group is... Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's actually getting them relatively close to neutral. So what we're listening for is invisible enemies are going to show up, but they do make noise. So if you just listen, you'll end up hearing them make noise, and that's how I know they're out there. And at that point, to get everyone into position. Disease, infection on bat, that's fine. Come on. We could definitely use having a second melee pawn. Ideally, one of these kids as they grow up will be able to get tough and nimble, or at least some combination of really good melee traits. Tough honestly being probably the biggest one. Just to keep him alive. No one has anything to do right now. Okay, they are here. All right. Let's have you move so you don't accidentally let the prisoner out. We good? I think we're good. Meanwhile, assignments, you are now set to attack as opposed to run. And it didn't shriek again, so that does mean we don't need to be restricted at all, but there's not another wave coming. Are you doing any dark research? We will. We haven't had the opportunity. We just activated the thing, so we haven't had a chance to go to it at all. We had to deal with our first threat. Please stop sweeping the gore up off the ground while the bodies are still there. Alright, minus 34. Almost neutral with them. The more we can get to neutral, the better chance we have to stay on a tile for any length of time, and the less, active threats I'm dealing with. And there we go. An entity containment is the first one we got as our draw there. I'm gonna want the thing for dealing with aging. And if we get that one, we might just take a sanguiphage. And less than ethical things might happen. Okay. So we're getting all the bodies out of here from the sight stealers. Oh, your nature running. Perfect to get yourself in incredible amounts of danger. Yeah, and the next jump we should be able to get ourselves more ship. I'll try and get like 4 more rooms on here. It's just going to be a thing that's going to take time. Okay. Is everyone on the same team? Yes, everyone's already converted. Alright, so just basically kind of wiping everything out, keep the research moving, all that good stuff. We should probably get some other good stuff relatively soon. I don't especially need stuff on this tile. So very honestly, I think, how long till we can leave? We can probably actually leave already, right? I guess we just move on to the next destination. Because waiting for this to grow, where it's about to go into winter anyways, so there's not really a reason to stay. My cargo hold is pretty close to full. I've got more enough food and more enough everything. Alright, so we are going to a desert tile where it's going to be hot. That's not true. It's actually a very cold desert tile. And this will be the ancient stockpile. Now, we're in much better shape than we were. We have a melee pawn who is wearing marine armor, so if we do get caught in a blast from a hunter drone or something like that, we can at least take it. The odds of just getting straight up murdered... Oh, well, that's fine. The odds of getting straight up murdered by one sentry getting a lucky hit is far lower. Okay, so all three doors are over there. And I believe, as far as the geothermals go, you don't want to go all the way over there. That's a little bold. Unfortunately, that's the only one I can get at that doesn't require me to be, like, right on the edge of the map. There's also an ancient danger down there. I'm gonna hack those. We got an ancient danger. Worry about that after the main objectives. Meanwhile, I can go ore. We do have compact plasteel on the map. Actually, that one will leave. It's facing the wrong way on that. We do actually have some compact plasteel on this map. So pretty much going to happen, we're going to have people run up here, start hacking those doors. And there's an underground area we can go to. As far as the types of stone we have here, we do have marble on here, so we can make nice floors and all that. Bear with me for a moment, chat. We're about to hit an ad break, and I really need to use the restroom. So I'm going to go do that, and I'll be back in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Alright, and we are back. Yeah, no, I noticed that clip. That was Planet Coaster 2. Which I did really like the other day where we did, Sorry, I had like a thing on my tooth. But yeah, I really liked the other day where we had, we did the one where it's like the channel-themed thing. I really enjoyed that. I mentioned on stream what it's probably going to do off stream is more than likely what it's going to end up doing is like taking some of the rides like that I had already made, just polish them up, you know, do the thing where I can import some textures and all that to, like, instead of just having like a don't enter sign, have like the actual, like, you know, government property, do not enter, like no like unauthorized personnel not allowed, like that kind of stuff. And expand to that. Like, don't add new rides off stream, but like take the existing things and like polish them up and make them look nicer. Because that's the kind of stuff that it can be like really, really not as enjoyable to watch, just watching me kind of like just poke away at things. Alright, so who is idle? Carrick's is idle. Begin Operation Murder All Wildlife. You'll get there someday. Don't you worry. Hey, you did it. And what are you upset about? Insulted and rebuffed and slept in the cold. Oh, that's Megalo, okay. Herds of the fauna, yep. Starvation on Megalo. Well, eat something, friend. I appreciate the commitment to hacking that, but like, it's doing no one any favors if you literally starve to death standing next to it. I mean, you actually have 5, so that's okay. I doubt we'll stay here long enough for it to be relevant. Meeting with Wright. Okay, so if we form a caravan, send the caravan, and bring it back, accept. So Hypno Butler's gonna go. Megalo's gonna go. You're not with the kid right now? Cool. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't sending you and make you wander across the literal desert while you're like 9 months pregnant or something like that. I was like, the kids aren't hauling it back. They're just murdering the wildlife and leaving them where they lie. Oh, you know why? There's exactly the reason why I didn't make a dumping stockpile, because I had to use the restroom and I was too focused on that. Yep, so we're running over here real fast, because that could be a ridiculous amount of rep with a faction if successful. And honestly, considering how high some of the social skills are between those two, there's a good chance they'll just handle it. Hey Devlin, how's it going? Don't care about that. Yeah, ultimately we need to go one of these. That's fine. You already knew about the Ancient Danger. Ancient Danger is a secondary priority on the map. First we want to go underground and get that good stuff. Peace talk successful. Jumped reputation by 60, making it -40. And gained a bunch of skill for you on social. So that was definitely worthwhile. As we slowly bring some of them up. Well, that's interesting. So natural enemy -30. We are guilty. +10. They are supremacist. -50. It's interesting that us having the guilty one makes it so people are slightly more chill with us. Yeah, so apparently the natural goodwill with them is +10. Interesting. They are loyal. Okay, that's a break even. Interesting. Cool. Oh, it's gonna be one of those ones. Hey, go build that. Soon enough we'll get, we'll get you to level 8 in construction. Okay. Yeah, so basically we're trying to hack our way in. And then once we go in, we can send everyone down there to work on all that. We'll leave Leafy Pew behind. Leafy Pew does have stunning. Most of what we're going to find down there isn't stunnable. There will be insects. But like all the other traps and all that, Leafy Pew can't do anything. And someone's got to take care of the kids in the meantime. So congratulations on your new babysitting gig. It is not paid. A babysitter obsessed with the occult checks out. Hey man, that's just what the babysitter club's about. Alright, so we'll let everyone have their chance to like rest and all that, and when they get up, we check the first one of these. Because it could be any one of those can have the Grav Core. Those are also really good places to find like unique weapons, Archotech limbs, you know, random other goodies. Luciferum. I'm also watching this temperature just barely above freezing at night. I don't anticipate these are going to grow before they die due to the cold. Moisture pump. Noble apparel, so we can dress extra fancy. Actually, you're not one of the ones obsessed with the occult. You're kind, pretty, and greedy. I want to say our, we don't have anyone who's a creepy joiner anymore. They keep walking off the tile, and they wait till, like, everyone's not in a position to catch them. Okay, so people are back up. Have you eaten yet? You're good. Alright, all of you. Down in the murder hole. Get to it. Actually, honestly, the kids stay out. As well as ones that the kids... Like, there's not going to be, like, a big, tough final enemy. It's going to be stuff like wasps and hunter drones. Maybe an infestation, which is the only thing that, like, again, the others could really contribute to. So put you at the door. They'll let them keep their learning up. First door's clear. Second door's clear, and junk we don't care about. So you start working on that door. I'm gonna drag you to the right so I don't have to shuffle this constantly. Makes me remember the main melee pawn we had last time with the dual Archotech legs. Okay, so pop this. And who is our next best researcher? Sentient Cookie. So you start working that door. You got a hunter drone in the corner there. As well as a computer console. I will be dealing with that in a second. Let's get this set done first. Because I'm going to probably want to draw it into this room. There's going to have to be a lot of maneuvering room. Okay, don't care about the poor revolver. How about you don't do that? Okay, there are wasps in here. Well, that's just annoying. They went around the long way. Okay, not a hit where we're worried about, so you can run over here. Grab the rest behind you. You keep hacking all these doors. Okay. You got a hunter drone there. Gonna deal with the 200 drones once we got everyone done hacking doors and all that. Okay. Honestly, go ahead and start hacking this. Okay, so we can go in here. Pop that door. We did get some gravlite panels over there, which is good. Alright, so let's see the best way of tackling this, because those will chase us. So let's try and ram all of you over here, and then he's going to cut across this way and up and then back. Because if he gets caught, it shouldn't be too terrible, and that'll set everyone up to be in position to go for the next one, too. Because they'll be curious of what's in that box. Nicely done. Alright. An Ascension Catalyst. Alright, so we can go grab this. Orders, allow all. And exit everybody out. Items, the package meals, Ascension Catalyst, and the grab panels. Leave the corpses. Alright, so with that, we have cleared the first one. And we've sealed it. We did get ourselves a stack of more gravlite panels. Will they collect all the other goodies? Meanwhile, you got patched up for your tiny little scratches. Yes, it's only 36 gravlite panels, so not much. But that's okay. Somewhere in here we should have a bunch more. Okay. And you are upset because of all the rotting corpses. You also got rebuffed by Leafy Pew. Alright. And once I get that built, I'll tell them to build a wall around everything. We're not going to probably stay here any longer. That takes me to go under. But just in the off chance they have some random giant Manhunter pack raid shows up, or we get waves of site stealers, like that kind of nonsense. And that's a very unreasonable perimeter. Oh, let's have you finish that one first. Okay. Because we can't do anything to those till they manage to hack to get them in there. Okay, so as soon as everyone gets asleep and recovers their health and all, like, sorry, gets to sleep, gets an eat, all sorted out, we pop in. We got, probably both of those will be ready by that time, because FFX is going up here to finish that one off. Let's see. Sandy Hole. That's the name of the colony. All right. We're getting lots built. That's good. You've almost got yourself high enough now that you can build the geothermals without me being involved. With the forcing sentient cookie to do it, I mean. Alright, so as soon as they wake up in the morning, we give them a chance to eat. Everyone goes back down below. Okay, a compact plasteel meteor. Yes, thank you. Sure. Okay, everyone's waking up and eating. And good to go. Grab all the adults that can do stuff worthwhile. Everyone in the murder hole. Start hacking that immediately. Because we make good time, I can do both of them in one go. If I don't make good time, it'll have to be two separate ones. It's honestly probably better to do two separate ones. I was gonna say, where are the others? Okay, so that's some good news. Nice. It's pretty rare I actually get to get through one of those without getting hit at least once. Advanced components, not upset about that. Everyone fall back here. I was gonna wait just in case there's sentry guns. I think we are. I am just gonna hack these two real fast. Okay, they both open blast doors. Okay, interestingly enough, we got the wasp over there. I feel like that was the knee spikes coming in handy, just popping them all immediately. More sentient catalysts. That's interesting. So we end up getting thrombos, or if we want to like jokingly keep a group of hermit crabs or whatever, that'll make our lives easier for all that. More food. Oh, we already got that hacked, so we can go ahead and run over here. That's already hacked, so same deal. And I believe that's all of it. So this one is a big old bunch of bumpkus. We got a bunch of meals out of it and a whole lot of disappointment. Alright, so that one's nice and checked. Get all of them out of here. Items. Grab the goodies worth grabbing. And we'll have them pop out. Let them do their patching themselves up, rest, all that, and then we jump into the last hole. Okay, and since you're the last one out, seal it up. There you go. Okay, we got Noble Apparel, Tube Television. So what we could do here is we will no longer make button-down shirts, and instead we will make formal shirts. And then you can make the formal vested corsets. I'm not gonna bother. I'll just wait till we have other stuff. Yeah, because everyone's starting to get hungry. That's fine. We'll haul it all back, and then as soon as that's done, get goodies. Yeah, that one I mostly just got food. We did get a sentient catalyst, but that one was kind of a dud. The first one's pretty okay. Food and disappointment sounds familiar. Yeah, no, the first one we got some Gravlite panels, a little bit of food, and that. The second one we just got a bunch of food and a sentient catalyst, which means the third one is the one that's going to have our Grav Core. So we're basically just going to be waiting here for a minute till everyone has a chance to, you know, sleep, eat, get all some sorted out. You are forever and ever and ever rebuffed by other people. I need you to all hook up so that you're not constantly causing each other drama. And these two are doing pretty good. They're up to 5 and 4 learning already. As soon as you put down the baby, we're going in. Alright. Scratch that, you need to eat. Or if you're not going to eat, we'll just make you go anyways. It is what it is. You made your choice. All right. Okay, start hacking the door. So somewhere in here is our grav core and hopefully a bunch of grav lay panels. At which point then we can jump back to wherever we can kind of restock and all that. We're not actually in need of restock. Well, that's okay. I mean, that's easy enough. Okay. Blast door opened. It's one ahead. Okay, so it unlocked blast doors that are farther up the way. You can chill over here for a moment while I wait for Megalo to go ahead and get that door open. Alright. We're probably getting close to done with this place. Blast door opened. Or not. That's way up there. Okay. If I can get them to either come over here or to go completely in the other room. Either situation, we pop the nest real fast just to get their attention. As soon as one of them gets over here, they'll aggro over and we'll be able to kill them all real fast. Okay. Alright, just took a punch to the nose, nothing serious. Okay, and all of you. And we should be close to done here. And then get everything out of here, and then that's what we need from this place. Okay, and that won't do anything, so undraft, orders, allow all, get out of here, everybody leaves, grab all the stuff here, and then with that we are done going down in the murder holes. And from there, we just need them to bring all the Gravlite panels and Grav Core back. And then we can leave the tile. Because it's just getting colder, so all these crops are going to fail anyways. It's a desert, so it's not like there's a whole lot here. We've hunted just about everything on the tile as well. All the Grav Core more. It's more important. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well.
Sleep well.
You're gonna do a really big sleep.
I hope so. Love you.
Love you too. She ended up having to work like a first shift today and a second shift yesterday, so she did not get a whole lot of sleep between her shifts. She's actually as in there and she's like wide awake and it's like, I'm really shocked you're not asleep. She's like, I'm really shocked I'm not asleep. Because usually when that kind of thing happens, she gets about halfway through the afternoon, then she's just... Because working hard out in the heat and then not getting enough sleep is just a bad time all around. I see. Okay, you are getting treated now. Cool. Alright. Growth moments abound, so we got Apple Orchard has become a child. Welcome to childhood. You are now responsible for working around this place and doing all things that need doing. You're welcome. Alright, so we got a good gun down there. I think that's what we currently have available right now. Oh no, I got a bolt action over here. Go grab that bolt action. And one of these is gonna become a not medical bed. No, like in Florida where it's like in the upper 90s and like 80% humidity and all that going on right now. Yeah, you just go on, you just feel the energy leave your body the moment you open the door. Like, you don't even have to do anything, you can just feel like that energy being sapped out of you. Mad Emu. Oh no. Where's the emu? There you go. I was like, are you okay, emu? What's the deal? I know you're mad, but like, you just kind of standing there. Okay. So many kids. Alright, so with that, we still have the plasteel on the tile. I want that. Yeah, you're in Florida, you don't go outside. That's when I have so it's like, how do you people live down there? It's like, well, you know how there's the outside? Yeah, we stay away from it. That's the secret sauce for, you know, surviving in Florida. You just don't do that outside thing. It's not worth it. Unless you're doing something like you're going to the beach or a water park or kneeboarding or kayaking or some other water-based activity. That can be very pleasant in the heat. Okay. And we'll bring that back, buddy. With that, I believe we'll have extracted all the stuff on this tile I care about. So let's get the heck out of here. Before we go too far. So we have the grav core over there. There's a grav core up there. For right now, we're just going to jump up and away. That one's at 100% pollution. We've got plenty of food that we could do it. I'm really concerned about tackling that until we get ourselves set up a little bit better. I don't think I want to do a ruins right now. This would be a bit confined space-wise. Yeah, so just gonna jump way up here. Because it's time to expand the ship. All right. We got marble and slate, so I can keep doing nice floors and all that. Okay, and there's a geothermal right there where it put us down. I also just remembered that last tile we had an ancient danger. It's fine. Oh, I did not pay attention. We're right. Okay, it's fine. We're much closer to the edge of the map than I really want. So I'm probably not going to grow on this side. I'm probably going to grow on this side. So I'll build that. And plug you in. We'll go here, ores. Got silver ore. Oh, we have a lot of plasteel on board. That's not my favorite place for that. Okay, and we're gonna end up needing steel. That's more silver ore that I missed. Okay. Look, there's a bunch right here. Okay, so what's going to need to happen here is we're going to want to be careful. Let's go dumping stockpile back here. Low, allow all except rotten and human-like. And while I would like to put it up there, I'm really not feeling too comfortable with going that close to the edge of the map for my grow zone and having my people out there where any raid from that side could just murder the lot of them if we're not careful. Alright, so I have 202 tiles available, so we will need another grav core extender. I'm not super sure where that one's going yet, but that's fine. First and foremost, though, so we want to go 6 wide there. That's 160, and that'll be 4 more bedrooms. Then there's going to be figuring out where we're putting our other engines. I'm leaning towards this way back here, putting our next grav extender here, fitting the engines in this spot, widening our storage there, and then having the opening back here. We'll see what we can pull off. Another baby's on the way. At this point, I've got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 people who are 18 or less out of our 11 people. So, out of our colony, only 5 are fully adults. This is daycare 1. Alright, meanwhile, you have kind of almost like a teal color. The closest we're going to get there is probably swamp green, maybe? Inspired taming, okay, I don't see anyone we could tame. Alright. Yeah, so we're getting the steel, which will be good. Your kid to adult ratio makes me wonder if this might be spin on Lord of the Flies. I mean, to be fair, in real life, a 6 to 5 kids to adult ratio is actually not that unreasonable depending on the age range. Because, like, that would be, you know, per couple, only, like, 2-3 kids. Now, flying in a spaceship where we have to fight for our lives and all that, and that number of kids is a little more concerning. Okay, in research, we've got tube television is being worked on. Okay. And the other good news is, like, Carrick's here is not... Well, I mean, you're actually not that close to aging up again. Oh, no, you're about to hit 10. Yeah, it's honestly fair. More kids equals more campfire? No, I mean, your people get, like, super upset. The idea is you get to kind of, like, it's not quite designer pawns when you have kids, but it's close. Okay, so you're getting pretty close to being able to get that geothermal online, so I'm just going to let you continue to work on that floor. And that means Senshi Cookie can stay off of that and be a crafter proper now. Okay. Yeah, so like I said, I think, assuming we have the capacity, I'll make enough room here to have, like, the whole row of engines back here. And then, you know, expand the storage to kind of match up with it. And then we'd have, like, another little thing like that. Because then we can just use this wall that's already existing to open it up out there. I don't know if we'll have enough tiles for that. I've got 52 tiles still left and we haven't gotten all these in place yet. But we'll see how far we get. Alright. And we're slowly training up that shooting. Okay. Yeah, so there's a good chance you'll either hit 8 today or tomorrow in game. Alright. It'll also be a thing that relatively soon I could stop having these shelves in everyone's bedrooms. So instead what I could do is have each bedroom where it's like, they have one for like vac suits and one for flak armor. Do you have heaters and coolers on your ship? No. Right now I'm deliberately not, I'm trying to like not exceed our power hardly at all. We've already done it a little bit. I would like to get to the point where we can use the grav core power and have the ship be fully internally self-sustained. Are you getting on without them? As long as I don't go to space, I don't need them. Like, right now, until I have vac suit, space's kind of off limits for us. We just go out there and suffocate. Okay, so you now have enough ability that you can do the geothermal. Okay. If you keep having trouble with desert and tundra tiles, yeah, no, absolutely. That could be a problem. Some of the things we can do, like right now, I've got a heater and a passive cooler in here, or a fire passive cooler in there. I can put more fires in the ship as one option. I can put passive coolers in there as well. A big thing that also helps is having proper clothing. A lot of times people are tempted to put a bunch of armor on their character that doesn't give them as much insulation, or not insulation, as much, yeah, I mean, I guess insulation, temperature handling. A lot of times it's also the materials you use. Right now we're actually not using stuff particularly good, but like, if for example you get alpacas or whatever, you can handle a lot more heat with the clothes those wear. Or, sorry, a lot more cold, I should say. And whatnot. So it's like definitely things you can do to assist with all that. Alright. Escape customers use a transport pod to flee to abandoned platform. Unfortunately, I can't go to space. I want it, but I can't go to space safely, so I have to just not accept that. Once we get vac suits unlocked, then we'll be in great shape, because then I can just start making vac suits for everyone, and we'll start doing the thing where I like trade back and forth, where it's like, oh, I got my space set up, oh, I got my ground set up. And that'll open up a lot of stuff for us. Okay. Yep, and you are gaining a lot of construction today. Looks like Sentry Cookie didn't have anything else to work on, so jumped in there as well. Why is that? You should be good. Oh, You didn't build just the one piece of conduit right there. There we go. Yeah, no, actually, we, the last colony, we almost died on the Tundra tile. I just didn't bring the stuff to prepare to make heat or anything at all, so, like... And I misplayed it. Like, I had the vac suits, I could have put them on and bought myself tons more time and all that. But it was definitely one of those things I landed and went, oh crap, everyone's dying and trying desperately to keep people from freezing to death. By closing, you know, stuff at a geothermal, I end up having to bail on the tile and run. Which we did win that, but it got real sketchy at that point. Oh, not there. Okay. That run was scuffed. It had 3 or 4 colony wipes, you remember? I think we ended up having 2 pretty heavy colony wipes. So basically 3 times the colony had to build up from nothing. You know, well, effectively nothing. Yep. That's the thing. So RimWorld, for those who don't know, as long as you're, like, willing to back off and all that, the game does have, like, a lot of leeway. It will give you that after you've taken a pretty catastrophic loss. It will back off in a big way. The thing that ends up getting you in trouble is usually you don't get full wiped by a raid too often. Not that it doesn't happen. Usually you end up winning the fight, but like things are dire. And you can like walk away from the tile and rebuild and it'll like back off and give you space and whatever. But it's pretty unusual for you to actually do that. Disease, malaria, do not like. So it's Megalo and Sentient Cookie, so best medicine you got. Best medicine you got. Go ahead and immediately pre-chill Sentient Cookie. Sure this run won't be as cursed as the last one? I mean, the last one had already had a near wipe by now. Not saying we can't have things go wrong, we certainly can. It is RimWorld, and that never is truly off the table. But the other one we had already basically had a pretty close to near death. Alright, meanwhile, this would be 1 engine, 2 engine, 3 engine, 4 engine, 5 engine, 6 engine. And then this would be the outer wall for the 6th engine. Once we get all that built, we'll start building that out. Like I said, I don't expect to have enough tiles to finish that. Okay. Pretty much right now we're just working on building stuff. Work on all our zoning. As I start adjusting all my zones, we're good. Alright, and run the power cable the whole way to the front. Slowly but surely, more bedrooms are being made and all that good stuff. Okay. All right. So a lot of the researching, that's actually not too bad of a position for it. Create corpse thing. We do not want you to take animal corpses. Okay, and let's reset all these because you killed most of the stuff that was nearby already. Because you were just chain murdering all wildlife that has ever walked this map ever. Okay. So I've got 42 more tiles. No, I don't. I've exceeded capacity. Oh, I didn't make the graph field extender. Ooh, that would have been bad. If I don't make the graph field extender, then none of this works well. So for right now, we're just gonna plunk you honestly right there. So you got 10%. You could drop you down to just normal. Honestly, both you could just drop down to normal. Yeah, I almost messed up. If I would have put any of these down, I would absolutely have not had enough gravelite panels. I had to tear up the floor again. Because right now I've got a limit of 750, of which I've got 778 down. So we just need to build this thing, and it'll jump it like another 50 or 75 or whatever the heck it is, or 250. It'll jump it up a bunch. Okay. So there'll be 4 more bedrooms. We cleared out a lot of our storage and all that. So that's all getting its stuff sorted out. Okay, we still have the research on tube televisions. We haven't been getting a whole lot of that done. I think is LeafEQ our main research? No, it's Megalo. Okay, so it's both of our researchers right now are the ones with malaria. That's what's going on. 60% 10, 70% 10. So Sentient Cookie's right about to be done with their malaria, as is Megalo. And they're like 40 and 50% ahead. So like we hit it with a glitter right at the opener and one regular medicine. And it just gave us a strong enough lead we don't have to worry about it. All right. And we're also getting entity containment done gradually. That's good news. Because we're way behind on that nonsense. I don't intend on telling it to, like, I'm not going to be doing the thing to, like, grab more rituals. Because really, in this particular case, I kind of wanted to not advance much. Because the chronophagy is the thing I want. Chronophagy and disruptor flares are the two things I actually care about there. Because we can get that, we can get the chronophagy going, and de-age anyone who starts getting up there in years, so we have to worry about stuff like bad back and all that kind of stuff coming into play. So kick you two out of those beds. We'll slowly make that into a hospital again. Just in time for Gilgamesh or Gilgamesh to age up and then need another bed. Okay. Lunarium is just absolutely power leveling construction. Okay. And keep all that going. Right, so with all that built, I've got 7 tiles left over. So we'll expand this one more tile out this way. So we'll get ourselves just the tiniest bit more space in here. I probably won't even bother building the shelves right thing, because we'll end up needing more anyways. Honestly, what I might even do here is, like, once we get that expanded, start grabbing these shelves that are, like, in the middle here, bringing them down there, because, like I said, then I'll start putting the mannequins. That way we can start storing up all our equipment with the vac suits and all that when we're able to make them, and then flak and whatever else. And then have, like, 2-door room or 4-door room or whatever. Alright, and another one getting kicked out of this bed. And the hospital is finally just a hospital. For about the 30 seconds that this kid is still an infant. Alright, you got all that done, so let's go to floors. The next step is make a bunch of marble floors. Got cargo pod of chocolate. And we can also have our ethical festival, which is going to have most likely, so we have 67 chance of a positive result and about a 33% chance of a negative result. And so everyone's hanging out and scarfing down chocolate. It's got to be unforgettable. All that chocolate. It's not actually how it works. The fun. You know what? That's fair. It's understandable they had a fun time. They were scarfing down on chocolate after eating basically just potatoes forever. Alright, so we're gonna get medical research. I'd love to add the tube television here, but there is no room in this break room. Because that might actually be one of the things that's going to happen next, is once we get the other room for the other engines, I'm probably going to have to, find a way to expand the break room here. We're going to remove this, and you put the television there because that'll cover 3 of the seats. We actually do have room for the comms console now. You remove one wall on the right. I remove that tile. Would that make a difference? Nah, it's not an angle I can get at the chairs. I also technically remove that corner as well. You know, I could also reroute it to take in the storage room. I think right now I'm just going to have them tear apart the passive cooler. Put the TV down there. And worry about the rest later. Lynx hunting Megalo. How dare you? Well, it's one of those things that you do have the situation where the one time you're like, I'm only gonna take a couple people, we'll be fine, is the one time, like, one of them just, like, ducks under the fire and then gets a neck hit on you, or, like, takes a finger or toe or something off, and just like, what, you know, it's like, come on. And hey, John, how's it going? So it's always one of those ones, like, the playing it safe is to just absolutely overkill everything. Alright, we're getting that all done. Oh, we should make a single smoke launcher for mech clusters. Growth, Mona, Carax. Alright, so out of all that, we're taking Brawler. because to hell with everything else there. We'll give you social, medical. We'll get a second cook going on that you can help with, and we'll get plants. Alright, so what that does mean, though, is you need to go here, drop your chain gun, because you'll now get all whiny if you have it. So you're not going to be doing much combat for a while. I don't have any other spare weapons floating around here that you can use for melee. But that's okay. Like I said, they're not going to be able to really contribute to the fight for a little bit. Yeah, so right now they're kind brawler. They do actually have... Oh, right, because they're brawler, it gave them a bunch of melee skill, and then penalized their shooting skill. That's okay. Like, there's a very good chance where we have these luxurious bedrooms that we are going to end up having to give them up. Because, as you can see, the kids are happening hard and fast. So, it's -10, so what'll end up happening is if we look at our character, right now we actually have 0, but it will actually like have it where it's, you know, you'll be at 6 -10, so it'll keep you at 4 because you're at like negative that. So it means you actually have to get your skill up to 10 before it shows, like before you see any progress towards 1. And you cannot get to 20 because you'll you'll get to 20, but it'll only count as 10. The point is, when you take something like that, you are accepting that that character will never be particularly good at shooting. Which is fine, because they'll get all whiny if you try and equip them with a ranged weapon. Alright, get our one person that didn't have a knee spike, a knee spike. So all adults have a knee spike. So if they do get caught off on their own, they at least have something they can do. Let's see. So out of our people here, you can doctor now. So it's only the 2 kids there in Megaro. Keep the medicine on you for in a pinch. Shambler Assault. 32 Shamblers coming in. All from one side. So you're staying out of this one. Oh, I parked this at such a terrible angle where I'm giving them cover regardless. Could you not do that right now? I'm kind of in the middle of a thing. Okay, everyone who's not drafted, get in the home zone. Okay, all the range people. Drop in, you drop in. And Leafy Pew, you're probably gonna have to do this. Run, 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 Leafy Pew. It's a bad time up there. Can you do construction? Okay, go to those doors. Okay. How much longer on the door? Door's basically done. Alright, so I've got a couple back here. Leafy Pew's right about... Where did you come in from? Oh, you got through there. So Leafy Pew start running that way. You all... Hey, small child. You go to rescue. Leafy Pew's gonna get intercepted. Just is what it is. Grab the baby you dumped into the pile of corpses. Okay, and grab the rest of you down here. Okay. So people are in very rough shape. Alright, so people who are not immediately in risk of death or whatever, I need you to start hauling all of these corpses out of here. You got back up, so let's kill you. Okay, haul it. Haul it. Don't you dare. Haul it. Haul it. And haul it. Because everyone's getting some really heavy rot stink exposure, which causes a lung disease that can be fatal if left alone. Haul it. Major break warning because of all the rotting corpses. Haul it. Haul it. Haul it. I know you need lessons. But very genuinely, I need these corpses out of here, because everyone is going to get really sick and upset otherwise. Haul it. Haul it. Don't try to clean it. Okay, we're getting close. Okay, so all the corpses are out of here. You go ahead and grab that. So we should be corpse-free other than back there. Yeah, it's just literally the one corpse down here is the only one. That one's kind of outside and out of the way, so we should be okay. So no one should be getting any more rot stink. There's a good chance we'll get rot lung on someone with how many people got how much exposure to that. I do know these trees are eating well. Disease, infection on you, that's not shocking. Your manipulation's penalized quite a bit. We're gonna double up the stuff for healing you. Hey, Treacle, can we get a shout out for Treacle, by the way? But yeah, so thanks so much for hanging out and all good stuff. Always good to have you. But Treacle's an absolutely fantastic content creator. Also plays RimWorld, among other games. Definitely good times over there. So yeah, we had a Shambler Assault. Honestly, that didn't go that badly. We did take some hits. You know, obviously the melee person got smacked the living crap out of. Per the usual. And then you were making sure your trees are eating well. Got to. But for those that don't know, Treacle, absolutely fantastic. Yeah, Shamblers are always melee. They are a weak unit that comes in with lots of numbers. The things that make them dangerous is they will just aggressively smash through your walls as opposed to, you know, fighting directly like other enemies will. They're more aggressive at breaking your walls and all that. When they die, they make instantly rotting corpses, which means you're going to be dealing with a lot of mood things because of everyone being upset that, you know, there's corpses everywhere. You also run into a lot of problems where they take quite a bit of damage to actually kill. Another risk is just kind of running into things. Now, to be clear, you'll have people be like, oh no, be careful. Now that you've been hit, Metal Horror. That's not how Metal Horror works in the game. The game does roll a dice. Disease, plague. Oh, that's a lot of people. Come on, game. Okay. So, of my actual good people, thankfully you dodged it. We're out of any medicine that's any good. There's no point in me saying anything to the higher medicine because we're out. And we already used our Preach Health to, you know, make sure we had the infection sorted. And there is not an Ancient Danger or anything I quickly lean on. So it's gonna be just a matter if what doctors I have can hold it down. Alright. And of course, our best doctor did get caught by it, so we're dealing with our second best doctor. Yeah, because your manipulation's penalized pretty decently. So it probably is better that we use our not as good doctor who doesn't have a penalty. Okay, so you got through your infection. At least that Preach Health is on you, so you'll be locked in, so that'll help quite a bit. You're currently losing. You're neck and neck. And you're winning. Why is every single one of the people with plague not go to bed? Ooh, hoo, hoo. Ooh, okay, Yep, Yep, I've got half my colony is dying of plague. We are not delaying that long. Just go. Okay. I know there are chunks of my... Well, no, the floor is there. There's some walls missing, but that's fine. The fact is, I've got half my people have plague, so they're gonna have all sorts of penalties. And we have a group showing up with shield belts and marine armor and assault rifles, and I got like 5 children in my group of 11 pawns. So yeah. That is solidly, hey, watch this colony die. And also I've got a ton of holes in my ship as well from the Shambler assault. I hope I'm not too close to that. Okay. And for the moment, don't worry about these. I want the lights on in that hospital. They're about to demolish a whole lot of medicines. Let's just plan for all of this stuff to need to be replaced. Because there's a very good chance we lose people here. Where is our best doctor available? Stop it. Get to tending. Come on, good 10. 61 is not terrible. Go to bed. Okay, so right now you are at 50%, so you're in good shape. You're probably gonna make it. You are really close. I don't know if you're winning or losing. You're slightly losing. You are winning by a decent amount, and you're barely winning. Do you not have bed rest set to 1? I can have it now. Bed rest set to 1 won't help them when it comes to, wanting to get up and eat, though. Perfect example. Bed rest is set to 1. Got right out of bed because he wants to learn a lesson. If things get desperate and someone is definitely not going to win, we do have Luciferum. Which Lunaria might be embracing that life. Okay, Lunarium is officially winning. Just barely. Okay, so I closed that door so that boom rat doesn't get into my food. Looks like I have died. Yes. When was that? Oh, were you the second melee pawn we got? Yeah, no, we had a really nasty fight and you got downed and back up during the fight. And it did not go well for you. Please go to bed, Leafy Pew. Stop just eating chocolate and getting high. I understand it's been a tough week. But I really need you to go back to bed. You have the plague. There, your social is maxed. Well, I mean, the problem is we have half of our colony has the plague right. Well, not half. A bunch of our colonists have the plague right now. So, where our building person is kind of knocked down and everything. That's a good tend. I'm going to let him sit on that for a minute. Solid 10s all around. Solid 10s, the whole lot of them. So we might not have to use any Desperation Lucy or anything like that. The Rock Stink exposure is slowly going away. Alright, so you've got a solid like 30% lead, so you're just solid. You've got about a 5% lead, not quite. Whereas you were behind before. You got about a 20% lead, so you were in solid shape. You've got about a 10% lead, so you're good. So the only one who's, like, even close right now is Lunarium. As long as we don't have, like, a horrifically bad tend, they're probably fine. And if they do, we pop a Lucy. And they'll still be fine. And horrifically addicted to Luciferum. Oh wow, there's a lot of dangerous animals on this map. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're in the clear. But yeah, that got properly dicey back there. If we would have stayed for the raid, even if we won the raid, there was 0% chance that everyone would survive. Like, that already got pretty dicey where we had to micro the stuff a bit here, because we already used our preach health to deal with an infection right as the other stuff popped up. And again, we don't have half of our doors in place because, you know, just the ship got thrashed in a Shambler assault right before everything went down. Alright, is everyone immune? We clear? No one gonna die now? Could you not be dealing with the baby while you're dying of plague? I mean, you're probably fine. You're in a lead about 7% and you're towards the end of it. But just on principle, could you, like, not do those things you're doing? Basically, we had a Shambler assault that punched a bunch of holes in our ship. No one got seriously injured. Like, the only one who got injured was our melee pawn, and came out of there without any new injuries on them that are permanent. Immediately after that, we got plague on a bunch of our people. And then immediately after that, we had, like, after the plague had kind of gone to the point of in, like, the 40 and 50% impact, so where everyone's pretty badly penalized. We had a really big raid show up with, like, people in marine armor, shield belts and all that, and it's like, no, we're leaving. With, you know, a bunch of holes Swiss cheesed in our ship, and, like, we had two people who were just right on the fence, live or die with the plague. It's like, we have to get out. Because if I fought the raid, we'd have fallen behind on our 10s. And once we fell behind on our 10s, you know, some people were going to die. And then also with all the penalties, it was likely, even if we did stay on top of our 10s, we would have died in the fight. Well, I mean, that's just it, because, like, the ship in a lot of ways is as much an asset as a liability. Because, yes, you can just ditch when things get dicey, but also, you run into the problem where, you're carrying around a bunch of wealth with you everywhere you go. So it's really easy for your wealth to just get away from you. There you go. Yeah, so everyone survived the plague. We used up all of our good medicine. There's no more medicine that isn't crap left. Okay, so you can turn that back on. Turn this back on. We got some refugees we're helping. There's yet another baby on the way. Alright, so let's go here and see what we got. We got a single unit of gold ore we see. We got plasteel. Got a bunch of that. We're low on just regular old steel. That'll be a alright spot to get it. Okay. So we're gonna give ourselves a second for everything to settle down. We got some refugees who immediately got into a social fight and beat the crap out of our person here, who started it. Ah, I mean, it's fair. You did attempt to convert them, and they got upset about it. So we're definitely going to learn our lesson with that. And while they're in incredible pain, we're going to go ahead and convert their buddy. Okay, so the ship's all closed up and fixed and all that, finally. We're patching up the damage to the walls. Now, the other thing also is when you are playing and you're not using the ship, you're going to usually have a much, much stronger defensive position. Because you don't have to worry about, like, the incredibly limited tiles. You can sit there and do stuff like if there's a mountain or whatever, you can use that for access. You can go ahead and do a bunch of stuff there. You don't have to worry about, like, making sure the whole thing is enclosed and all that. Pros and cons. Alright, let's grab our people. This Timberwolf is just chilling over here and starting to worry me. There's lots of dangerous animals around here. There we go. That's one dangerous animal off the map. Only 4 more to go. So you got the Wolverine, a Timberwolf up top here. The Lynx over there. A Wolverine down there. That's it. You made a grass-floored kill room right at the edge of your ship and built the trap quarter each landing so you can afford the tiles to keep it. Yeah, no, I gotcha. I honestly probably could make a defensive position off the front of the ship here relatively easily. Yeah, so here's sandstone and slate, so let's go here, structure. Alright, so really crappy defensive position. Yep, so I shouldn't do it that way, but that's fine. It gives the construction people something to do. Is it a permanent house? No, we can't have a permanent house. As long as anyone is hostile to us, we can't have a permanent house. Join offer on Kinson. Slow learner, psychically dull, Yetkin. How about no? Which is going to penalize our mood for everyone because we're guilty. But I'm sorry, slow learner, and Yetkins have the aggressive trait and the sleepy trait, both which suck, and the slow wound healing, which also sucks. Yetkin are honestly one of my least favorite ones for bringing aboard. Like, the gimmick of one of the things they get as an advantage is the fact that if they're wearing no clothes, they move faster, just a little, is such a meme. They do have Robust. Robust is good. So they do make decent melee pawns, but then the downside is by having slow wound healing, it doesn't help you, because sure, they'll take a little less damage, and they're actually pretty effective in melee, but then any injury they get hurt with, they might still have when the next raid shows up. So you can kind of get worn down with them. Strange signal. Inspired trade won't do us any good. Not till we get one of the normal factions, you know, neutral with us. Wolverine Revenge. Monolith has arrived. Not a great place for the Monolith. That's about as bad as it gets. I'm still gonna do it, but that's not really one I should be doing. Make sure I have a door up there somewhere. Oh wait, where'd your spear go? Okay. And as I was saying earlier, where we got beat up in the Shambler Assault, you have people's like, oh no, you gotta be on the watch for metal horrors now. That's not how metal horrors work in the game. So what actually happens with the metal horror is outside of Creepy Joiner, well actually technically in Creepy Joiner metal horror, what will happen is the game will go, okay, I've rolled the dice, it's time for a metal horror. And then what it will do at that moment is it'll look back and go, what was a thing that could be a valid path for me to get a metal horror? Okay, it was you got hit by a shambler. Or, oh, you had someone new walk on the tile. Or, oh, hey, this creepy joiner had it. But, like, you'll have these different ones that can happen. But it is a backfill thing. It's not that you got hit and at that time it said, oh, you got infected. It goes later on, oh, wait, we're supposed to be infected. Where did it come from, and retcons that into existence type deal. If there is nothing eligible at the time, you don't have anything that fits the criteria, what it does in that scenario where there's no eligible thing is it will have a creepy joiner walk onto your map that is already infected with a metal horror. It's one of the reasons why if I do a avoid provocation and immediately I get a metal horror, or sorry, immediately get a creepy joiner, I usually just murder them. Because, I mean, unless they've got, like, an unnatural healer, at which point, then I kind of seclude them or whatever. But, basically, you already know they're infected, so you make sure they don't have any infection vectors. And then, you know, deal with it. I did that, not the last colony, but the colony before that. I did avoid provocation, and metal, or a creepy joiner showed up immediately, and I just surrounded and immediately blasted him, and the metal horror popped out. We've struck gold! Okay, so where's our next destination? So if we go down there, I've got to handle the pollution. I'd really like vac suits for that. And then we have this one up in space. I have to have vac suits for that. So we've got those two. Were there any more that we're missing? Oh, okay. Yes, that's a crashed mech platform. It's on a very cold tile, but that's doable. So we're just up here. So yeah, we'll just work our way down there. That'll be a bunch of really cold area. So that's just one we probably want to build up a backfill of food. We got a ton of packaged meals, so I can go down there, do the 2 or 3 jumps I'm going to need to get to that area, then deal with it, and so on. And if we're going to be going that hard on food... Wow, you did not waste any time. So you betrayed me way up there by yourself. Yeah, so we got 2... Honestly, the 2 of them are outside. There's just 1 inside. Okay, all the rest of you over here. Didn't really think that betrayal through of theirs. Just not a well thought through plan. But they betrayed pretty quick. And those all become hospital beds again. I'll mark 1 as not hospital bed for whenever we have one, like, our kid here becomes a child, like, the infant there becomes a toddler. Ooh, hey, there's Jade in right there. And growth moment of Baghdad Bob. Alright. So this is your first one, so we can choose Kind, Quick Sleeper are the 2 best ones there. So Quick Sleeper means we only have to sleep about half as long, which is really strong. Kind also is... Kind prevents social fight. I really like Kind. So go ahead and do this... for you, I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to take social, crafting, and intellectual. Okay. We'll have you jump in to help with the growing stuff as well. Wolverine Revenge. Nicely done. That's because it's already mostly bled out, and I decided to, you know, finish the job. Hunting a light machine gun? Yeah. I don't bother going out of my way to, like, find a better weapon and all that. There's certain weapons to avoid, but generally speaking, eh. Unless, like, a particularly... Alright, so we got Arco Nexus quest became available. Yeah, so 350,000 and then be allied. Neural Supercharge, we're definitely not doing that. And your deal is you've been rebuffed by everybody. Feels bad, man. Yeah, so you just aged up. You aged up a little bit ago. You just aged up. Apple Lords has a little while till they age up. You're probably right about to... You got a bit longer. Medium Psychic Drone. That's gonna make people happy. Yeah, as you can probably tell, we're basically just continuously pulling everything we can food-wise. We're just going to keep killing stuff on the map to try and make as many packaged meals as possible. Entity Containment. Alright. Proximity Detector is the next one. That's not, honestly, a bad one to get. I don't have a place that can make Entity Containment happen right now, but... if we get entity containment to happen, that'd be good. You may have left an infestation a mountain for longer than you could handle it. Than you can handle it now. Yeah, I've done that one only once. All right, Magalo has had a breakthrough studying the monolith. She believes the monolith is a conduit of psychic energy connecting to some distant location. However, she is unsure where it connects to. Magalo is convinced by studying the anomalous entities that she can find a way to close the conduit or learn to harness its power. The monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. Cool. Yep. Insane ramblings because of moderate psychic drone, as you do. Travelers need charity. You would like 70 herbal medicine. Most likely what's going to happen here is, oh, you should not be the one going. You're gonna pop out a baby like any second now. Cache of treasure. So advanced components and glitter world. Unfortunately, that's the wrong direction for if I want to go for my next grav core. Well, gravlight panel. I actually have a spare grav core just sitting around. I just don't have gravlight panels to do anything with it. Insulting spree due to the psychic drone. Please don't social fight. Everyone go to bed. Everyone go to bed. Deny them someone to insult. That's right. You stand around and not have anybody to insult. Man, a lot of times when everyone goes to bed, you will get lucky where that'll, that's fine. It's because Apple Lord was still awake. If everyone goes to bed and there's no valid targets, a lot of times the person on the insulting spree will just cancel out early. And you'll still get the, catharsis and everything. Would you stop 10-year-old insulting everybody? Eat your food and go to bed. You're literally starving to death because you're too busy insulting people. That'll give me a little bit better angle for hitting stuff while keeping people close enough to not friendly fire. All right. Alright, so your moods. Oh, it's... You only got insulted one, you're upset because, you overheard other people having insane ramblings and all that. That's reasonable. Alright, let's go up here and kill that Timberwolf real fast. Alright. Because it killed the lynx, so we killed it. So now we've got the warg and the cougar who have almost no valid targets anywhere on the map other than each other. So one of them is going to try and eat the other one soon enough. Or will come after us, at which point we've got a nice defensive position we can go murder them. Okay. Alright, they ate the one little bird. Well, I guess they could try and eat the badgers as well. Assuming there's a badger anywhere nearby. Apple Lords? Kinda worrying me there, friend. There's two really hungry animals right nearby. Alright, you are in labor. So that is yet another baby in our colony, bringing up the total of, like, children to, like, 7. Well, I mean, the one, I guess, so you're 16, so I still consider you a child. You're 19, so I guess you're validly, like, not a child anymore. So we're still sitting at about 6 children. Okay, making sure sometimes if they can get back up, it will cancel you, like, having the childbirth thing. And they still have the kid, but, like, it means instead of having the, you know, go to the hospital, do everything, and give yourself the best odds, they just kind of walk around till they collapse kind of deal. And it's not good. Alright, mech cluster arriving. Psychic suppressor for men. That's one Lancer. So it's definitely one we could certainly handle. But for right now, we're gonna go zones. So finish up with the childbirth thing. But what we can do here is we can get ourselves EMP and smoke grenades. We've already got them made. And what we can probably do is run around to this side, aggro them, kill all the like little junk that comes around, because the Lancer's my biggest concern. These ones could be a problem if they light us on fire and scatter us. Alright, so we got another healthy baby in the colony. So there is our brand new healthy baby. So if you could go ahead and if you would like to be our brand new baby in the colony, you'll do !join, so that you too may live a tragic life. Harbinger tree sprout because the trees are being fed. Feeding, urgent all. Never. Don't do that. Yeah, so Psychic Suppressor we're definitely going to want to deal with. And it does have a shield. Yeah, I mean, genuinely, I think the answer would be, like, get up here. Just toss EMPs down on this side. Just kill what pops out. The main priority being get rid of the Lancer. Once all that's sorted, we smoke grenade. We can just work our way around. Smoke grenade, kill those two. Smoke grenade around here, kill those three. The Psychic Suppressor is going to be a whole thing. Oh, it sucks that there's a countdown activator. That sucks. Because you're going to be exhausted for a while. What's your range? You don't have to stay. I got plenty of food. And where we're trying to get to? We're trying to get down over here. If we jump down this way, it's going to really shorten the grow season. Okay. So I've got 8 hours to sort stuff out, so Megalo's not really going to be able to participate. Honestly, if we get any of the Manhunter packable animals nearby, that would be another option. The real downside is I don't have this wall built. Yeah, because it's too late for us to go now. We might also be able to pop a smoke grenade over here, aggro those, that'll cause them to come out. Most of that short range, other than the Lancer and the Pikemen. So we sweep a bunch of the little ones out, and then just, you know, kill all that. Once those two are done, the rest is easy mop-up. Okay. Not you. You, because you can't do anything else right now with this. Alright. Oh, you're calling in more. What are you calling in? Well, that gives them more actual proper range. How bad is the psychic suppression we're dealing with? It is a 25% penalty, which is not nothing. Because when it was just one lance or one pikeman, it's like, okay, no problem. I can aggro this, get back over here, kill the 4 infernos, and then we can just tie up those. But man, having like 3 or 4 things plugging shots at us while drawing them in is messy. So the other option I have is I might be able to get up here and shoot at that wall to aggro them over without going in range of those, draw them up, and just kind of like kite them back to kill all the Inferno, the Scorchers. And then once those are done, start just trying to tie up and kill the Lancers. Because the good news is most of those will die relatively easy. We do have a lot of firepower. The question is, do I care that much? Grab the EMPs. Alright. Oh wait, they've got a shield, don't they? Never mind. Actually, I wonder if I hit the shield, will that aggro them out? Because if it draws them out, that's all I need. I don't actually need to do much with it. So I believe if I hit that wall, it'll aggro to him. Pikeman sees me. Come on. That is not a fight we want to be doing. And you can't get the range with that. I just need to aggro them. Stop hitting the cliff. I know you're psychically suppressed and a terrible shot, and so you can barely move. You're causing me no end of grief. Okay, so you've properly de-aggroed again. I need to just back off. That's not going to go here. But that psychic suppression being that bad. Because what we'd want to do is hit that to aggro that over. But you can see the psychic suppression has a bunch of my colonists moving at a slow speed. Yeah, but it's a lot of damage. And the whole time they're going to have free reign to shoot back at me. That's kind of the catch of why I was trying to do this, but they've got all that range up there. If I go up here, I've got no cover. And over here, I've got to expose myself to these. But one of the ways you'd handle this is just hit it with a mortar. And that's a high shield, not a low shield. Yeah, never mind. That's not going to block me from shooting in. That's going to be for mortar protection. Where are you going? It's interesting that you are being suppressed far more than everyone else for some reason, Apple Lords. Alright, so drop your EMP grenades. I honestly think we could just leave, because it's... I'm only trying to stay here to get food, and it wasn't... I mean, coming in, it's all planted. Like, the turrets are easy. We just smoke grenade and deal with it. But I gotta draw... Like, the problem is if I'm sitting or shooting back and forth with the Lancers, people are going to die. I just need to aggro them. Once we aggro them, like if I can aggro them down here, and I can just stand back as they come around the corner, we could just EMP them. And we should be able to just kind of shred them. The big thing is I have no shield belts or anything like that, because otherwise I just walk them out there, let the Lancers aggro onto us, and get a shot or two on them. And then, you know, I can pull them back from there. But with no shield belts, whoever steps out is going to be at risk of getting one-tapped. I've lost so many colonists over the years for just a Lancer plugging a shot right through the heart. We would get a cover... But it is just kind of an RNG thing at that, of just one, like Lancers, keep in mind a lot of my people have no armor to speak of, so if we get a torso hit from a Lancer, that pawn is probably dead. Okay, so I'm gonna go and take us back out again. I'm gonna go out this way to the bottom. So if we go around this way, I should have cover from all the sentry guns. Starvation who? Oh, well, Leafy Pew. Oh, there's no food cooked because we don't be fast. Alright, so I wasn't anticipating you being able to get a shot over here. I think there's like a gap here. Where is the spot you're able to hit? You got a hit? Okay, cool. So all of you, back up over here. I need you farther back. Don't fire across me. Okay. That's gonna be terrible. Get him, 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 get him. Don't let him free fire. Don't let him free fire. Close in closer. Get on him. I knew that was gonna happen. Let me guess. Brained. Every time. Alright, so Cookie's mostly down to psychic suppression, non-real danger. So unfortunately, we died to just the danger, because again, has a helmet and everything. Didn't go and get weakened by a bunch of separate hits. Like, there was a hit here, there was a hit there, sure, fair enough. One hit, needle gun to the head, brained. Through a helmet, which happens. And it was like close range and all that, which is certainly not what you want. So we're gonna leave Cookie to just do their thing there. No, keep going down. Get over here. Because Cookie can just crawl. That's fine. They're not bleeding, they're just psychically suppressed to a point that they can't get back up. They got a little burn to their leg. And that's fine. Meanwhile, for you, here, drop that. And we'll need to run up here because we got a child who's starving. Leafy Pew. Get that as fast as you can so you can make some baby food. And who's our cook? Make the baby food real fast. I should have just left. Because they're going to set up a siege behind the mechs, where the mechs will effectively protect them. I'm hoping they'll fight each other and that we might be able to get some stuff out of it. And they're perfectly lined up, so not one of them gets in range. So someone died for absolutely no reason whatsoever. Will the high shield stop their mortar? If they shoot at the mechs. If they shoot at me, then it's no joke. And they don't just hit closest, they shoot different targets. I don't know what they'll prioritize for their mortars. But yeah, no, I don't know what the rules are with that. I actually don't know if you shoot past the shield, if it protects or not. I actually don't know what the rules are with that, because I've never run into that scenario. This is not a science I should be sciencing. I keep also just hoping one of them steps out. Because they have to shoot past it. As long as they don't hit way back here on my geothermal, that shield should be fully in the way. Warg Revenge. Okay, they're assaulting the colony. Good job, Warg. You're doing us a solid. I still don't think we have this fight even with that. Because they're still all wearing flak armor and all that kind of stuff. It looks like you're on Go Juice. I think we still just leave. Because they brought lots of guns, and almost all of them are all flacked out. And I've got 2 people with flak. And then Sentient Cookie is downed from the Psychic Suppressor and the Burn. Yeah, I think regardless, we're out of here. Foggy Wetland. Alright, so we're going to much shorter grow season. We're trying to go down there. Getting brained by that pikeman. The worst thing is they even made the comment beforehand. It's like, you know, we've got the numbers and all that, but like without the armor, the pikemen and that are so dangerous. Or sorry, a shield belt. If we get a shield belt, you just run your melee person out there, he takes a first shot or 2, and everyone swarms out behind, you know, and can do some serious damage. But the problem was him having to run out to, like, getting in the middle of all that. Because that was the issue. He had to, like, run out to grab that Lancer that was free firing to make sure we didn't lose someone else, and that just left him exposed to be popped at by the pikemen. Oh, that's a much better one. Pikemen like the brain and Lancers like the organs. Yeah, it is so dangerous. Oh no, you're good, Annabelle. Basically, the thing I was doing is I was being very greedy because I wanted all that food that was sitting there. Because I'm trying to get to where I can push down to this really cold area down here, and I need to have the food going into it. So yeah, no, it's absolutely one of those things that, like, honestly, it won't be as much nutrition. But if I can get all of that in here real fast. Yeah, no, so ideally what I would have had is that the timer was shorter. What I would have done is I would have come around the corner, dropped smoke grenades in front of me, popped a shot or 2 to aggro that, and like I had drawn the mechs back to me, we would have drawn the mechs back to me, EMP'd them down, and just shredded them. We just gotta, like, I was not in a great position, so I was a little bit too far forward, and so that one Lancer came around the corner and got shots off, and didn't get caught by 2 EMPs in a row. And that's kind of what caused it. The problem was I had to run the melee pawn out to the Lancer to keep the Lancer shut down, but when that happened, the pikemen got shots off. And to be fair, that's always a danger. Like, not even the positioning thing, that's certainly one thing. But it's always a danger when you're fighting Lancers and pikemens in that if you don't have a shield belt, they can just RNG you instantly lose a pawn. I've had it where I was like way over here in Foggy Rain with a Lancer like way over there, just went, and one person got their heart blown up from across the map. Because they've got longer range than you can get with most weapons. I think a sniper rifle is like 1 range different than theirs. It is it is a feels bad thing. Like, it's one thing when you're not wearing armor, but you can even have cataphract armor, and a Lancer will just pop one of your organs. That's the reason why when you're fighting them, it's all about shutting down those Lancers and not letting them fire. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, we have a baby to name. 1 second. And... Earth Rush Stony. But yeah, you do not want to ever let Lancers and Pikemans free fire. Every time they fire, you just kind of sit there for just a moment and go, Is this a dead pawn? Is that a dead pawn? The other thing is we did unfortunately leave one of our only decent weapons. We're like, oh, actually, we got a chain shotgun. We're starting to run out of, like, guns over there. I'm surprised. Oh, you're the genie, aren't you? That's why you got knocked down by the tiniest little burn. I completely forgot we even had a genie. Okay. And we're good on just about all the other materials. Alright. It also wouldn't have been bad if I had like that full defensive perimeter set up. I honestly might have just tanked the suppression for a while. But with like a big chunk of the field blocked off with Lancers and Pikemen, every time they came out a little ways, they would have shot at me. I would have had to back off by a lot. It would have all been tenuous and just like one pathing a bit farther than you expect. Okay, so power's back on. That's also just RimWorld. RimWorld, I don't remember the specifics on how it works. It actually has a mechanic that when you get shot at, it has a way of rolling the dice to be like, did you just instantly die? So it's not even doing like the normal armor calculations or whatever. And that's because RimWorld isn't designed to be like a perfectly balanced game or anything like that. It's designed to be a storyteller. So as you start doing better, the game will actually start fudging the numbers and all that to make things worse. It's just the same, like, as your population goes up, the chance of a pawn that you hit to down will instantly die as opposed to being down like it would be, goes up, so that you have less opportunities to capture people. They also have it where the events you get, the, like, you know, the random joiner and all those will actually get suppressed, that they're far less likely to happen as your population goes up. Alright, a set of 4 rhinos should be entirely doable. We do have rain, but it is just regular rain. We can fight from here, so we can retreat back into the ship if necessary. Leafy Pew can actually help with this one, as we no longer have a melee pawn yet again. The good news is Carrick's here is actively training to be a melee pawn. They've already got Brawler. Don't be in the front, please. And perfect. Yeah, so they've got a little bit of time before they're going to be able to age up to be in melee. They'll just get one-tapped otherwise. But we'll get there. Meanwhile, zone, dumping, stockpile over here. Clear animal corpses if they're not fresh. Oh, provisional colonists. 3 colonists for 19 days, and you will give me a submachine gun that has extra beauty and incendiary rounds. I do want that, but it's 3 people. Oh, they have to be 13 and older. Okay, let's consider. So, FFX needs to stay to cook. Hypno needs to stay to plant. We might be able to get away with you going. Cyanide could definitely go. Yeah, honestly, let's see. Honestly, Megalo Cyanide. Yeah, Megalo Cyanide and Lunarium can go because Sentient Cookie can ad lib in. Yeah, let's do it. Is it what I should be doing? Probably not. Is it what I am doing? Absolutely. No, they'll return wherever our ship is. Alright, so it's these 3. Hop on up board. Okay. And with that, let's go ahead and have FFX grab that one. And you grab that. And haul this, and Leafy Pew, even though you can't use it. I'd rather you just use it now. Like, you can't use the spell Neuroquake. Oh, also, close that door, please. Yeah, so we kept our cook, people who can grow, and we have someone who can craft and research. I'm probably going to do almost no hunting for a while, which is okay, because I was mostly just getting the meat and it was rotting because I wasn't getting the veggies to make the packaged meals. Well, if you're just going to plant the potatoes, just make them all potatoes. Don't bother with the rice. Part of the other thing is our wealth just keeps climbing. Normally you would sit there and have your trade people and all that, and you'd dump wealth periodically, and that's just not been happening because we can't trade with anyone. Otherwise, the other thing I could do is just drop pot it out and be done with it. Okay, you're all doing fine with that. Alright. So it'll also reduce our food consumption while we're waiting for that to come in. The incendiary rounds can be a bit of a mixed bag. Oh, I probably shouldn't give it to the careful shooter. That's fine. But yeah, no, if we jump around wherever we end up, the only way I could see you getting in trouble is if they were arriving as you were jumping out. I could see having a weird situation there. But even then, I think it would be alright. And we don't care about your thing there. We don't care about this. We don't care about that. Honestly, those will stay on my map. I'm gonna hide them all. So we don't have the long list. In the last 2 streams, we've lost 3 people. All 3 of them have been our melee pawns. I've had runs like this before where like everyone else is doing okay, but the melee pawns just keep getting knocked down one after the other. And it makes sense. They're the ones who usually have to run into the front lines and get themselves in trouble. But still. Alright, actually, so... forget limestone. Forget slate, forget sandstone. They'll still do that, but it's only up to 400 blocks. Okay, so we got 3 people are planting as fast as they can. Alright. In a question, do they get returned if you move location? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is wherever you are at the time the quest finishes, they will be sent there. I don't know what it does if you're like switched, like if you have like 2 separate colonies, it probably just chooses one of the 2 or something like that. The only thing I'm not sure of is if the quest ends and I'm like either in transition from one of the other. I think when that happens, it'll wait till you land and then they'll show up. The only way I can see potentially having it be a problem is if you've already like confirmed leave but haven't actually left, so everyone's getting into position and then they land. I could see it either A, they land and then they get on board and the whole thing holds up, or they, you know, ship takes off as they land and then they die. Too bad no one's invented a refrigerator. I mean, I would get some of the meat stored, but honestly, I have people's like, why don't you have a fridge? You need to have a fridge. It's a shame you don't have a fridge. You really don't need a fridge. Like, you really, really don't need a fridge in the game. Like, yeah, we're losing the rhinoceros meat because I butchered 3 rhinoceros right as they showed up. I barely had storage in here anyways. If I make a fridge, I gotta dedicate space for a refrigerator, and I could sit here and do the whole thing where I, like, make a little pocket right there and put my 2 ACs to make that freezing cold and all that. But we're not struggling on food. We've not, like, this entire run, there's never been a point where we struggled on food. It won't be selected as part of the launch ritual, so it'll get left behind. Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, I'll make fridges. Especially if I'm doing, like, you know, ice sheet or extreme desert or whatever where, like, food is going to be scarce. Absolutely, a fridge is 100% needed. Let's see. No, the reason you can't make the whole storage room into a fridge there, I can, but I don't need to. I'm just going to make a ton of packaged meals anyways, because then I can put them everywhere. Like, I can, like, the catch with the fridge is usually you want the double set of doors in there. Granted, you could use, like, the vac doors now, which we don't have yet. I think we get those at, oh, what was the research for? Was it the orbital research that you get that? Yeah, you can get the vac barrier. That's a good one for that. But, it's just not needed. And then I gotta power them, because that's another thing. Right now, we're pushing the limits. Like, right now, I've got the geothermal here. But with the freezer on here, every time I land, it's going to stop being frozen for a little bit, and then go back to being frozen, so I will gradually lose anything in there. It's just not important. Like, that's pretty much what it just boils down to. I could make it. It's just not a priority to me. It's not important. It's not something I care about. Honestly, I think with the grav ships, I don't think I've ever bothered to put a freezer on a grav ship at any point. I think the last time I really focused on having freezers is when we were doing our pollution runs, because I'd have to bag up a bunch of pollution and keep it frozen while we could slowly fill it into the Pollux trees, because I could pull up the pollution way faster than the Pollux trees could process it. Because in that case, if I don't do it, the pollution just goes right back in the ground, and I'm back to square one. But yeah, in this case, I actually do have the research now for the air conditioning. I got that a while ago. The last run we did where we won, basically I put one, I don't have an equivalent spot, but I put like one AC going into our break room, so that as people went through, they could, you know, if they were overheating, they could slowly get cooled off again and again. So it's a combination of like just the break room having a heater and a AC, so that even if they built up a little heat stroke or a little hypothermia, once they went to take any kind of break to eat or whatever, they'd recover. I was trying to avoid needing this, but just the path we're taking through research, we're missing out on a lot of good stuff. Starvation on Earth Rush, because that needs to be dealt with. I need make bulk baby food. Here's what happened. It seemed like, I mean, I do have 2 babies here, so they are going through the food relatively fast, but we're making them in like stacks of 40 or something like that. Okay. But yeah, also the other reason, like right now, the way this is set up, I don't really have, like I'd have to cut into the space a little bit to make an internal AC setup. If I put ACs back here with the heat pointing out, what will happen is enemies will attack and they'll go right for those ACs and punch through the ACs as a weak spot. There are tricks that you can use to make your ACs internal to your base though. So like if we imagine like right here, I've got a storage room, you know, and that's the way in, so you'd have like doors here and here. So one of the tricks you can do is you can go here, and I believe this still works, is I would have an open door in a location like that. And someone has to correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't done it a whole lot. And it'd have ACs like this, with the hot area pointing here and no roof there. And because it's a door, it effectively neutralizes heat. And it does that. I remember there was some extra rule here that I'm forgetting. But then you could make an internal set of ACs. And you don't have to do all 4, there's different ways of doing this. You just need it so there's not a place for it to vent out to. Because I want to say the alternative thing I could do it like this. With, again, having the door there to just... Actually, I don't even think you need to remove the roof. I think it's just literally having the door there, that the doors themselves, unless something changed, don't carry heat at all. But then again, that is putting an AC here, heat going there with the door open. I also don't like it. I don't like doing that one. It feels cheesy, because obviously it's not intended for the door to just vaporize temperature. Whereas what I would usually do is when I'm building my base, I'd have something like this. So again, say we've got a room here. And that'd be the entrance to your freezer. So what I might do is something like this. That's too far. So I'd have walls there. And so if we look here, this would be barricades with no ceiling over top of them. And I'd have my ACs there, so cold in, hot out, and then it's effectively like a flue to go up. Because that feels like that's intended to work that way. And the reason you put the barricades in there is that way the drop pods can't target that spot. Because it's occupied. Which makes sense. If I have, like, a whole ventilation system going in there, it's not like someone can drop a drop pod into the vent that's, you know, solid with stuff. Like, that to me doesn't feel cheesy. But it also means I can't build it underneath a mountain or something like that. Which is where I see a lot of people use that cheese strat with the ACs pointing into an open door. Is they'll either do that in a mountain map where they want to put their freezer way in the back or whatever. You know, and then they'll have their, like, mushroom farms along the sides of it. Or if they're doing an asteroid colony because you can't have stuff dumping, like, you can't have the area out there. Granted, you really don't need an AC on an asteroid. You can just put, like, a literal actual vent pointing out. It doesn't need air conditioning at all. It's honestly just don't heat the freezer. Okay. We're getting close to getting our next research done. In all honesty, I should put more defense around this. I'm not going to. As big as I've made this area, it would just be a lot of effort. And I don't think Cookie doing it by themselves as secondary consideration would be worth the time. Here, we're going to increase the priority, and Cookie's going to work on these bedrooms. In a lot of ways, it could be like Project Zomboid. Project Zomboid is one of those games where people are like, oh man, I need the generator magazine. Oh man, I need the generator. Oh man, I need to get the guns. I need to get the ammo. I need to get, like, whatever. Like, you'll have a list of things that people just feel like they have to have. But when you actually dig into it, almost none of them are really necessary. You'll have people who will run a colony that'll, like, seriously be just a couple, like, little buildings just to get, you know, some room bonuses. And then they will kite the enemies around in a circle on the map. Which can be hard depending on the enemies. You get someone, like, early game showing up as a jogger, and it's one-on-one against a jogger, and you really hope you hit that first shot. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you again for tuning in. But, like, I've seen people do colonies where they don't build a wall, like, when I say a wall, like, they'll have rooms or whatever, but they don't build walls or anything around there, like, they don't make it so, like, basically it's an outdoor colony that they can't function and stay trapped inside. And so they won't just do the thing where they wall it off and they just deal with the Manhunter packs. They'll have other ways of handling it. I don't see that many people bother with the freezer nearly as much as they used to. Like, yeah, when you're doing a long-term colony, you might as well. But, like, on the grav ships, I usually don't see them till pretty late game, because pretty much I'm trading all of this room space where I could instead make a very small and efficient barracks. And it would be not as good for mood bonuses, but it would be just fine. And then, you know, turn that into stuff like a freezer. We would probably already have a ideology room. Our room here would be probably bigger. More than likely have a room for containing anomalies. So I am wasting a bunch of space doing this, but I don't play RimWorld with maximum efficiency. It was literally a meme on the channel that early on we had people pop in. The person's here, like, I'm not trying to call you out. There's any reason I'm not saying your name. But I had, like, let's just say that's the bedroom. And so we had the bed back here. And they were like, oh, you know, if you move the bed's sitting, like, right there, the pawns don't have to path nearly as far. And therefore, like, it's more efficient. And I was like, if I have to do that, I quit this game. and I've played RimWorld for years before that. Okay, so what is your social up to? So we do have a peace talk nearby. Oh, what is your... That's the other side of the mountain. Alright. We're not doing that one. As much as I'd like to, it's close, but I have to go the whole way around the mountain range to do it. So that one's not happening. It's 11 days by the time we go there and back. That's fine. Alright. So we've almost finished planting our entire fields, which is just an obnoxious amount of potatoes. And I partly did this because my luck is one of these is going to catch blight. And we'll lose the whole field. So by having that much over the top, tox gas I don't care about. Okay, so Leafy Pew is now going to start pulling up all the berries. That'll keep some meals popping in. Yeah, I would want to... I mean, they're at 100. We wouldn't be able to get enough to do that. Those peace talks are really good. You can get it with a really good peace talk to knock it down like 70 or 80 in one go. I think you could even go higher than that. I just don't remember what the criteria was. And we're already over a third of the way through our people being sent away. One of the art problems we're actually running into as well is just, I'm accumulating a large amount of silver. Like, we are building up wealth in gold and silver, and I'm just gonna have to leave it behind. Because normally, I'm not a player who wealth manages by, like, grabbing a bunch of stuff, shoving it in a room, and lighting it on fire. Usually my wealth management is when a trading caravan comes through, it's like, alright, all this other stuff I'm not gonna use, just get it out of here. You know, usually keep the silver for later trades. But, drop pods to someone if you want to. Don't have drop pods. We're on random research. If I got drop pods, I'm going to be chucking that stuff constantly at people. Oh, this is perfect. Norris here was like, wait, you said you had money? I like money. I am a small aqua hair colored child who likes big piles of the dosh. Norris, you make a compelling argument. Or it's not Norse, it's Nasre? I don't know. No, I was mentioning that I want it because that makes it easy at that point. So when I get too much of anything, I just drop pot it out of here. Because we can make chem fuel, all that stuff pretty easily. I'm also putting way too much wealth in these floors. I can't stress how ridiculously high wealth floors are. It's really absurd. Like, if you ever go onto a ruins tile and you want to stay there, one of the first things to do is any place you are not going to be staying, yoink the floors up. You'll watch the wealth go down by like 70%. For the buildings, not for your overall wealth. Alright, so we'll start getting those soon. Alright. Gilgamesh just became a child. Welcome to childhood. It's gonna be traumatic. There's a bolt action out there. Yeah, the problem is that you need it to set up room quality when your rooms are small. Yeah. Strange signal, we'll accept that. Come on, Monolith. Always near the edge of the map. Not always, but a lot of times near the edge of the map. Alright, though, chat. With that said, though, it is getting to be about that time that I need to be wrapping up for the night. Most likely I will be streaming tomorrow. We'll see. Kind of all depends on the plans. I'm expecting Tomb Sleep's schedule to be totally jacked up for the next couple of days, which means streaming because she'll be asleep anyways. But, overall, more, like, yes, we lost our melee colonist, but we started the stream with no melee colonist. We're definitely up colonists from then. We do have some of our kids are starting to get to the point, yeah, like, Carex here is getting pretty close to the point that they're going to be... Yeah, we've got about 1 season and some change left before they're an adult, as far as RimWorld's concerned. And so we'll be able to use them for melee. They will have reduced health until they're 18, which is pretty rough. But it'll at least be a melee pawn for a while. And then once we get the first kid aging up, the others will be like right behind it. And then suddenly we're going to have these like really powerful pawns. And that's going to definitely jump us a really good ways. So with that said, if you've enjoyed tonight's content over here on Twitch and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop that follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you happen to be over on YouTube, which was actually quite a few of you over there tonight, so thank you so much for tuning in. I don't have a host ready, so you are going to be just kind of gonna be dropped here in a moment. But don't forget to like and subscribe. But thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll catch you later. For everyone over here on Twitch, though, what I'm gonna go ahead and do is put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop a raid on. Should be some decent choices tonight and all that. Just gotta figure out